Starting the hype off with a little callback. Welcome, folks. Welcome aboard. The hype train has officially begun. Oh, my camera's off. Good way to start. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. How you doing? How you doing? File in and get in here. We still got a little ways to go before CitizenCon officially starts. But I thought that we could hop on here a few hours early, start our little chats, get talking. Don't worry, folks. You've got a couple hours before the doors open at the event. You've got a few hours before the first panel happens, so you've got plenty of time to get your snacks, get situated, get your drinks, get your joints, get your family, get your dog. Jump on the couch, get ready to watch, because today's going to be a hype day. I'm going to try and keep it in check, don't worry, but I probably will not. And I'll be with you here for the whole time. We've got our giveaways going on. We've got our bingo cards that we're doing for all of you who input your bingo cards on what you're expecting today. I'm going to be calling in to people on the ground floor, so we'll be getting some video feeds of what's going on at the event. We will be chatting with people at the event and getting their own thoughts and opinions, hearing what's going on with the crowd, how people are taking it. And, of course, I'll be hopping in with my own community. We have a watch party going on. We've got groups on the ground, repping the garden. It's all a good time. So, welcome to CitizenCon Day 1. Thank you for joining me. If you're watching this after the fact and you want to jump into the good stuff, it's probably like 3 or so hours into the stream, so you can jump forward. For all of you, though, who are here live, thanks for coming, folks. Hope you enjoy your time here. Dutch, thank you for gifting out a community sub and for resubbing yourself at 8 months. Axis, dude, 23 months subbed up. Appreciate you, buddy. It's going to be a long day, folks. Sit back, grab your tea. You know that? And to get ready. InfoSec. Thank you, my friend, for the super chat. All right. I got to turn my lights on. I got management over here. Mrs. Tomato is setting things up, getting giveaways ready to go for you good people. Start the stream in the middle of the night. Well, for me, it's bright early in the morning. It's 9 a.m. over here. So I'm sorry you guys are all in the past. Although, is it still yesterday in America? It is, huh? On the West Coast, it's still Friday. Yeah, but a lot of you are also in the today times. So wanted to be here for you as well. Watching at work, dude, that's late work, Mountain Goat. 10 p.m. over there in Alaska. 8 o'clock for you, Dutch. It's going to be 3 a.m. when it starts, depends on where you are. For you, yes, I believe so. Starting at 10 a.m. UTC is the first panel, I believe. Which is 1 p.m. for us. So, yeah, in about 4 hours.
Rock.
You know that? So we'll be going through last year's CitizenCon. Until then, I'll be chatting with you guys. Like I said, we're going to have people on the show floor that we'll call into so we can get a little bit of a look at what's going on there. Might even hop in game, maybe, if we're really feeling it. Jordak, can't stick around, but let the hype flow. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Appreciate you, dude. Hype's going to be flowing today. You came to say hi and come say hi in voice, you olive hating mother. I'll be over there soon, Echo. And I'll for sure not have any olives anywhere near me for that.
We'll see.
I will not. It won't happen. Can we get a countdown timer on screen? I might be able to do that. Let's see. Let me see. That would make things a lot easier for everybody coming in, huh? Oh, I didn't reset my Twitch stuff. Do. Can we get a countdown timer on? I gotta see what the heck my what is the name of the countdown timer I use? I don't even remember. Snaz. That's right. And if I just put up the... All right, how long do we have? 3 hours and about 51 minutes. And where is that? There we go. All right, cool. Put that up here. I think that's about on time. Toes. Let me know if I'm off. Toes. The toes. Thanks for subscribing, folks. Thought it was 2 hours till the doors open. First panel starts in about 4 hours. Although I could reconfirm that just to be completely sure. Time zones are hard. Good morning to you, Jadomo. Let's pull that up real quick. Looking forward to the collab with Luke. I am too. It's going to be good times. All right, so doors open in 1 hour and 50 minutes. Their own stream time starts at 9:30 UTC. So that is in 3 hours and 20 minutes. And then the first panel starts at 10 o'clock UTC. Yeah. The venue opens at 8 a.m. UTC, which is in 2 hours. So yeah, we're on time. Yeah, 4 hours till first panel. But like I said, there's plenty of stuff going on before the first panel, mainly for the people on the ground, but we'll get some insight into that. Do you watch this stream on Twitch, CitizenCon on YouTube, or vice versa? They'll be on Twitch and YouTube. Again? Nom, 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 nom. Feel like they could have timed this better despite being in the EU. No, I think they try to keep it pretty... I mean, like, they're not going to time stuff based on America. Their headquarters is in the EU. The event's in the EU. Half the community's in the EU. That would be weird for them to time it based on... Because, I mean, when they're doing stuff in America, for most of us in the EU, it's also in the middle of the morning. It's kind of just the way it is. Do I have a reporter there? No. But I do have many friends in the community who also make content who I'm going to be talking to over there. Yeah, you'll be able to watch the presentation from this stream. Unless, if you don't want to see my face, then you should have the original presentation up as well. Let's not talk poorly about other creators here, though. This is not the place for it. Good afternoon, Mujib. How you doing? Object, welcome in. Will they show the Ranger? CitizenCon is starting when the time in that top hand corner reaches 0. What are my viewers' nationality breaking down in terms of analytics? It's like 50% US and then 50% spread across other places. I have not seen any footage from the 4.0 Evo test. At least not the one that just happened. I've seen some snippets from other stuff, though. Am I excited for day 1 or day 2? Both days, baby! Let's go! I'm very excited for base building. In fact, let's go look at what they were saying about base building last year, because they're gonna have to say new things this year, right? Obviously. I think my favorite part about what we're going to see from base building this year is that there's no doubt that what we get this year is actual development stuff. Last year was, you know, concept, it was ideas, it was a little bit of design stuff. But this year it's definitely going to be, hey, here's what we've actually been working on since we started development on this, and hopefully some gameplay to really show. I don't think that we'll be getting it that like soon, like immediately or anything like that. Maybe we will, maybe we won't, but I am looking forward to seeing what they have to say. Yeah, 1 hour and 48 minutes is when the pre-show starts. That's when the doors open. It's very confusing, I know. I bet people are lining up. Yeah, last year was just a talk with base building. Luke is going to be joining me next Friday, so in about a week. Do you think if the Taurus got a gold pass, it would be better than the Zeus Mark II? It depends on what for. It's bigger than the Zeus Mark II, so bigger signatures. You can probably carry a bigger vehicle in it, though, which is nice. And I'm pretty sure it's kind of suited for more people than the Zeus. It's a little bigger of a ship. Thank you. Thank you very much. When Squadron 42 drops next fall, I hope. But they better hope GTA 6 gets delayed, because that thing's going to suck the air out of the room when it comes to marketing. Hey, Certified Gumbo dropped 10 freaking subs. Yo, thank you, man. Honestly, I'm going to turn off all of this stuff for this stream since I'm not playing the game and this stuff just gets in the way. Ain't nobody need all that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Thank you, Certified Gumbo. You excited for today, man? Zaxim, thank you for the sub as well. And Lycos, my dude. How you doing? Got your alcohol for the drinking game and got food prepared for both days. Can't wait. It's finally here. It is here, dude. Where's my bingo card? I don't even know where I saved it. Crap. Did I send it to you? What did I say was on my guesses? I gotta. Oh boy. All right, you know where I know it definitely is? In Affinity. I got some sleep, yeah. We didn't do the 4.0 stuff over the night, so I've got my full sleep and I'm ready to go. Here we go. Here's my bingo card. Let's go. We got the bagpipe, of course. The lucky mention of Terra. Star Sim. Immersion. Dynamic weather. No dates. Releasing next year. Org tools. Scanning update. And terrain deformation. That I'm thinking might come with the base building. Let me export this. Just so I make sure I have it saved. Keep it ready. Just throw it in my downloads. Okay, looks like I did save it there already. Cool. And anybody else who's got your bingo card, who put them in to the submissions and sent them to Mrs. Tomato, keep an eye out. You will be able to win this ship if you get bingo first, so make sure to call it out to her. You don't have any CIG will mention in your bingo card? Well, these are the mentions. These are all of these are the mentioned things, except for the bagpipes. That's it is inevitable. Run from it. Hide from it. Turn away from it. You can't escape it. It's inevitable. Bagpipes. And we know for a fact bagpipes are coming, like, let's be honest. Joff Zanelli was literally posting them on his Twitter as he was recording some music.
You cheated.
I cheated. 2023 was awesome. Let's see how this year goes. Dude, 2023 was pretty sick. I'm hoping, though, that we see some more substantial... I mean, it's hard to make it more substantial than literally showing us the gameplay last year, but even that stuff, you know, really felt like it got hung up by Squadron 42 again, taking some time. Did I see all the pyro stuff from yesterday? I did not. I did not see the short for Morph about the Carrick's blast shields, but I saw a picture of it. So that'll be interesting. Wonder if they'll have that in the It's CitCon. My opinion on the latest CitizenCon Avenger starter pack for newcomers. I haven't really looked at that. I saw that it was pretty well equipped. And honestly, the Avenger is the best ship to start this game with. So it's probably a win. Depends on how much money you're willing to spend, though. It's the Lauren anthem for the Navy. Oh, the bagpipes? Yeah, they're trying to set up a they're trying to set up like a solid sort of theme for each section, each faction in the game. And I think the bagpipes are very much a big part of that specific fleet's theme. I think that's Admiral Bishop's fleet. So I'm wondering how, you know, what other pieces they have. This soundtrack's about to be amazing for this game. Holy crap. You could not live with your own failure. Where did that bring you back? Is that a is that a Thanos quote? Do I think we'll hear about AI Cruise? Oh, I don't know about that. AI Cruise is that's a tough one. I mean, I think we'll hear about AI Cruise when it comes to the Star Citizen 1.0 talk as part of their plans for putting the game forward. But I don't know if that's something that they're going to be like, hey, we're working on this and it might come soon. That's a hefty one. Drones. I don't necessarily think they'll introduce drones just because it was in the trailer. They drop a lot of things in trailers that, you know, may or may not end up in the game. We've seen a Banu in the trailers. I'm pretty sure we've seen drones before. I want to say there was a trailer that had drones already. Can't remember which one though. We've actually seen drones in around the verse. Check this out. Around the verse.
Aurora MR and an Atlas standalone. They're both open in 1 minute.
We have 2 giveaways.
Both of them are on the website. Scroll down for one of them.
Can you drop that link in the chat? We have 2 giveaways starting up in a minute for this stream. One is an Aurora, and the other is a... Mrs. Tomato is getting that situated, but I'll tell you guys what it is when it comes. An Aurora and what? An Atlas. 2 giveaways have started for today. And we will see who wins those. Stick around, hang out.
More tomorrow and bigger.
2 more giveaways tomorrow. Solid. It's a party week. So yeah, here's where we saw drones before in like white box stage.
So, you know, you've got a big tailgate that sort of, and that gives you access to the cargo area. And I think it's 12 SCUs.
By the way, for any giveaways, guys, all you have to do is click the link. You don't have to use the command for exclamation point giveaway. That just makes the bot freak out.
And then there's a small elevator quarters, so a couple of
here we are.
It's in the, you know,
So this is what they had designed for drones originally, and this was just kind of showing them functioning in one of my favorite ships, the Vulcan.
It's basically the industrial Aegis, essentially, and so that feeds through the whole.
I don't think all aliens will be in 1.0 now.
You know, we've taken a lot of what the art team have done. Sort of
I feel like there was a better shot of them.
No, the alternatives.
No? I could have sworn there was like a... Yeah, is that it?
The drones will either stay where you've left them or continue on an A. You can send them. Probably
Yeah, there we go.
support capabilities. So we see probably 2 drones at a time going out at any one time, doing 1 or 2 of those 3 features. And the extra 2 are just there for if you want to quickly change what you're doing. They're all stocked in the ship, ready to go. You can send them out. Naturally, the drones will...
Of course, this is an old video, so like many things in Star Citizen, 2018 is when this happened, and they probably have to redesign it a little bit.
where you've left them all continue on an A
Hello, Charlouf.
behavior, or if you're out for an extended duration of time, you're probably going to start.
Also, as I can see on the chat, folks, if you're getting points, whether from following, just watching the stream here, whatever it is you're doing, you can use those points in the Twitch chat to get extra entries into our giveaway going on right now. Drones remind you a bit of Oblivion. Oblivion, like one of the best games ever, or movies, sci-fi movies. Honestly, it's not one of the best sci-fi movies ever, but it is a very fun watch. Beautifully shot. I think it's shot by the same guy who did Tron Legacy. And he's like kind of an anomaly because he just came into Hollywood and suddenly started to be able to do really beautiful movies with amazing musical artists. I think they had M83 do the soundtrack for that, and then he had Daft Punk do the soundtrack for his Tron movie. And it's like, are you just gonna get all of the coolest people to do your soundtracks, dude? Yeah, unfortunately that points thing is only on Twitch. Sorry about that. Y'all are following on Twitch though. DePoe, it's good to see you, dude. How's it going? I got to sit next to DePoets last year at CitizenCon. Are you there in person this year? Yeah, Joseph Kaczynski, that's it. Timers for the first panel. The doors are opening in about an hour, I think. I want to say. Doors are opening in an hour and a half. I'm going to put this tab on this profile because this one has no ads. What's up, Lillian? Hey, Lillian. Good to see you. No space poker update? No space poker update. Unfortunatamente. So yeah, base building from last year. That's where we were.
Face will default to it. So if you own land or it's in a lawless area, it'll automatically go to base building mode. So with the overhead view of the land, you can actually place down buildings exactly where you want. You can see the resources beneath the surface, and then you can also place multiple buildings before you actually build.
See, that stuff's all super important because seeing resources under the ground is going to be like one of the biggest things for exploration, like ground superiority, right? Getting an org or a group of friends together, finding a spot that you like, setting that spot down and making sure nobody else can go there because it has specific resources. That's what I'm really, really hoping they get into today. I know they're going to get into like homesteading and setting up a building or something, but the idea of resources under the ground is going to be so important. Yes.
Did you do it?
Yes. Yes, I had put a giveaway code in one of my recent videos for all the people who decided to actually watch it and sit through it till the end. Very proud of you. Thank you for that. So I need to make sure. Toes. Huh? Yes. It's a good reminder. Let me find that. Yes, there it is. It is. What is that sound that keeps playing? Sorry, that's people following. I can turn that off for a minute. Did you see it? That's it right there. All right. Okay, Twitch. Let's calm down for a minute. Sorry about that. The music is too loud? Really? Says it's coming in at negative 40 decibels. Bro, how do I turn that off? Why isn't that turning off? just mute it. There you go. You guys shouldn't be able to hear it. Let me know if it's still coming through. You don't hear music? The sound bites are loud. Okay, thank you. Shouldn't even be coming through for you anymore. Let me know if it is. Music is fine? Okay, you don't hear music. Yeah, I thought the music was really quiet. Oh man, I'm high. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. Boy, oh boy, is chat's popping. Dude, my freaking comments and stuff confuse the crap out of me. I got the weirdest comment this morning. Actually, I've been getting a lot of comments. People have become incredibly hyper aware of my opinions about this game recently. And I'm like, Jesus. I think I'm getting like regular daily comments of people telling me that they're unsubscribing because I'm so negative and I've become just the most hateful person to Star Citizen. And I'm like, brother, do you listen to me talk about this game? I love this game, man. I think it's okay to like criticize a game that you love, but to be quite honest, even my criticisms I feel like are pretty milquetoast. I actually prefer to try and give some criticisms to this game specifically because I think it makes less sense to just constantly praise something instead of like trying to always be super positive. I'm always super positive. But what's the point of watching somebody's content if they're always super positive? Then you have no context as to when something's actually negative, you know? Like toes. Like this comment, let's see what this comment said. I used to be positive about the project. Now I am no longer positive. Shame too, because I was an intelligent SC journalist, but now dramas gets clicked. And this was on a video of me talking about why people are talking. This is a video I put out yesterday. That video made people mad, and it's about why I think the discussion around the game is different. And in my opinion, it is, because there's a lot more stuff that's making the game more high stakes this year. You got things like master modes coming out. You've got base building being a talking point. Server meshing is happening. People are expecting Squadron 42, and it's like these are things that we couldn't talk about before. 3 years ago, our discussion point was, oh man, can I fall through an elevator or not? And granted, that's still a discussion point, but now there's more important stuff to talk about, as we're seeing from the CitizenCon panels that we're getting. Let's go back to CitizenCon. Oh, that's good water. Let's go back to CitizenCon, like 2021, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Toes. We'll never see Squadron 42? Well, I will see you at 5:30 p.m. UTC, and we'll touch back on that. Until then, though, let's see. CitizenCon 2021. We get a 35-minute talk, and this is by no means hating on the audio team. I think the audio team does great work, but we had a 35-minute talk about sound design in Star Citizen. It's cool. The code from the vid is not working. Have we? Mrs. Tomato's adding it right now. The code, the secret code.
For Flora, there's a code, but for the Atlas, the secret.
So there's two secret codes. Okay, so you're releasing another secret code at a different point? No, I'm just wondering because they're asking about the secret code. So the secret code in the video.
It's give date. Give
date. Can you put on there the on the Atlas giveaway that the secret code is specifically from the video. So yeah, 2021, we got a video about sound design, which again is cool, but it's not like, look at the schedule we have this time. This is gameplay stuff. This is stuff that makes more sense for players to actually care about besides just building up the engine. That kind of thing is a shift, in my opinion, on what's actually going on with the game. And I talk about that, and then I say, like, people have these problems or these problems, and people are like, dude, you're so negative. Yeah. See, there's another one. My titles lately have been CNN level. Tell me what you mean by this. What does this mean? What does it mean? Let's go to my channel. Titles have been CNN level. Let's see. How CitizenCon could finally define the game going forward. A talk about Star Citizen 1.0. That makes sense to me. Why Star Citizen 4.0 is inevitable and server meshing hits 2,000 players. Well, 4.0 is in Evocati testing, and server meshing hit 2,000 players earlier this week. That makes sense to me. Exciting new CitizenCon details. Is this, why Star Citizen wasn't killed by Starfield? How can I be more straightforward than that? Star Citizen 3.24.2 is trying to avoid another 318 situation because they're testing. Toes. I know I shouldn't feel obligated to defend myself. I just don't understand why, like, what, where the heck stuff like that comes from. When it's straightforward stuff. I don't know.
More tea to light.
Sure, thank you. It's some hate, don't worry. I know, folks. Here's the thing. People think that content creators are like some mythical people that came from different backgrounds or something where they just magically know how to handle the internet. I just started making videos on the internet. I don't know how to handle the internet. I'm a normal person. I commented on Reddit. I enjoyed talking in Discords. I started making videos. Now suddenly people will say anything that I say that's negative is incredibly negative. And it's weird to handle. It's weird to encounter for me. Being completely honest with you, it's not something that I ever prepared for or was ready for. It says that they're streaming right now. Is that a lie? If you try to handle the internet, you'll leave in a lunchbox. Sounds yummy. You guys aren't hearing the alerts anymore, right? Those are turned off. Nothing wrong with constructive criticism. I don't think saying that somebody's titles are CNN is constructive criticism, though. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for the subs, mate. Appreciate you, Dutch. Oh, you guys started a hype train. When has there ever been a game that gets no criticism or negative feedback? Aren't your favorite games... Even your favorite games aren't perfect. Hey, you take that back, man. You guys remember Time Sweepers? No. That's not even... Yeah. Blink's the Time Sweeper. Perfect game. You can't tell me I'm wrong. This game was amazing, okay? Never doubt. Sound bites are still there. Dude, what? You turned them off on Twitch? I can't even believe it. How did I turn these off? Forever, But people are only following on Twitch. They just won't leave us alone. They were gone for a bit, but came back. Oh, it's because I switched screens, huh? Let me see. No, they should be off for everything. That's strange. Blinks looks pretty cool. Let's just go back to the days of Blinks, huh? I heard that. Please tell me that that came through. Tyrus. Good vibes. Good to see you. Thanks for bringing the good vibes. Yeah, Merchant. I'm getting a lot of those kinds of comments too. Yeah, that's going to be happening a lot more after this weekend too, as Squadron 42 gets more mainstream attention. If it does, we're going to hear that a lot. Ruski, thank you for the sub, mate. When you first started playing seriously a couple years ago, you used to get annoyed when you heard criticism. Now that you have more experience, you understand negative comments, or even those that are slightly negative. Could it be there are many new people who are really enjoying themselves and might be misinterpreting your feedback? Maybe. I think, like, you should give somebody a couple minutes before doing that, though. Like, I've definitely watched videos from people who I'm like, oh, this person seems a little negative. And that's, like, not about Star Citizen. I'm talking about, you know, real world topics or like food or movies or something like that. And then I watch some of their more content and I'm like, oh, they just go back and forth based on what they're seeing. Huh. Imagine that. Did this game change your life? I did end up doing content full time because of this game. Might be one of the most negative streamers out there. Somebody said, I hope he gets his joy back. Brother, come and watch me at CitizenCon. You won't see too much joy. Internet's not real life. Would it be crazy if everybody had like their name attached to their internet profiles? That'd be bad news. Let's see. Doors are opening in about an hour, I think. Should be. Like you, Jason? Would you say that you say less things that you would say if you were anonymous? Hey, Mav, thank you for the bits, dude. Appreciate you. Right before the end of the hype train. I see you. You too, Ruski. What percentage of complete would you say the current version of Star Citizen is to what you expect a release? What about with 4.0 content? Man, that's a hard question. Yamix asked me that question for a video a year or two ago. And I think around that time I said like 30 to 40%. And I think I was probably highballing it a little bit there. Probably close to like 25 to 30%. At this point, like maybe 40, maybe. And that's mainly because it's not the content that's 40%. It is the like overall sort of the whole package. So that includes the actual tech, right? The rendering engine, the fact that they can now have fauna working, thorough meshing working, persistence working, all those things, I think represents exactly what 12 Wing is saying. The capability that the game has, not necessarily the content completeness. So like, yeah, they don't have a bunch of fauna in the game, but they have the ability to make fauna. So adding fauna on top of that they've gotten that first version in the game is you know, it's a couple percentage extra points, but they got to get things like AI in there. They got to do engineering and stuff, which 4.0, you got to get, and this doesn't count star systems either, right? We had tons of star systems potential in this game, and that they've at least talked about that are nowhere near coming in. So it's kind of like, is that actually, do you count that or do you not? And I think it's the capability of what they can create that you count, because you don't need 20, 30, 40, 50 star systems to make this game a good game. You need 5 good star systems, 10 good star systems. Do you think that CIG is in critical state because some article says that CIG doesn't have enough money anymore? CIG never has enough money. And that's a whole nother conversation. But they are consistently just above the margin. You can look up their financials if you want. They're publicly released every year. Despite what people say, they are not sitting on a freaking $700 million bank account. You can come down here and you can look at how much money they spend every year. And then you can go to their website and look at how much money they make. And it's pretty even. They're always just like a couple of million more in profit as opposed to revenue, which is about what they end up spending. So that's nothing new. Can tell you this though, they're gonna definitely hope for Squadron 42 to sell well. And I honestly think that Squadron 42 will sell well if the gameplay is good. Because we know that the presentation's going to be good, obviously. That you can't really deny that at this point. But if the writing and the gameplay is good, then I think Squadron will be in a good place. And we'll kind of get a good idea of that today. With their Squadron demo, we finally get a good idea of uncut gameplay from CIG in a finalized form. We have never gotten that before. So if we were to get that today and it looks good, I think people are going to be pretty bullish on the chances of that game. Yes, it's the hate. I hate them by pointing out their financials. Do I think that GTA 6 will overshadow Squadron? GTA 6 will overshadow literally the sun on the day that it's coming out. Like, there's no piece of media will escape the amount of fuss that GTA 6 makes, especially if they include some celebrity in the marketing. Like, I think Keanu is a bit out of the question. People have had plenty of Keanu, but if they bring out, I don't know, like, who's like a hot topic actor or actress right now? I don't even know. Timothy Chalamet? He is very much a gamer too. I wouldn't be surprised by it. But yeah, they could just... Oh, Vin Diesel. We could jump back into 2015, Vin Diesel and The Rock. Henry Cavill? Sorry, he's already been scooped up by Squadron. Pete Davidson. Jenna Ortega, Ryan Reynolds. I mean, yeah, they've got plenty of options, but GTA 6 is going to overshadow everything. I'm not saying it's going to be like a direct competitor to Squadron, but it's definitely going to be... It's going to be something that takes attention away from everything else in the time. Joaquin Phoenix. The dude from Transporter, Jason Statham. Jason Statham, man. There's a name. Jason Momoa. All the Jasons. Hugh Laurie. Dude, that'd be a classic. That'd be hilarious. All right, let's jump in with the Garden real quick and see what they're how they're feeling about this. Say hello. Hugh Jackman, an Australian cartel boss. Hugh Jackman, actually, that's a solid one, yeah. That's actually some really good choices in chat for like a GTA kind of cameo sort of thing. Hello, everybody. Wow, why is this coming through so quiet? Yes.
I just want to make you aware that there was a very positive conversation about you earlier in one of your garden channels.
Yeah, from everyone except for me.
I can believe that.
I can attest Echo Zeppelin was not there.
I don't expect Echo to be particularly positive. He's hateful. I hope he gets his joy back.
I'm hateful.
Wait a minute. If
No,
Echo is the hateful person in this chat, I gotta leave.
Well, he likes olives.
Oh.
And pink milk.
How you guys feeling about CitizenCon today?
Oh, I'm hyped for it, man.
Oh, yeah.
All 12 hours that I've got to sit here for it.
I'm
Excited for the promises.
Ready for
to the 1.0 chat.
I was gonna say, what's top panel? Which one are you looking forward to most?
1.0. I want to know where this game is going, so I know if I want to keep investing.
There you go.
Mhm,
Yep.
mhm,
That's
mhm.
fair. They need to like.
Which is
You
pretty
can't
cool.
just keep going and looking at documents and videos from 10 years to try and figure out where the game is going. It's nice to have a video you can just
Well,
look at.
And
Yeah.
I may be speaking out of school a little bit, out of turn, but one of the people in the chat earlier was one of your mods. I won't name which one. And the consensus was that we need to see more from CIG. We need to, like, the game is not where anybody thinks it should be, whether they're FPS centric. It's something you've been saying, Tomato, for a long time, that nobody knows what this game, including CIG, nobody knows what this game is supposed to be. And we need to know what it's going to be so we know if we should invest more money, invest more time. Is this the game I want to play for the next 10 years? Have I exceeded my joy in this game? Is all of the best times of this game behind me? That's just a summation.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of, and you get that when like engineering is going to come in 4.0, and a lot of people are going to be like, wait, hold on, this isn't what I signed up for. And I think that kind of stuff's going to happen with quite a few different features.
I like engineering. Maybe a spicy take. I think the power triangle needs to be alongside the current power management. I like the power management. I like the idea of calling on a Carrick, hey, Scotty, full power to shields. But at the same time, if I'm in a single seat fighter or a single, like a prospector, I need the power management, the triangle back, so that I can say full power to shields, unless, you know, if my power supply takes a hit, don't keep the power to guns, move it to shields, right? Or put the power to guns, not to shields.
Mm-hmm.
When my power supply takes a hit, I think they need a bit of a hybrid system, but I digress.
Yeah.
There are definitely some growing pains with the system, but I'm really looking forward to what it can be.
I absolutely agree. Yeah, we need to. They need some more, like just an easy place for people to find out a lot of that stuff, and stuff like AI crew, stuff like base building, stuff like why are these cities cities? Like everybody thinks that the cities are a complete waste right now because there's not really much to do there. They need to have a place where players can go and see that there's going to be things in the cities.
Yeah. So, Tomato, are you streaming any of the chat? Are we allowed to?
Yeah,
Can
you
I
guys
sip
are live
some
right now.
water?
We are live.
Oh,
Can I
groovy.
sip some water on chat?
We are live, but we are not inside the video. We're audio
The
only.
video is not live.
No,
So
video is not
what
live.
you do in video is.
Oh,
and
well then, never mind.
Thank God for that.
And no slurping on the mic. Ain't nobody needs
got
slurping noises in their ears.
Nah, we got voices for radio for sure.
Hey man, speak for yourself.
I want to put a 2 cents in on the whole power triangle thing. So I don't know yet because I don't have the patience to play the game in Evocati or PTU, right? I only have patience to play it for live. But that's a whole different conversation. But as long as I want to find out, and so I won't know this until later on this weekend and maybe next week. I want to see, will I be able to set, full power to shields, full power to weapons, full power to engines on my hat, on my joystick, right?
You can currently.
As I look inside the new key bindings. If I can do that, and I can keep that particular part of the MFD visible, so I can see it visually change as I make those switches with my thumb, then okay, I can live with that, right? But I won't know how that feels until I actually get into the game and make those changes and play things for a couple of days, couple of weeks. So I can't make any solid commentary on that. I am really excited to see what these updates they have made to the thing that I am not a fan of, the dreaded master modes.
That's it.
He
You're out.
touched the hot thing.
Get him out. Get him out. Show him the
What's,
door.
oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm really excited to see what improvements have occurred there. Yeah.
For the
other
record,
than that-
Kosh was the first one to bring up master modes, not me.
Yeah.
Kosh, Kosh
Well,
did it.
I can, however, hop in what Kosh said about the power triangle. You can set it up. I've set it up. I've done it all inside the game. It works pretty well. But depending on your loadout, you won't get full power to shields. So your power plants actually matter right now. The amount of coolers and what coolers you put in matter now. The shields that you put in matter now, because you can have shields with a lot of shield segments, but if you can't fill them up, even if you full power, you won't fill them up.
Interesting.
Yeah,
What I
it's
did
a
notice
balance.
is if you use the power triangle, it will take away from the coolers, it will take away from other systems, it will draw power to that what you're putting it in. And then other things will obviously be less powered. One of the first things to lose power are your coolers. So that was pretty obvious really quickly, but all your components matter now. I really noticed a big difference in power plants. I really noticed a really big difference in coolers, etc. So it all matters now. You actually need to look through everything and build.
What? The one where people are saying stop adding more features. What?
Oh, you guys can still.
We can hear you.
What? Wait, how does
He's
the
having another conversation.
Go XLR sucks? Hold on, this doesn't actually mute me. Well, there you guys go then. You know which what video that comes in on.
You know what? We
know exactly what
love
video that
hearing
is
your voice anyway, so keep going.
Yeah, that's
They
actually
didn't do
a
half
bit of a problem if it's not muting me when it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
That is a
I was
problem.
wondering who was talking while I was trying to explain something like,
Hold mute to all. Mute to stream. Mute to all.
no. Oh,
I don't
know.
hold
I
up,
can still hear
hold
you.
up.
One moment, please call it.
Yep. I can hear myself, but I can't hear you on stream.
Interesting. So it's a Discord thing. Oh, it is.
No.
Discord is getting me. Ah, you guys aren't even getting the right microphone. I probably sound a lot better now, huh?
Oh
There
my
we go.
god.
Yeah, you guys were hearing me through my
Yeah.
headphones. Okay.
No, sir.
Oh, there we go.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
that
turn
was
you
Discord
down.
messing up, guys. Sorry about that.
Oh,
I
no,
thought you had a
what,
code
I
again,
don't
man.
say anything about the audio. He's probably using a phone or something, and now it's like, oh, I probably should have said it.
Okay, for anybody, this was originally I put this code in the video to reward the people who like stuck around and watched the video. But if you go and watch the how features people saying features shouldn't be added video, which I guess is probably a CNN title. That's where the secret code is for one of the giveaways.
That is the code I was talking about earlier.
What are we giving away?
I am giving away an Aurora and an Atlas. We got 2 giveaways going on right now. Anybody in the chat can enter. The timer in the top right-hand corner, left-hand corner, over there? Yeah, over there is for the first panel, not for the actual event to start.
Okay.
Yeah, their website timing threw a few people off today, I think.
I would like to have a very long discussion about master modes and geometry and all of that. I'm just kidding. I don't want to talk about any of that.
Let's not.
Let's not.
You're giving tomato a twitch, man. Don't do that.
Anybody in here at Manchester?
I'm fishing.
Or are you guys all at home?
I am at home.
Dallas, Texas.
Nice. Well, then maybe next year, huh?
Oh yeah, maybe I can get to the States. That'd be nice.
That'd be cool. All right, y'all. I'm gonna give you guys.
I got a spare bedroom if you want to come to the States. Not that that's creepy at all. Some guy
No,
in
that
Texas
doesn't sound
offered
creepy at
me
all. Live chat. No.
All right, folks. I'm gonna give you guys room to chat. I'll be dropping back in at some point during the event, probably the cosplay event, and I'll see you later.
Sounds
Groovy,
good.
sir.
Have a good
Good
one.
to see you.
Later.
Bye.
Eat an olive.
We're waiting for a fun event. Seriously. This dude's just wailing away in chat for no reason. Skippy, why am I already awake? Greetings from Croncy. Tell Croncy I said what's up. Supposed to be calling in with Croncy during this stream. We've got a couple people lined up, folks, to talk to while we're in this stream. Let me double check and reconfirm with everybody. But I will be talking with 10 Pound 42. We will be having a sit down with Paul and Execute in Forerunner's Talk. Space Coder is going to be here. Croncy's going to be here. And Detox may be joining us as well. And then possibly Morphologist. So those, it depends on how much time we have in between the panels and everything. But I'll also have some folks on the ground in the community who may be giving us a little bit of a video feed of the show floor when it opens up. Good times all around. Sigma, you want to get booted too? What time you guys planning on doing the Paul and X? After the ship panel, of course. We'll be jumping in. You really easily overlooked part of master modes. We need atmospheric flight control surfaces working before we know how it feels in atmosphere. That's true. The control surfaces, yeah, that one's been painful to not see in game so far. Right when I started talking about the giveaway, all of you on YouTube got smacked by a commercial. I will put it out there again. We've got 2 giveaways going. Exclamation point giveaway will make the link come up, and then you can just use that link to get in. Unprofessional behavior is cringe. How is telling somebody to get out of our chat because we don't want negativity here right now? Seriously, move the f on if you don't like the way we do things. It's okay. You don't have to be here. Damn. There's only 1 giveaway on the link. There should be 2 running. You have to scroll down to another page. That's a long scroll distance. We're trying to train your fingers for the to scroll down the store page, you know? All right, let's go back up to the let's see. So many ads on Twitch. Yeah, man. Eventually, maybe we'll reach that Partner Plus program and they let us run less. I don't know why they do so many on there. I currently have it at the lowest level, and it still runs so many. I don't know why. Might see you on the floor, red and black hoodie styled like studded Gambison. Styled like studded Gambison. What's Gambison? Who's studded? This competition has ended? It shouldn't be ended. No, it should be running the whole time. Anyone remember the days before YouTube had ads? Like 2011? Padded armed chest covering. Okay. You do SC, do you really need Twitch or YouTube? Yes. Yes, we do. Imagine if I wasn't streaming on Twitch or YouTube right now, how many people would know I was streaming? All right, Grandma, let's get you to ad bed. What's more reliable for the CitizenCon stream, YouTube or Twitch? They always stream it on Twitch. So, yeah, I know. They're probably going to be more adamant on making sure that Twitch is working, but the YouTube stream in my experience is higher quality. Yeah, I have YouTube Premium as well. I got grandfathered in by the music program they have, but ultimately I think it's fairly worth it. Like if you want a music program as well, you can use that and get both the benefits. Premium also, I think, benefits your own, like the people you watch more instead of getting paid by ads. The one thing I wish they did was like let your YouTube Premium subscription give you the ability to like gift out premium to other people, or give you the perks of a well, no, that wouldn't make sense. You got premium, you got perks from everybody's thing. No, just if it lets you like gift out a membership to the person, that'd be cool. But yeah, I started like Google Play All Access Music back in like 2013, and then it got grandfathered into their YouTube Premium program, and I just never canceled because it's always been $8 a month. You won't take that away from me, Google. As soon as you do, though, I'm canceling. So, you know, I hope my one single little threat is enough to stop you. Goodman, thank you for the good vibes. Appreciate you. Why wouldn't SC just hire you? I would never work for them. I can say that very, very proudly. I will not ever work for a game company or any company that I want to cover. That is, that just kind of ruins it, you know? Which is funny because a lot of people think we get paid by them. Which would be great. Like, that's much more reliable money than ads, but no, we don't get paid by them. They do give away, they gift us ships to give away, which is cool, but yeah, but I wouldn't work for them. I think it's I think that's a conflict of interest, for one, and also if I worked for them, I'd be doing something I don't enjoy. Like, I really like making videos about video games I like, and I don't think that would be what my role would end up being at CIG, you know? And also, I would be limited from saying certain things, I imagine. Like, I can't say that's for sure, but I can imagine that I would sign a contract, and that contract might say things that I don't necessarily agree with, and I'd prefer not to do that. Zach, appreciate you. Thank you so much for that. Had a lot of comments over the last week being like, oh, the old Space Tomato would never do this. Yeah, it's because I didn't say my opinions. You won't sub to premium for the simple fact that they keep asking even though you said no 50 times? I feel you there. Spiting them. Lurch Lord, thanks for the sub, mate. Can I grow a full beard? I cannot. I can't. No matter what I do, these little spots here will never connect. I have to tattoo this right here. I'm going to go to the freaking tattoo parlor. Just get a little Sharpie and draw that part in. No, I can't. I can't grow a full beard, unfortunately. This was like, we shaved this for the subathon back in like, what was that? July? August? This is like 2.5 months of growth, okay? Doesn't work. It doesn't happen. Yeah, Mrs. Tomato just cracking up in the back. I don't know, man. That's the best I can do. All right, what other kind of stuff in here have we seen but not really gotten to experience? You know what I'm really hoping for is
They can choose the A step.
this bad boy. Man, I really hope that we get this in 4.0 because
the ship will experience forces, and you as a player.
I'm really like, they haven't said anything about this all year, right? It's so quiet on the quantum travel front. I really hope this is something they bring in at 4.0 as a little bit of surprise for us. Jerona, you out of Manchester? How's it looking over there? Get some extensions for my beard. I'm gonna weave some in a little bit.
So what you just saw is basically the failed attempt to quantum travel. Brad wasn't countering the forces, therefore he was thrown out, the quantum bubble collapsed and threw you out. Your ship doesn't like that. IFCS needs 5-6 seconds to recover from that.
Yeah, I don't think they've put in a lot of the features for 4.0.
You're just tumbling, right? So, and this is not just like dependent on your skills. If you think selecting a proper quantum drive doesn't matter in the future.
This is from last year's CitizenCon.
Think again. You want to take care of your quantum drive. You want to repair it and keep it in good shape.
How do Twitch subscribers get access to other YouTube videos? If you go onto the Discord server, we've got a channel called Supporter Alerts. All of the pinned... Sorry, I don't want to cut this off. All of the pinned videos in that channel, Supporter Alerts, will give you access to all of our videos. So just make sure that your Twitch is synced up with Discord. Love the little sounds.
The bubble is locked. You can now go hands off.
Don't put the codes in the subtitle area. No, the code is in the video itself. Griffin, good to see you, dude. How's it looking out there at Manchester?
Okay, so there's a second variant of quantum travel, and this is for short-range jumps. Sometimes you jump somewhere or you go somewhere, and you see the next point of interest is like 1,200 kilometers away. We're not going to force you anymore to travel that by hand. You will use a technique called quantum boosting. It's a quantum-based short-range jump for like something between a couple of 100 kilometers to like 30,000 kilometers or so. When you use quantum boosting, the process is practically the same.
Oh no, the code is pretty large in the video. It's bold and it's large. Maybe it might get covered up. No, it's pretty big. Okay.
Okay, so Brent, can you boost to? Oh, reinforcement needed. Yeah, let's go there. Let's boost. Oh, actually, sorry.
So this is like the magical part of the new quantum travel. This is that pre 3.0 quantum travel. You don't have to have a target. You don't have to have anything that you're specifically looking at. You can just activate quantum travel and go in any direction. And that's going to be so good for exploration gameplay. Man, I cannot wait for this to come in and to start seeing what they can do at like the mid-distance sort of points of interest, derelict space station, asteroids all over the place, things that you can actually fly to that other people maybe do or don't go to. This also means it's going to be way easier to quantum travel and not get snared by pirates at the very popular and common places where people are traveling. Trooper J, thank you for the sub on Twitch. Appreciate you.
Okay, so what Brent is currently showing here is, I think I forgot to mention, quantum boosting works in every direction. You don't need nav points. Brent is awesome, thank you.
Oh, we got a clown on YouTube chat. All right, so yeah, the quantum travel system would be sick. Here's another thing that we have not even heard about since last year. that I'm wondering what the plan is with this little modular storage stuff.
But from here, we thought it'd be really cool to give the functionality, but also some customization options. So let's take a look at a video we just developed internally, and this is for modular storage items on the player.
What's up, RJ Walls? I haven't played any Evo. I've just been watching other people. Well, seeing leaks of it, I guess. Free Quantum was, I think it was in 2.6. Might have been pre 2.6 though. I don't remember that specifically. Yeah, this would be really cool. At this point though, this is Ian Leyland. Was it Ian Leyland who was presenting this? I don't even know who was presenting at this point. Yeah, Ian Leyland is mainly art. So like this is probably a very, very early implementation of this, and that's why we haven't seen anything about it yet. But they didn't even really talk about expectations for this. Like this was like purely, hey, this is something that we have in mind, and just didn't even ever get close to showing up. But then there's also this kind of stuff, which talks a little bit more about, see if they get into, see, they don't even, they barely talk about the actual functionality of clothes here.
Pretty cool, right? So I think this will provide loads of customization options in the future. We're super happy about that. So we also created some extreme weather costumes for frontier locations, and these also follow the same mismatched and repurposed design aesthetics.
Yo, we got another Lycos on Twitch. Lycos, what you doing?
Now we've also been focusing on achieving a higher visual benchmark. So this is all driven by our new Layer Blend V2 shader and its texture library.
So they kind of just brush over this idea that clothing is going to be protection for extreme weather, but I'm thinking they get deeper into that during this panel they've got here. The Dress to Kill, talking about dynamic function, starware, exciting new character-focused specializations. I'm hoping we see something that is properly made for us to customize our characters, and we get something that is talking about how clothing's actually going to make a difference in the game. But I also think character skills might be a thing. For those who have missed that talk, let's jump back to that real quick, because that's one that is easy to miss and is going to, it's like one of those things. Engineering, cargo stuff. Character skills is going to be one of those things that really is
nowadays, or Formula One.
Divisive, we'll say.
142. So skills, it's not just Squadron 42, it will be Star Citizen as well.
He has some microphone problems here.
Kind of two areas. One is physical attributes. So we have 4 physical attributes such as strength, agility, endurance, and fitness. And then we have techniques, which is kind of like whether it's takedowns or traversal. So if you look at the physical attributes, what we have, essentially we're going to have a skill system that you can go, and the way that you play the game will dictate how you level up these particular skills. So if you're constantly carrying boxes, you know, you may get stronger, so you can actually lift stronger things. But getting stronger doesn't just allow you to lift heavier boxes.
Hey, Kang Alvin, thank you, by the way, for gifting out those subs. Missed those. I turned the alerts off a little bit because we were getting a lot of alerts, but I see you. Thanks for making that possible for the community.
But it also means that your equip load that you can carry.
Yeah, more like learned perks, I guess. They call them skills, but maybe they'll do a little bit better at rephrasing what they
You
mean.
can sprint further because it's not affecting your stamina as much. You know, your force reactions, you're more resistant to that because you're stronger in yourself. Agility in terms of like weapon swapping or going to ADS. We have endurance, so that's, for example, like how resistant you are to the environment. If you look at, say, Navy SEAL training or SES training in Britain, essentially, you know, they have cold weather training. They have, you know, you can survive in harsher climates. You can go longer without sustenance. And then that's what essentially endurance gives you. And also, for example, like G-force and readout, so that you know, pilots
Very much San Andreas energy.
Modulate their breathing so they're actually able to sustain higher Gs than a normal person would be. And then you have fitness. So fitness, for example, you can have a higher stamina. So when we have swimming, you can swim longer, you can hold your breath longer, you can sprint longer. So we have these physical attributes, and we have multiple different ways for how you improve them. And those physical attributes will denote how effective you are at certain things in the game. So, and that will come to obviously for flying as well as in FPS. But we're not going to be removing any of the skill elements. So there's nothing that we're going in there going, oh, you've got 10% more damage. Or, you know, we're going to make you fly the plane better. It's like, no, that's always relying on your skill. This is the things that you can't necessarily improve. So, you know, like I said, how fast you can sprint or how far you can sprint. All of those different things that are tied into your physical attributes.
Well, it's like real life, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, like, you've got to spend some time if you want to increase your strength. I mean, yes, you could naturally be born strong, but if you go to the gym and start lifting weights,
I can't. I was born ripped, dude.
do whatever. I can
just born strong.
bench press 100 pounds. Now I can do 120. Now I can do 140. Now I can do 160. Now I can do 180. Right? Well, you couldn't do 180 right from the beginning. You had to work the same. If you're like running, you know, you work your way up to a marathon. And so that's kind of the idea. Is there are things that you do during the gameplay that you know, your gameplay can add to it. But if you want to take some time and go to the gym,
Hey, come on, man! Don't be insulting people on the screen.
you know, you can get some strength up. And again, that's part of like making the living world. So if you want to invest in your character that way, in a sort of more realistic way, the way the world was, because like Rich says, we still want all the skill in terms of being able to, you know, aim and shoot and do all the rest of the stuff. Then you can do that if that's something that makes sense for what your character is going to be. I mean, in, you know, Squadron's one thing, but in the PU, you know, yeah, I'm a cargo hauler. I probably don't really need to be all buff and everything because I'm sitting there.
Bro, cargo haulers have to pick up boxes all day.
Hauling a bunch of cargo. But if I want to be a bounty hunter, maybe I want to invest some time. So if I'm in a foot race trying to take someone down, I can outrun them, you know?
Yeah, because if you're wearing the same, if you're wearing heavy armor and they're wearing heavy armor, and you've put effort into, you know, skilling up your character because you're, you know, that's the dedicated area of focus that you want, you know, you can run further than them. You can carry things, you know, that are heavier than they can. You can equip things onto you and it doesn't affect you as much. So all of those different physical attributes, it allows you to progress your character in those ways. And then we have the technique side of things. So we're going to have multiple different techniques for lots of different skills across the star system. But a good one to how to explain it is, it's almost like the 10,000 hours. You know, if you do 10,000 hours kind of thing, you're better at something. So takedowns is a good example. So the first time you do a takedown, you know, that's going to be quite sloppy. It's going to take quite a long time. You know, you might struggle and
Believe it or not, old news for some people is new news for others.
Oh, okay. The guy over there heard me. It's not very good. And after a certain amount of time,
Orson, thanks for the subs, by the way.
Practice at them.
Yeah, more takedowns you do, the better
you'll get better. So then they'll change different animations. So now you'll unlock a different animation where it's smoother.
Steve Bender is very looking forward to getting all the versions of takedown from sloppy to super killer.
Speaking of Steve Bender and takedowns, you can go back to the CitizenCon that happened 2 years after that. I think it was 2 years, maybe it was one. And watch the Squadron 42 video. And I believe it is Steve Bender.
This means we're looking out for pops. Hangar to.
That's good to know.
For the animation team,
It's Steve Bender, right?
Means refining the social aspects
And then he's the one who's like
that occur between the various missions.
Talking
Getting
about
them
the
in close
animation.
Encounters of the more lethal kind.
Just really fitting the character there, buddy.
Ooh, that's gonna hurt in the morning.
He was just waiting for that. So they went over this a little bit again later on in CitizenCon last year. I think it was this one. Let's see.
We can go more almond eyes. We can...
First person? They just talked a little bit about the skills and the assassinations, how they factor in.
Player skill progression. So it's gonna move you through different action sets. You're gonna start out by struggling. You might fail. Of course, this sort of added time and the extra noise you're making is really gonna increase the risk of detection. You're gonna get faster the more you do it, and then you're gonna reach maximum efficiency. Check this one out. So he's so fast you can barely see him do it, and then he guides the body to the floor, so it makes almost no noise, right? We're gonna explore some more variation beyond our unarmed and our knife takedowns, like set it.
The timer on the stream. Hey, can we pin a message on YouTube as well? The time on the screen is for the first panel, not for the doors opening. That's what the time on the website is for.
Injection pens and contextual takedowns. So this guy on the railing here, let's see what we can do about him. So by using the environment, we can do a more efficient takedown than maybe our skill level would have allowed. And it certainly looks a lot cooler. And we're gonna be able to use this to get to enemies that might be otherwise difficult to get to with our normal takedowns, like a pilot strapped into his pilot seat, you know, sneak up on him and take him out. Okay, so in that last video, we incapacitated that enemy a lot. I'm going to introduce you to a new weapon, a new item, sorry, and that's the...
They will be going live at 9:30 UTC, which should be in 2 hours. So there's 3 different times you have to pay attention to. There's this time on the screen, which is the time that the doors open on site for all the people who are there. There's this time underneath it, which is the time that they start their own stream online for everybody who's not there. And then there's our time up there in the corner, which is when the first panel actually starts. And I put that up there because people want to know when they absolutely need to be sitting down for the information to start, rather than just for like their own pre-show over on CitizenCon and all that stuff. But we, during that pre-show, will also be calling in to the Space Coder, who is going to be on site and checking out the show floor. We'll see how the connection is going on there, because I'm guessing it's going to be pretty crowded and people are going to be on their phones and stuff. So we'll see how much we can actually get to see on screen or on the show floor. But that's what's going to be going on. They're going to present it in British. One day we'll be saying SC is Squadron 42, but multiplayer, huh? Hope so. You're into hauling, not really excited about combat? I'm not really much of a combat person. I'm more excited for like the exploration side of the gameplay, which we are still woefully without. And honestly, the only thing we really need for that to matter is the ability to place these markers, you know? Like, we can get them... What? Oh my god. We got some sound effects coming back now. I did not see 10 Pounds video yesterday, but he will be calling in to us after the first panel. Let me double check and confirm that. Yeah, so after the first panel on the Star Engine, 10 Pound will be calling into this stream and we'll be talking a little bit about what's going on there, initial reactions, all that stuff. We'll be streaming the whole event. Yeah. Why do you need a marker to tell you where to explore? The exploration isn't already hop in and start flying. I'm not saying I need the marker to tell me where to explore. That would be weird. I'm saying I want the marker to allow me to pinpoint where I've explored. Because, you know, if you explore, you kind of want to be able to make some money from it. So selling the data points is a big part of the profession. OmniKeys, thanks for the sub. 3 months, my fan. And that's what this is all about, downloading the map.
So our current objective, download it to our data if we can actually take this on the go. So let's download it to our data bank.
So like downloading a map is like, if you're an explorer, you want to go out to one of these caves and map the whole cave system, right? That will have mining nodes that are currently respawning, that might have loot that has regenerated, that might have NPCs that are there. You record all of that kind of stuff, and then you package it in a map. You go back to the space station, you sell that map to the space station, and then somebody can come here and download it or pay money to get it. That's kind of, I think, the data running / exploration loop at its most simplified point. And it feels like that's really all we're missing in order to get sort of some kind of exploration gameplay going. And then obviously the other thing would be like surface level surveys. So getting the resources that are under a planet's surface and the way that that's moving or responding. You can kind of get that from the base building panel last year too, because they talk about how there's going to be resources that you have to build your bases on. Chickens kept running off. That's an unfortunate occurrence. If you capture a Star Runner and upload the data from the server, you could see their location. See, that'd be sick. Just like hijack the ship of somebody who's data running and get all the good stuff. I mean, it's basically like cargo hauling, but with data. Then there's like this stuff that I'm hoping we hear a little bit more about. These weapons, I think, are going to come in 4.0. This is another one of those things that I think they aren't really talking about. That's going to be on 4.0. It's not on the release view, but new weapons.
The electric and beam ammunition type, using electric batteries to power their weapons.
They're very techy. They feel very professionally homemade. It's not thrown together, but also it's not professionally manufactured.
This is the manufacturer who relies on cheap produced goods, but they still wanted it to look cool and shiny, but they are not really reliable in terms of long-term use.
We wanted a manufacturer where people could use these weapons and then they could also repair and upgrade and kind of, you know, they look like you would be able to strip them down and kind of field repair them, or, you know, work in your workshop in your ship, or, you know, in your habs or wherever, and kind of really get into the nitty-gritty of how these weapons work. So there's a lot of visual cues to that with, you know, like how the screen attaches, all the little kind of fittings and screws and how it all kind of comes together, that it visually is something quite nice and exciting, I think.
There's anything like this in a PU as of now. This will suit more of the guys who wanted to show off rather than to be military-style weapons. You will have some shiny, cool guns that you can show to your friends and say, there, I did it. This is a really cool-looking gun.
What's up, Luna Maria? Good to see you. Enjoy your grocery store run.
Flashy lasers and electricity on firearms. I think it can drift away from my idea of traditional firearm, but I think working within the confines.
You're a game dev, Harry.
Manufacturer are being a home-built kit that you could order online supposedly and manufacture yourself, I think really fits into the idea of it being more of a fun ammunition type.
This is still work in progress, but you can see the direction where it's going.
And then this thing.
This is something very different to any of our mainstream manufacturers.
A very small handheld submachine gun, similar to, I think, a real-world example would be a Tech 9.
And the whole idea with this kind of pyro weapon theme is that these things have been made by just people living on the fringes of the universe. They've used whatever they can get their hands on to make something that works for them.
But they've still been able to mass produce it, you know? There's still thousands of them everywhere.
Imagine Mad Max type of gun that was scraped with everything that you can find around.
Sort of break the art conventions that we've
The
been
noisy
working
cricket.
with
Good callback.
however many years.
Internally, we call them non because they doesn't have any manufacturer.
It's made by a guy named Steve.
Yeah, you can say so.
The fact that it's very compact and small allows you to hook very tightly on corners, giving yourself a very low exposure when peeking corners or peeking over cover, and has an extremely high rate of fire, so very good for those really close encounters, but I wouldn't be using it at long ranges due to the lack of a stock.
They're really quite cool weapons to work on, and look forward to using maybe more in the future.
And then there's this one. I'm really interested if this is going to come in 4.0 or not.
Do you know what? Chris brought a crossbow up recently. He was like, "Are we going to finish it?" And I'm like, "Well, it's kind of there. There was one. I think there was one thing stopping us with the way the bolts interacted with stuff that we couldn't do at the time."
The fabled crossbow is an asset that we in the weapon concept team have been trying to get pushed out for a long time now.
At the point of creation this crossbow, it was decided that the bolts needs to stuck when you fire them and not disappear like any other bullet, and this prevented the release of the crossbow because we cannot consistently make the bolts stuck.
It's just a super advanced, cool-looking crossbow. It's got these really cool, like, deploying bolts in it because obviously, we don't really want to carry around these massive, great big kind of quiver of arrows. So it's got these really nice kind of compact little bolts that load into it.
Adding more unique firearms and ways to take out enemies silently is something that...
So for all these weapons that they're showing, the fire animations aren't what they're actually supposed to do. They're just like pulled from other guns. This isn't actually going to shoot like lightning bolts out, I don't believe, unless maybe there's like a lightning bolt arrow.
We definitely benefit from, and so seeing the crossbow come out into the PU would be something that made me extremely happy, and I know a lot of the players have been asking me about this too.
Not directly involved with weapon content, but still working on the weapons, audio guys and VFX guys. We're working with them directly, and they make our gun shines and sings.
I'll have done my part of the artwork, it'll have gone down the production line, and a few months later I'll bring it into the editor just to remind myself of what I worked on, and I'll shoot it and hear some incredible audio and be like, oh wow, someone's gone all out on this one.
They're a downstream team that, much like animation, it really brings to life this otherwise static and fairly boring object.
Their work is incredible. I've tried to tell them at some point I want to see them add the lead pipe.
Yeah, I really like the R97 now.
But, I've yet to get an approval on that one.
Game development is a group effort. When it comes out great, it's just a miracle at some point of a lot of people involved into it.
You know, it is still a first-person game, and I think that, you know, the work we do is important. I hope we're a significant part of your interaction.
Link to this video is in the chat.
I do enjoy it when, you know, I see people having fun and, you know, enjoying the weapons we've created and put into the, you know, the Star Citizen universe. There's a big community of people that take, you know, like in-game captures and screenshots and stuff, and seeing people take pictures of your work is really nice.
I would like people to know that the feedback they give us, especially on our team, means a whole lot.
Dude, that looks freaking painful.
When we see a comment...
Look at that blade, dude. Couldn't have sharpened that a little bit? This looks like it's gonna get stuck in somebody and just like, I can't get the gun out. Just shoot it. Just shoot it. That'll get it off.
Us, especially on our team, means a whole lot.
When we see a comment come up about something with the firearms that people might not like, we do take that on board. If it's not applied to the weapon they're speaking about, we'll try and avoid it on future ones. We're always learning.
And if there has been a weapon that you really enjoy using, or is your favourite weapon, then please do let us know in the comments, because the team will love to hear that sort of feedback.
Yeah, you die from the dysentery.
A whole bunch of updates to how the weapons feel, how they function, and really bring some of those quality and life improvements to the weapons as a whole. And that's just taken a lot of hard work from the weapons department as a whole department, you know, art, design, animation, audio, VFX, like the whole lot. And they've not had a great deal of limelight in these sort of events, but they're super dependable, and I'm very happy to kind of be able to get to talk about them today.
Batteries, dude. Charge and drain. Like, there's so many details that they haven't been talking about because they haven't been doing a lot of more detailed talks because they've been saving stuff for CitizenCon. But I hope that they don't skip over some of these smaller things just because just because it's not important for CitizenCon when they've also been holding back those kinds of details over the last couple of months. Would be cool if they made you zero your weapons first. Can't you? SE does have loading screens. It's just cleverly disguised with animations as a tram or an elevator ride. Those aren't loading screens. You can make the same exact movements without using the train or the elevators. You can just fly a ship across that area. There aren't loading screens because the game is streaming in and out stuff as you play. It's not really a novel thing. There are several different games that do things like that. That's part of the work that they've put into with object container streaming and server meshing, and network bind calling. It's just a matter of you don't need a loading screen when the game is loading and unloading as you're moving around. And it's a lot, like most games are going to head in that direction at some point too. The timer on the screen is for the first panel, not for the doors to open. Wish there were those were loading screens, then it wouldn't be broken. Yeah, maybe if they did do loading screens, they wouldn't be so painful. That's going to be the hard part to show the general public, because no loading screens is still a groundbreaking thing. But if you pay attention in the game, you can tell you're not really loading. You can do anything in the game while you're in the train. If you could fit a spaceship in there, you could probably fly it too. Oh, thank you. I put a message up on YouTube. I'm going to put a longer one up just so people can see it. The timer on the Star Citizen website is for the doors in Manchester to open. The timer on the screen is for the first CitizenCon panel. Please let anybody know in the chat. The timer on the screen is for the CitizenCon panels. The time on their website is for the doors to open. If you look on the schedule, the first panel is at 11 a.m. BST. Their own stream starts at 10:30 a.m. BST, which is in about an hour, 2 hours. And the doors open in 30 minutes at, I guess that would be 9 a.m. BST. So then their stream starts in 1 hour? When is the ships going to be available? What ships? Just in general ships? I can add a time zone to the countdown. I don't think that will I don't think that would really differentiate it very much. They just want the Polaris. Let's see. Let me see if I can find the post where they put that down. So they tweeted out a picture. They've tweeted out a couple pictures with different vehicles that we actually don't know about yet. I don't know if this is... So they put one of them is this one, which is a MISC ship of some sort. Lots of detail on here, way more than it's on the Freelancer. So it's definitely not a Freelancer, but it does look pretty similar. You can even see the wing down here. Fuselage, looks like a thruster here. It's very similar looking to a Freelancer. So it's probably around the same size and likely the rumored Starlancer that they've been talking about. But Starlancer very well could be just a... what's it called? Like a prototype name. And then they've got another picture that I've seen going around. It's the other side of this picture. There's a vehicle over here that we don't quite have. I wonder if Star Citizen CitizenCon, if it just pops up when I search that. 2954 maybe? Yeah, here we go. So this is another picture that has been making the rounds, and that's very small. Can I find this any bigger? Here we go. So over here, you can't really see it super clearly there. I love it when you zoom in and the picture doesn't actually zoom in. This right here, you can kind of see it on the stream here. This is a new Argo vehicle. You can see it says right here, CSV something? MD, maybe? It's like a pickup truck, kind of. And it's meant to sort of carry around resources in the game. And that's generally in anticipation of base building. So they've been kind of showing some of the stuff that is likely going to show up at CitizenCon this year. And they've probably got a couple other vehicles that they're going to plan to do as well. Who will be your friend, Zach? Join the Discord, man. You'll find plenty of people. Good folks. You hope we get an update on Delamar. Did that asteroid remind you of Delamar? Gives me the vibes too. What time should you order your pizza? You need stuff to stuff your face with at the same time Squadron 42 releases. Oh, don't order your pizza now. That pizza's gonna be well done and gone by the time Squadron releases. Do I ever comment or go over leaks from Pipeline? I don't go over them on the channel. Sometimes I'll talk about them, but generally not on stream. No, the mule hasn't been abandoned. That'll be a bit of a different thing. The mule is more meant to carry boxes. This vehicle looks like it's more meant to carry whatever they have planned for resources in the game, which could be boxes, but it's a different size. It's quite a bit bigger than the mule. Yeah, the vehicle from the base building panel is probably going to make an appearance this year. I would imagine that would be very weird if it didn't.
So, if you own land or it's in a lawless area, it'll automatically...
You got a little shot of it right here in the background of this shot. But like you said, it's also right here. And this is like your mid-size base building type of thing. Anyone who thought the mule would be important is crazy. Hey, don't discredit my mule. My mule's going places. Do you think they'll show jungle and tropical rainforests for Genesis? Yeah, I think Genesis is going to be a chance for them to show just about everything they can do with the Planet Tech stuff. Ooh-wee.
With the Galaxy, you can build...
I wouldn't be surprised if we hear from the Galaxy.
And then obviously with the Pioneer.
And I think the Pioneer is likely the classic that they're going to show during the base building panel.
Pioneer can do it all, and it still works as a mobile base. And we'll talk about some of the more expanded features that we're adding to it in later on. So
in later on, someday we'll talk about this.
And then it's also we're exploring what can be done in space, not just on the planet.
I don't think this is the old friend because that's in the character panel. Like that's the character features panel. If you scroll down, that's in the one that's on Dress to Kill. I think that this is the let's see. I think this is the whole revisit a classic. Can I zoom in on this, or is it just going to not zoom? Yeah. So they say here, uncover the ships and ground vehicles that will serve as your primary tools for base building in the verse. That would be A, the one that we just looked at, the truck, and whatever the base building version of that truck is. B, the other ground vehicle we saw. The Galaxy, possibly. The Pioneer, I think, is revisit a classic. And then they talk about more. Probably going to have some kind of a generalized small ship, which could be the Misk one we saw. And that'll be whatever they, talk about here and then try to get out by next CitizenCon. Oh, we've got bingo cards, folks. Okay. So here are all of the different bingo cards that everybody put in from the community. Their guesses for what's going to show. My God, there are so many. How are you going to track all these? Holy crap. So these are all of the different guesses our community has put in for this event. And whoever gets theirs first is going to win an M50 with a pirate skin on it and get bragging rights. Jeez. That's nice. Lycos, you didn't get your bingo card in on time, man? Anyone else lost audio? Oh, just you? Silly spider. How many of us got in on bingo? How many cards are there? 16. 16 bingo cards. Mrs. Tomato, best of luck tracking all of those.
They're in charge of tracking them. Whomever reports to first.
But okay. So you're just going to be paying attention to know for sure if it happens or not?
Yes.
Okay.
Confirmed.
All right. So if you get that bingo, make sure to let her know. We will definitely get a Polaris update. Yeah, they love talking about the Polaris, don't they? I don't know what redacted could be. What could redacted possibly be, everybody?
So from here, you set off on your journey. So with the land claim, decorations, armor.
Decorations, monetization, you mean?
Weapons, components, and even ships.
Yeah, crafting ships. That's going to have to be something that they talk about a lot in the 1.0 discussion.
You need blueprints, resources to craft what you want. Everything fabricated is produced from it produces a physicalized entity. Stats and quality will depend on the quality of the materials actually used. Once you've done that and you've built your decorations, now you can actually fill the room the way
that would
you
actually be hilarious if redacted wasn't Squadron.
at different locations, or they can actually be fabricated. You can do that via first person or in a dedicated mode in the surveyor's tool.
This is last year.
With that, you've got different types of buildings. So you've got utility style, which would be garages, freight elevators, landing pads, storefronts. And then you've got extractors. So with extractors, we want to make sure that nothing in regards to resource gathering is fully automated. A level of player engagement is always needed. So as Nick talked about before, there are different types of commodities, radioactive, perishable, etc. What you'll be doing is pulling out full containers. Then from there, it'll be repairing, or there's wear and tear associated with it, or even misfires like you saw in Thorsten's talk and Guillermo's talk yesterday. There's also upgrade paths for making them more efficient or resilient. Power generators. So with different types of power generators, there'll be some that are more cost-effective as well as effective in different areas. Solar panels will not always work in darkness. Fuel generators will need to be filled up every now and then.
Jesus, that was loud. I'm getting some videos of what's going on out on the line, but the network is really bad, so I don't know how well live video is gonna look. They're all standing in line. Oh my God. Jesus, it's raining there too. So it is crowded as heck. Morph is messaging me right now. He said the line is much longer than it was last year, and last year there was a lot. No T-posing? Yeah, they're not in game yet. They're all just waiting in the queue. But yeah, whole bunch of just chilling in the rain too. Yikes.
Gaiji did say bring umbrellas.
Yeah. Happy to be here warm in my house. Hey, Papadopoulos, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate you. Thanks for bringing the folks in. Spirite, thanks for the sub as well. And Moshferatu. Hyped to answer the call 2016 with the Gardens Day. Hey, time travel for the win. 2016, here we are. Time to play Spot the Algorithm. They were standing on the chairs last year.
Excess power.
It was a classic joke last year. Where was it? Hold on, it's easy to find. You just go to day 1.
To the Pyro Playground next week.
And then you look up, I think it was pretty soon before they went live. Imagine, like, what do you even do here? They're like, yeah, we're just going to stream you out to 30,000 people sitting in the chair there. Feel free to just do whatever you possibly can. It's somewhere in here. There it is. Yeah, so everybody got up on their chairs in the center section and just T-posed. Y'all see yourselves in here? Sadly, that doesn't happen that much anymore. Yeah, you got to find the good servers for that. Drinkers with gaming problems in the chat, in the line. Talk to him quite a bit when in the info runners. Well, when I do talk to him, it's in the info runners. They introduced animals during that CitizenCon, yet you haven't seen any animals. The easiest way to find the animals is just to take the mission where you hunt them down. There must be a Tomat cameo in there somewhere. Supposedly we were on camera quite a bit, but I never saw the camera come over towards us. We were like way over here on the left side. You got embarrassed to be there when you said. You got to throw all embarrassment out the window and go into a video game convention, not gonna lie. I mean, like, we're flying across the world for a video game. It's good times. You just gotta throw caution to the wind and get in there. King Thugless, thanks for the sub, mate. Appreciate you. You're out of the loop with SC? Oh. Yeah, there's a mission to hunt, they call them copions. They're like little doggies. But not quite doggies. That would be mean. They're not entirely doggies. They're I'm sure we've got them in a video somewhere here. Want to say Here. These guys.
Oh, that's a predator. And obviously
You can basically sign up for some missions and these will be out all across like Microtech generally, and you can go and hunt them in packs. And when the servers work, and they actually are fairly vicious, but generally they are kind of just standing there growling at you. So the animal version of what NPCs already do in the game.
Tell things are predators by the way their eyes are shaped and how they move, how their bone structure is, how they're set up visually. You can look at that in your brain from evolution, basically goes, oh, that is a predator and it's gonna hurt me.
So the Marek bird is what we call a boid.
A boid on a general level, you have to imagine it's like a lot more stupid version of an actor, right? It's way less resource intensive, its behaviors are far more simple, and it's a lot easier to basically put in without performance costs.
Boids is a system that was developed a while back, but has been used to great effect in lots of films and games. It's based on 3 simple rules that allow some very complex behaviors of what you might call flocking, The 3 rules are that they
Do I think we'll see lava in the first panel?
they don't get too close to each other.
Lava is... They were gonna do lava based on the river system that they created, but I don't... Like, that's probably pretty back burner. There's nothing really that needs lava anytime soon, I think.
They're a group of birds that essentially stay together in a single area, and you know, they fly up, they fly down. They're intentionally made to be very simple and kind of what you'd expect from a bird, especially if you're hunting them as well, because we don't want individual
Lava
birds
cakes would be
flying
nice,
around the
yeah.
planet and things like that, because we want to kind of keep them nicely clustered together in an area where you go, okay, cool, this is where the birds are.
So the Copian is not a Boyd, it's a fully fledged NPC character.
When you look at the Copian, that's what we call an actor, right? And that essentially has the more costly associations, like being able to use like nav meshes,
Bingo card and promise counter.
Because Copians have to make decisions, but Maroks don't.
What counts as a promise versus just like a statement? Just every word that comes out of their mouth would just mark it down on the...
Firstly, they're not going to be on chairs in the first place.
On the paper.
Unless you lure one into your
Do have my
space.
bingo card though.
And somehow magically put them on a chair. No, they're not going
Ta-da.
to on chairs, sadly.
So you're going on the record, the Copian's never going to jump on a chair.
No, I'm not going to say...
I think we could see all of this. I think the one that's least likely to be seen is terrain deformation. But at the same time, I feel like that's necessary for base building.
To breathe life into these entities, because these entities basically are just points in space that are moving around. The Marok, when it's kind of flying across the sky, as far as the game's concerned, it's just a point in space, just moving across the sky. But the animators actually create that illusion of life. The first step in the process is we have a look at the design doc. We basically get an idea and the feel for what the designers are after for the creature. We then try and kind of link that to, because these are alien creatures, we kind of link that back to what is it like that already exists on Earth. And for the Marok, it was things like a pelican, that kind of creature. So we then gathered the reference of pelicans doing all the things that we want the Marok to do. With that, we will then...
The countdown on the website is for the doors opening.
That life, that essence of that creature.
The venue opens right now, but the first panel doesn't start for another 2 hours.
Like the poses that this Copion should be in. Very small details can kind of tell a whole different story about the Copion. In one case, we were creating the aggressive idle pose. We had a pose that we thought was kind of really aggressive looking, kind of down low, and it was kind of ready to kind of pounce at you. But one of the devs said, like, this kind of feels like it's playing with me. It kind of feels like he's kind of should be wagging his tail. So we just kind of changed a few very subtle things.
A little
and
wagger.
All of a sudden, like, the whole feeling of that pose changes. So there's many different kind of decisions that we have to make to achieve that final result that we want, that result of the Copion being this aggressive thing that's out for your blood.
One of the things we've been doing with Copians is trying to get them to attack in packs, and we do this by giving...
Pre-stream starts in an hour and a half, I believe.
Brings them together and makes them seem really cohesive in a different way from the Boyds.
You want to engage these things from distances, as they are faster than the player when they are sprinting. So these will essentially attack you and circle you in packs. Think a bit more behavior.
Or 1 hour, I guess.
If you come across a Copian outside in the wild, the first thing you're probably going to do is back up really quickly as they all come charging at you. And that can be really quite hazardous if you don't look where you're going and fall down a ravine or something.
They've got 2 attacks, which is this really scary pounce attack, and then they've got a more short-range attack.
So when the creature is kind of lunging towards you, one of the versions of the animation we had was where it kind of leapt out towards you, and it had all of its claws out, back feet, front feet. Its
It
jaws
said they were
open,
live earlier.
just to make it look as
Oh, they were
kind of
just testing, okay.
aggressive and as dangerous as possible. But it turns out that kind of made it look less dangerous because it was showing its belly. So we basically adjusted the back end of the Copion, brought its paws in.
Hey, Eagle.
And again,
Have a good day, my friend.
the entire kind
Hope
of
you
feel.
enjoy
When
CitizenCon.
the silhouette of this thing coming towards you is just a pair of jaws opening up, ready to kind of clamp down on you, and it makes it look a lot more aggressive.
Yay! That's all I imagine when I see it. It's just cheering. Yay! Give me a
And they
hug.
hurt quite a lot. You know, the average hit will take a quarter of your health off, so you've got to kill these things before they come close to you, which is a problem when you're in caves.
Why are cows not in 324.2? I don't know. Maybe they just want them in 4.0.
So when you're in caves, it's a close quarters environment, and the Copians have the upper hand.
So you'll come across a Copian in a cave, and they'll probably be doing some really cool little idle animation, like scratching themselves or shaking themselves with fleas. And if you...
All right, I got another video of the line. Ooh. Out at CitizenCon. Oh god, it's so long. Hey, it's not raining here at least. Oh boy.
Ooh.
Hey nerds. Yeah, that's reminds me of last year. That was fun though. It's good times. Doesn't look like good times right now. Just standing in the cold. But you know, it's classic UK time, right? Let's see. What do you guys want to see? What do you want to talk about right now? We've been going over like past CitizenCon, but there's, I think, several things probably throughout the year they've talked about that we might actually see today. Could probably look at some of the stuff they said about the planet generation from last year, which is likely the stuff that we'll actually see in motion this year. I think some of the stuff that they talked about in terms of conceptual and design work last year is stuff that we'll see in the engine possibly working this year. Pyro. Ew. No pyro at CitizenCon. That's gross. Thoughts about the 400 changes, how they removed all the extra components? I'm assuming they removed the extra components on that because they're going to do a complete component refactor on it once engineering kicks in. They're making some different changes to ships right now to break them down probably to more basic structure based on what the rest of the game looks like. And then over the next year or so, maybe 2 years, they'll be building the ships back up based on that baseline of balance they made based on how engineering works. Will there be talks about the Orion? Some people think so during the ship panel. Building interiors, please. Honestly, I would love to. I'm starting to feel, and we'll see definitely at this CitizenCon if they are still even doing building interiors, what the goals are there, because they are suspiciously quiet about it. There's pyro on the schedule. I don't think so. There's beyond pyro on the schedule, but I don't think they're focusing on pyro here. We could go all the way back and look at what they said about Nyx initially. The first time they showed it off. Anything about quest givers and cities getting quests to give? Not that I've heard of, but they talked about them a little bit at the monthly reports. So there might be some quest giver stuff coming up. And they're working on. Combat Wombat. Hola, senor. Thank you for the sub, mate. A whole year there. King Thugless, thank you as well. CitizenCon, baby. Johnny Macaroni, thank you too. Appreciate you, buddy. Shouldn't it be started already? The doors have opened, but the panels don't start until that timer in the top right-hand corner, left-hand corner, is finished. Solus in the chat? What's up, my man? Beyond the Verse, how you doing? Looks so much like Will Smith. Is that Is that I Am Legend Will Smith or Prince of Bel-Air Will Smith? Yeah, the timer's not for the stream. The stream isn't even starting for another hour and a half. They confuse the heck out of. There's too many different times to pay attention to. The stream, Star Citizen stream starts in an hour and a half, but the panels don't actually start for 2 hours. Anansi, you make a good point there. You slept early for this? That was probably a good call. It's going to be a long day. We're going to be here for at least another 10 hours, covering all the stuff going on, and then talking afterwards. Probably getting some people in here to talk on it after the fact. Whoop. In the background, I'm going to leave Nick's playing so you guys can see what it actually is supposed to look like, or what they planned on it looking like back in 2015. Because we're probably going to see a pretty good chunk of Nick's later today, and we can kind of make a little comparison to what they show us. Why not play the game a little bit while I wait? Man, I'm not trying to get depressed. I'm kidding. I'm not hateful. Okay, I'm just making a joke. Christ almighty. No, honestly though, I prefer to just talk in the lead up to the game, to the panels. Power Roach, thanks for the Prime sub. You called the whole weekend free for this. Yo. Hope you enjoy it. Countdown is when the panels start. Can't get out of your bed in Star Citizen right now? Should have gone to sleep earlier. You prefer playing Tetris? Yeah, dude. Confirmed. Tetris has more gameplay. They'll be doing an opening ceremony, yeah. There'll be something to talk about before the panels actually start. So this is the third star system in the game. Of course, we don't even have the second yet, so it might seem weird to talk about this, but there is a good chance that we'll see this within a year of the second system coming in. This is a landing zone that was already in the game, though. We have already played in this location, which is why it's more likely that this system will come quicker than folks are expecting. Their official stream channel is just Star Citizen, Robert Space Industries. The doors haven't opened yet. Super surprised. I'm the most surprised. Oh yeah, this is when they still had the CryEngine logo on their trailers. That is way back. Will they release ships on sale? There will probably be some ships for sale, yeah. What kind of giveaways are going on? We are currently giving away a starter pack with an Aurora and a Atlas cargo loader. Both of those you can find by hitting the link that pops up whenever somebody posts exclamation point giveaway. Only one person needs to post it though. Don't worry. It's it'll pop up. Game is high population because of recent patch. Yeah, and then they did the whole Evo thing last night. CitizenCon is indeed today. Manchester's servers running low. Manchester's running at 2 frames per second. How funny would it be if they just randomly whipped out the ironclad? They were like, "Hey, we finished this ship. There's almost no reason for it. You only just got introduced this year, but here you go." What is the deal with this eye tracking hardware? You may buy it. Is it worth it? I find it worth it if you've built out your build. Like if you've got the things that you need and you're looking for something else to make the experience better, the eye tracker is pretty freaking cool. You can do quite a bit with it in game, but it also helps you outside of game. Like I show people when I'm doing, like right now, I'm not using my hand and I can switch tabs depending on where I look on the screen, which is kind of nice. Like it takes a little while to get rid of the habit of alt tabbing to immediately select a window. But if you do this, you can use the eye tracker to select which window you want to jump to. And that's pretty cool. It also works with Windows Hello. So like verifying when you're buying stuff or when you're signing onto your computer or anything like that, it'll just use your eyes instead of waiting for a code and stuff like that. It's a pretty nice device and it's super lightweight. Like it's very not very noticeable. Very not very noticeable. Something like that.
Push that.
Hey, man. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate you. I hope you enjoy it. If you want to pick one up, you can use my referral code, and I think you can get 5% off, 15% off, depending on if they're having a deal right now, but it should be in the description down below this stream. Can you be far back and still have it work? Yeah, you can be pretty far. Like, I could be all the way back here, and it still recognizes me. And then also if you like play with your, if you play on like a monitor or something that's far away, you can, it'll mount onto a tripod that they sell. All right, looking back up to see what you guys wanted to hear about. A lot of folks said building interiors, and I don't want to get expectations up because I don't know if building interiors are going to be a thing they even talk about today. Theaters of war. That's painful. Oh, I love potatoes. How does it work with curved monitors? I'm actually on a curved monitor right now. And there's a little mount on the bottom. It'll let you stick it to the bottom of the curved monitor and just gives it a flat surface to mount onto. All right, how about this? Let's go take a look at the Orion, since some people think that might show up today. The work they have done on the Orion so far.
Individual citizens like you. And with our next ship, RSI aims at letting individuals take over a process formerly controlled solely by megacorporations. Let's check in with some of the team working on the upcoming RSI Orion.
What's up, Daniel?
The Orion is sort of
The
like
link
an
for the
NVM
Toby eye
mining
tracker
ship.
doesn't work down below?
So I think currently at the moment it's going to be the largest mining ship.
Let me see why.
So basically it's got like a tractor beam and a cutter at the front. So that'll take in and cut up asteroids, and then it's going to be dragged through the entire ship. So it's basically like a funnel where it's taken into a refinery and then split and spun out into these big tanks on the side where it can be deposited or sold.
You use it to take on sort of corporations in terms of like mining and transporting ore and stuff like that. So this thing can just go and eat like entire asteroid fields, just sort of mosey around, just eating stuff.
Because the ship's so massive, it's very difficult to turn. So instead of turning it to face what you want to mine, you would just reach out and grab it and pull it towards you. As well as the mining, it can refine them as well. So we've got ideas for like...
Okay, the link should work in the description now. Sorry about that.
mining part where all the asteroids will be dragged into and munched up with the muncher thing. And then along after that is the refinery, which no other mining ship has. What that does, you can set it to
look for certain things in what you've mined. You could just stuff an asteroid in the front and then it will sort out what you find in it. So you can punch in, I want to look for iron.
Use the code Space Tomato at the end of your order, and that should add me to it.
The ores
Thank you.
in those, there's like 12 rotating cubes on the back, the cargo pods. We can say like, this cube's for iron, this cube's for gold, and it will do that for you. So you can just happily let it go once you've set it up how you want.
Yo, this is...
So because it all
wait,
comes in
that
through the front
concept
through the
art?
mining laser.
Look at how small this concept art is compared to... There's only 2 of the little rotating things here. This ship is way smaller than the one that they planned.
You let it go once you've set it up how you want.
So because it all comes in through the front through the mining laser, there's a central corridor chute that runs through the entire ship. So that's sort of defined this hexagonal shape that builds up all the walls. So in each of the rooms, you can kind of see it's slanted. It's not traditional squares with slanted walls. It's that the walls themselves actually slant in almost every room. So that's going to be pretty unique about this ship.
There's not much room around for the crew or anything.
Gotta love those
So scale
slanties.
it up to fit all that in, which is also good because in the original...
I wonder how much this thing is going to get reworked in terms of its design. Obviously, this looks way different than RSI's other ships. Kind of like the Reclaimer looks different from Aegis ships, but this is definitely like gonna see some hefty work to make it look updated, because this is, oh man, this is 2017.
Scale, it was a bit too small for the final mining ship you would get, so it would be a bit disappointing to get it, because originally it was only half the length of the Idris. You would like your absolute final most expensive mining ship to be a thing of like, oh,
If you use the link, it should connect it to the order. Yeah, Space Tomato code doesn't work.
100% bigger than it was, just to be able to fit all the stuff in and for it to be impressive.
It's very much industrial. So the center section is going to be quite open plan and very mechanical feeling, and then we're going to have to try and
Okay,
have
just the
habitation
link, not the code. Sorry.
and more personal. So it's going to be, again, sort of just trying to balance that.
What we've done with the interior is we focused it around the ore funnel, and it's got that RSI sort of trapezoid, rhombus sort of shape, so that's all arrayed around that ore funnel. So you have the ore funnel in the center, corridors either side of that, and then branching off of that is rooms on top and around. And as you run through the ship, you're always aware of that ore funnel. I suppose it'll be making a lot of noise and stuff. We're going to have windows you can look into it, because that'll be cool.
So the Orion's currently at white box. So we've basically taken the designer block out and just sort of fleshed it out a bit more, just getting the rooms sort of looking what we want them to look like in the final thing.
Trapezoid.
Once that's all been okayed, we'll then move on to grey box and get some sort of finer details and materials and stuff in there.
So we've been through quite
The link for the eye tracker is in the bottom of the description of this stream.
And most of the time the limitation was just size. So although it's already a massive ship, there was this limitation of the tunnel running through the center, and it meant that the rooms around the side had to be more like corridor sized as opposed to room sized.
It's more sort of gameplay focused in that respect. So basically making sure that the player can move around and he's got enough space to sort of do what he wants to do. It doesn't take too long to get from, say, the cockpit to the cargo bay.
Wait, the code worked for you for the eye tracker?
Around the entire ship. The white box stage is really sort of interesting and really sort of creative, just because you get the ability to sort of change how the ship feels. So taking the Orion as an example, you can basically, just by changing the angle that the walls are, you can change how the ship feels. So, if you wanted it to feel claustrophobic, you can put the walls...
The code worked, but only gave you 5% off, dude. I'm sorry.
You've got all the wall gubbins and stuff on the side.
Huh?
Feel a lot closer to you. Whereas if the walls are like a
There is a
pyramid,
sale going on
it
right
feels
now.
a lot more open because you've got a lot more sort of ground space.
It's got that...
Sorry, mate. I thought that it would
look to it where
allow you to
it's-
have the 15, but
You've got
use
your
the
sleek,
code.
sharp panels, and under that sandwich between them is all the tech. So you've got the ore funnel along, and that's surrounded by tech parts that are open to space, and you can see that. And then on top and underneath, it's sandwiched on with...
Thank you for the 5, Skippy. How's it going in the line right now? Hoping you get the credit. I mean, with the code usage, I do, but I want you to get the good discount, man. I feel like that should work both ways. So this is the front of the Orion, and as somebody said, there is a good chance this changes based on what they end up doing for the way that the the ship works. And Maelstrom very well might come in and make it so that you can actually crunch up the rocks and stuff. But we also could see a little Beam Citizen implementation here that works just like the other mining stuff that's been coming out with the lasers. So we don't really know what's going to happen with this ship, but there is a chance. There is a chance, though, that this gets a pretty significant redesign to try and use gameplay iterations that work a little bit more smoothly than what this is implying. Door open delayed by 30 minutes. Oh my gosh, so people aren't going to have as much time to walk around when it opens, huh? The stream doesn't start for another hour. Their stream starts at 10:30 BST, which is 9:30 UTC.
The plates, kind of like the constellation, the cells, that sort of thing, where they're one shape, but they've got all that little greebling in it.
Oh, Jack. Hello, friend. Believe as long as you use the link, you can use any code you like and Tomato still gets credit. So if they can just go to the store, buy the eye tracker, but as long as they put the Tomato code on there, that is what the credit comes from. That makes sense. Thank you. Smut, thank you for the super chat, by the way. Have a great stream and thanks for the coverage. Have a great CitizenCon, everyone. Smut, you have a good CitizenCon too. Hype day, my friend. Hype day. We'll come back to realism in a couple of days.
And then from the front, you've got that classic RSI trapezoid sort of thing going on.
Trapezoid. So that is the Orion, which, you know, I don't fault you for being excited about that one showing back up, but I do wonder if that will actually happen, because like some people are pointing out, there's a good chance we see the Arastra first, being a newer concept that's probably built in a way that's easier to build for the game. And I don't even know where they introduced the Arastra. I know it's one of these videos. It's like last fall, right? Before CitizenCon last year. Guess I could just look it up. Arrested development.
Ready. We've got the Prospector, which is kind of like your starter hour. The Mole is that kind of first multi-crew ship. It allows you to go out with a few friends and kind of try and work a profit together. And then the top of the scale, we've got the Orion. That's the kind of end game of mining. And we saw this gap between the two. So the RSI Arastra is the ship that fills that gap. So the Arastra kind
So
of
it's even a smaller ship than the Orion by quite a bit, so it makes it a little easier. Info! Thanks for another super chat. They did ask you how you heard about the product. You put me there. Here's some of the difference. Oh, man. Don't worry about it, dude. I'm just glad you're getting yourself an eye tracker. It's good stuff. You're going to love it. I guarantee it. Gotta figure out how he does that voice for the Men's Warehouse commercial. You're going to love your spaceship. I guarantee it. Sorry.
The core visual elements that we've kind of developed over the years of RSI. It still has that definite triangular arrowhead shape to it, so it still feels at home within the RSI family. One of the things we struggled with a little bit at the beginning when concepting it was we didn't want it to feel...
It's like a misshapen Dorito, is what he's saying?
To feel like it had a functional purpose, and that really led us down exposing a lot more of the industrial elements. We've built on the idea of RSI layering in their ships to kind of really expose the core framework of the ship down the central kind of columns.
It also has a much more comfortable habitation for the crew to live on. It's got plenty of utility on board for day-to-day life, as well as a place to actually land additional vehicles in the back.
It has
the difference between science and exploration. Exploration will be largely location-based, finding things. Science will be about researching things, so probably developing recipes for crafting and stuff like that.
Station. It's got
That's all speculation, by the way.
An onboard refinery. It's got a large amount of ore storage as well as onboard cargo. It's a kind of big, serious mining ship, and it allows for a crew of up to 5 to kind of go out and really kind of step into that professional level mining outfit without requiring, you know, a big capital ship.
We have multiple stations for different people to actually mine at the same time as each other.
They're all sat together in a very RSI-like bridge section.
The remote turrets that are on the Astra all have some level of transformation in terms of their location. The two at the front can slide backwards and forwards along, so you don't require the pilot to have to go left a bit, go right a bit.
But then we also have a large one in the center, which can descend through the middle of the ships.
Can actually transform down through the ship and out the bottom to cover the inside.
That's
So
pretty
really
crazy. I forgot that's a thing, that the laser in the center goes up and down through the ship. That's nuts.
360 degrees with this ship.
And as it cuts through the ship, you can actually see the turret as it travels from one side to the other.
And then additional crew members can help either position the ship if they want to change location or deal with the mined goods at the rear of the ship in the cargo bay. But the ship can also hold ground mining vehicles if you are planning.
This thing's going to be an industrial powerhouse. This is like the reclaimer for mining.
Out and do some surface mining whilst the ship hangs around nearby to tackle some ground mining rocks. So this ship is really perfectly placed for people who want to go mining but don't quite know what they're going to encounter along the way. They are equipped to tackle anything on the surface, anything on space.
One of the benefits of concepting the Arastra now is that we know a lot more about our game, a lot more about how mining works and kind of features in the game. That gives us a much better understanding of what's important for a mining ship. And that's one of the things that we'll take on to when we kind of deliver the Orion in the future.
So this is a great example of how development on some ships improves and expedites others. Compared to the Orion, this bridges the gap in a few nice ways. It leverages all the existing mining loops and mechanics that we have in-game at the moment, whereas the Orion is going to be solely mining in space. It is a big ship designed for...
Let's see what they say here. Endgame physical ore miner ship, 4 mining drones that are remote piloted, 4 seats used to remote pilot the drones. Same seats, you guys, it's kind of covered by my camera. Same seats used to remote control 4 special mounted tractor beams. Whole mount would need to be replaced to mount a ball turret for extra weapons. Yeah, I wonder how much of this is still true. Bags that can expand when filled, restricted by size. 12 saddlebags that are stock loaded inside cargo bay, which can be deployed. No landing, very slow speeds, material scanner to ping and scan for ore, 2 airlocks, jump drive, and 4 to 6 TR5. I think that's the thrusters. So that's the Orion. That thing's huge. And they have drones.
Sitting out in deep space mining big asteroids, it won't be capable of going down to planet size and mining on there.
What we kind of learned from the Orion is that a lot of our RSI ships feel very, very aggressive. They feel very military and fast. And if you think of like a big industrial mining ship, the Orion is kind of the opposite to that. It's this huge kind of bulky ship that is very purpose-built. And what we want to do with the Arastra is take the lessons that we'd learned from that and combine that with some of the more modern RSI art styles and manufacturing techniques.
The Arastra is the sort of all-in-one mining ship. You've started hand mining at the very start. You've progressed to, say, a rock as the next step, then a prospector, then a mole. This is the big step that lets you do a bit of everything. You can mine, you can refine, you can transport. And then if you want to go even deeper into that, then you go off to the Orion at the end.
How crazy would it be if they just like came out at this CitizenCon and were like, okay, so we wanted to get refining into the game, and while the Expanse is a great choice, we were working on RSI ships, so we got the Arastra ready. And instead of going to the Perseus or the Galaxy after the Polaris, they just went with the Arastra. They were like, yeah, we fleshed out mining. That would be nuts. I don't think they'll do it, but that would be nuts. Watch the building interiors video, get our hopes up. I'm trying not to, because I don't think they're going to touch on that, really. I mean, it would be important for the Brave New Worlds. This panel is all about how they can build out the universe, but like there's been nothing on building interiors, you know? How much do I think the Orion will go up in price when it's almost finished? Quite a bit. I'm more interested in how much it's going to get redesigned. Just in the videos we've been watching here, we've seen like 3 or 4 different designs for that ship. But yeah, it'll keep going up. I mean, it is the ship continues to grow. Nestia, no problem. Thank you for tuning into the stream. I hope you're enjoying it. You got plenty of choices to make. Thanks for making this one. The building looks like it's going to be great. You're expecting it to be buggy. but they will get there because what CIG are doing is impressive. There isn't any other game doing what they are. That's true. There isn't any other game doing what they are for good reason. They've bitten off a lot, and we've kind of felt the pain of how much they have taken on. And hopefully this gives them a chance to show us a little bit more substantially what is actually coming, rather than just setting out, you know, long-term goals. I say that, but like the Star Citizen 1.0 is like the second most important part of this, because setting out this as a long-term goal is important. In fact, let's go back to their road to release. This is what I feel like the talk about the talk about 1.0 is basically just this same kind of talk of like, this is where we want to head in the future. And now that they're reaching server meshing, which is the end of this talk, they're basically just doing it again. This is our long-term roadmap for where we want things to go before we can do something. And this time, luckily, it's an actual commercial release rather than just a kind of like target to hit. And yes, the org tools are there, which they still haven't given us, but maybe. That's what I'm expecting here. Social Universe, hit us with the org tools. Finally give us a look at how we're going to control all of our actual social experiences in the game.
And then we move forward. Full persistence is the next big thing. It's the 11th thing of the pillars, we think. So full persistence, we talked a little bit about it at the beginning of the day, but full persistence is the ability for you to go anywhere in the universe and, you know, me drop this remote on the floor. Doesn't work, so I might as well drop it. There you go, right? So,
yikes.
And then I'm
They just lost a sponsor.
walk away, right? I'm gonna walk out here. It's gonna stream out. It's gone. And I decide, oh, you know what? I really want my remote again. And then it's gonna remember that I dropped it. It's gonna stream it back in, even if it was on the surface of a planet. And it'll be there, and I can pick it up in first person. And that's a big step for us to be able to do that. And so the full persistence combined with the object container stream and binding culling are, I think, things that will make the world alive, because, you know, it's not just me dropping a remote, it's leaving a ship somewhere, or you got damaged in space with your ship and someone rescued you, you went away and you came back to get your ship and repair it and then take it home. And we're gonna, you know, persistence in your hab, so you'll go there, you can see that you can move and interact with the objects. You can, you know, find things on travels in space, take them home, bring them, leave them at your hab, or leave them in your ship. So the, you know, physical inventories are going to be very important in the game going forward in terms of, you know, being able to store and manage stuff. So the more you play, the more stuff you collect. You know, if you're a hoarder, then you'll probably want to get a bigger room and space. And the other aspect of full persistence is the aspect of age, wear, and tear. So, you know, I, long time ago, talked about Death of a Spaceman. That's very much on our roadmap and plan. And it's the ability for items, as they get used, to get wear, things age. You as a character...
No, this is from a while ago. This is from 2018. Also, Face Billions, that's a terrible comment. Don't say that.
So this universe is not a theme park that gets reset every day that you come back and visit. This universe is a living, breathing universe that changes as players live in it and interact with it. And I think that's probably one of the biggest things. That's why we call it the persistent universe, is that it has a life and a persistence, and people's actions will mean something in it. And that's a very, very important part of the 11th pillar. And the last one, if we go forward, Paul?
The big boy.
Is server meshing. So when we get server meshing, that is, we think, the last piece of the puzzle to have the full game experience. And this is our ability to go, you know, right now we have about 50 players on a server. We probably will be able to increase that number because of bind coloring and stuff, but it's still going to cap out at a certain level. With server meshing, we'll be able to get to thousands of players playing concurrently in the same locations, star systems. They're not all going to be able to have 1,000 people dogpiling together. They won't be able to render it all at the same time, but you certainly will be able to have, you know, 1,000 people.
Oh, we're totally putting that to the test. Like, the next time when they finally start to get an Evo and get above 1,000 players, we're totally putting that to the test. We're going to crash the game, Chris. You know it. It's what we do.
On the planet of Hurston, for instance. So the server meshing is the last key piece, because that will allow us to have a truly massively populated universe of players as well as AI, and having servers that dynamically scale up and down to take care of the processing needs of that. And so from our standpoint, in terms of what we would think is the experience when you guys can sit in and play the game day after day and not worry about it.
The point of allowing a bunch of players, even though they can't render together, is that you can still have players. You can have 100 players up on a moon, 1,000 players out in space, 500 players down on a planet. They all are still operating in the same space, doing things, transferring items back and forth. Not necessarily all being within the same sight line of each other, but it's still a big difference from being separated on different shards.
Getting wiped, not worrying about, oh, I'm going to do something for a day or two and there's no point because they're going to reset the system. When we get to full persistence and server meshing, that's our marker. And sure, after that, we've got planets to do and star systems, and we're going to have continual feature development. But this is an online live game, and so for us, we don't have a particular viewpoint in terms of, oh, that's it. This is where we finish it, and we don't do any more work. It's like literally, we kind of view, as long as you guys want to live in
Main show hasn't started yet. No.
Every 3 months, we're giving you a build.
Timer up in the left-hand corner is where.
Here's a bit more. Here's a bit more. And when we get to the full persistence and server meshing, I think at that point, that's when we're not going to be resetting the servers. It's when it will be an ongoing, living, breathing game. And that, I'm not going to give you a date, but
I'm sure we'll be seeing. That's on my bingo card. I'm not giving a date. Pretty sure I've got that one pulled up here somewhere. Definitely going to come up today at some point.
But you can watch on our roadmap as we develop it, and just watch for that, because us internally, those are what we view as our sort of cornerstones that we need to get to. And yes, there's a lot of other things that we've talked about that we're also working on. But when we get that,
this is 2018.
It will be a game like no other. So that is kind of what we, in terms of road to release. But speaking of near-term release. 3.3, I think we're going to go wide.
There's the sign that this is not current. Thanks for the 69 bits, Maverick. Very nice. This is from 2018. I wanted to highlight this because this is very similar to the talk that we will be getting about Star Citizen 1.0, in the sense that it is showing the goals that they have gone through and wanted to do. You go all the way back. This is a long talk. From local persistence, object container streaming, ship purchasing and rentals, jumping forward some more to organization system, which we don't have. Hopefully they will talk about today. To the persistence, and then finally to server meshing. Now you can see, like, at the end of this, their whole idea was once we get server meshing, we start building the actual game. That's where we are now. Server meshing is coming in with 4.0. It's in Evocati testing. It'll probably be in PTU within the month. And because of that, they need to make it clear to people what it is that they are focusing on from here on and what it means for them to actually reach a commercial release. And that's why the last panel that we'll be seeing, which is tomorrow, will be a talk about that, Star Citizen 1.0. Yeah, I'm not giving dates. I'm not giving dates. That's what he says. I'm not giving dates. And then he comes out on stage and he's like, by the end of next year. And you're like, hey, buddy, that's basically a date. Don't do that. Okay, thanks. So yeah, that was 2018 CitizenCon. What happened to the RET system and career paths? Don't know. They're still working on it. The rep system is being, it's in with the different career paths that come in, like cargo hauling was just put in. So they added the rep system to that, but it's not, they haven't talked about it that much. What do you all see in this game? Generally, for me, it's the first person experience of space in an environment where I can just kind of do whatever it is I want. I can jump to any planet, any moon. I can do mining up in space down on a planet. I can take part in FPS on a pirate-operated spaceship or down in a bunker underground. I can join in with my friends on their spaceship and do the same. I can drive vehicles across the planet's surface. Just that kind of stuff. What happened to Theaters of War? Theaters of War was taken to a farm out in the country and taken care of. The redeem for the giveaway seems to be pointed at the old Peregrine giveaway. It should be the Aurora. Why do you say that? Is it showing the Peregrine? How long did they get going with the live stream? Well, it was supposed to be in an hour, I believe. 10:30 BST. But since they are behind schedule, which surprises most people not that much, they might start it early, they might start it later. We'll have to see. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Invictus. How you doing? Luna Marie, thank you for the super chat. Over 1,100 viewers just on YouTube. Unacceptable. I need all the attention, so you have to tell 1,000 of them to leave. That still leaves 100. Back to normal levels. Also, thanks for joining us, YouTube. Yeah, Theaters of War is being factored into Arena Commander stuff. What's your most viewed stream ever? Probably this. Theaters of War wasn't being handled by Firesprite. Firesprite was doing the Arena Commander refactor, but Theaters of War was started before Firesprite was brought on. DK, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you. What's up, Skeever? Yeah, we've got CitizenCon today. Starting soon. This is this was supposed to be for doors opening. So it's still technically starting soon, but at least people are getting into the venue now. Can't give more than one thumbs up even though I have 2 thumbs. See, now that seems like YouTube being a scammer. If we have 2 thumbs, why not allow people to have 2 thumbs up? Last year I was filming, actually, yeah, last year I was streaming from the show floor. So that might have been a bigger stream than this. I don't remember how many people were watching that, but it was quite a bit. It was only on Twitch though. This year we're streaming from here. Next year we'll probably be streaming from the show floor again. So that should be good fun. But honestly, I do think I'll actually be more hyped here than I was at the place last year. How much time till it starts? Right up there in the top corner. No, I don't think they'll push the panels. When do I think the Orion and Araster will be released? Not for a long time, unfortunately. Will it be in Germany next? I'm thinking Austin, Texas, but maybe in Germany. SC release date? Hell if I know. I would hope for 2027 for 1.0, but like that's a hope, you know? You never want to give, like, even giving a release date expectation in this game is just not a good call. Just you didn't get a ticket not far from Manchester but in Oxford? Save up for next year. Next year will be good times. They had door issues. It's probably working on the same system as the elevators are. Let's be honest. It's all the doors. In-game and out. $2040. I mean, you might as well just release a 2042 at that point. Gleam is not counting your redeemed points. So the point redemption on Twitch is not going through to the current giveaway is what's happening to you?
Point redemption.
It only works for the Aurora, so double check on that one to see if that's where it's going. This game will be around 100 years from now. That'd be amazing. That would be a dream come true for the company, I bet. 2D Tap, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you. Montreal would be awesome for CitizenCon. Do they? I'm guessing they have a convention center big enough out there. SpaceX will land a Starship on Mars before SC1 Go.0 goes live. I hope so. That'd be sick. That'd be some good progress. Do I think Pyro will be released by the holidays this year? I think it's possible. I don't know if it will happen for sure, but it's possible. With the way they're working on 4.0, going through the testing right now, it does seem like that's what they want to hit. They won't have one in Australia. I was just talking to Croncy about that yesterday. If they don't do a CitizenCon in Australia, they should at least do like a Safari Citizen, where we all get and go almost die from the hazards of the land and the animals of Australia while learning about Star Citizen in the back of a Jeep in the blazing heat. The true Australian experience. You watching Croncy? He's streaming from the floor? Your first CitizenCon. Welcome, Woody. Congratulations on joining the club, I guess. When does the pledge store normally add all the ships? Well, it depends. I don't actually know that. I would assume when, like during the ships panels, when you can expect something like that. Big Timbo, thanks for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Yeah, they're talking about the ships from today. Do a CitizenCon in Fiji. Fiji offices win. $2D Vector, thanks for the Prime sub, mate. Sometimes they add it during the show or right after. I think they'll definitely hit it during the show. They like that kind of stuff. It's your grandmother's recipe, and it's what started your family's multi-generational restaurant's ownership. Ooh, I love some soup. Yum. Official live streams in 10 minutes, eh? So they moved it up 30 minutes? That makes sense. They moved it up 30 minutes so they could still... Actually, no. That just add another 30 minutes onto the live stream before the panels start. Wonder why they did that. Oh, I know Australia's got its goods. Any chance we see anything on Bounty Hunting V2? And if so, what panel would it be on? I think we might see things about where Bounty Hunting's supposed to go. But, oh, it's on YouTube. That's a good call. But I imagine it would still be... It wouldn't necessarily be 2.0. It'd be more of like what they want to do for 1.0, which will be at the last panel, 1.0. Oh, Dak with the sub and Trulum with the sub. Thank you guys both. And 2D Vector, you guys started a hype train on Twitch. Appreciate you, much love. Thank you, Twitch, for being here. I know if there's one, you know, YouTube probably got plenty of choices of where they're going. Twitch is likely inundated with CitizenCon streams, so thanks for hanging out. Are they streaming in a higher bitrate on YouTube? Likely. YouTube's generally higher quality. Mose DK, good to see you in chat again. How you doing today? Thanks for gifting out the 5 subs, mate. CitizenCon in New York. Oh my god, that'd be so expensive. Mike Somatosan, you're up late. Where are you at? You out in the east? What time is it? Is the Echo going to be back this year? What Echo? Everin, thanks for the sub towards the hype train. Cheers to you, the Mose train. Asaya, welcome into the chat on YouTube. Good to see you. You're in the southeast, Mike, so? You are the Echo. We got an Echo in chat. Can we get that figured out, please? Must just be a technical difficulty. I think it will be in Austin next year, but it could go to Germany. We'll have to see. Montreal would be sick. Yeah, they might be starting the stream on YouTube in 10 minutes. We'll have to see. You're in Central Time and you were headed to bed when you saw me go live. Todd, it's better to stay up than to wake up early. Can I get an amen? I honestly, I don't know about you guys, but like, is that true for anybody else? Are you better at waking up super early for the stream, or are you better at like staying up late? Because I suck at waking up. Getting out of bed is like one of the worst parts of the day. Not to say I don't enjoy my day. It's just that like 1 minute period of getting up that I'm like, oh God, please transport me into the living room. Staying up is easier for you. Yeah, that's like your body likes to do what it's already doing, right? It's one of the 3 laws of bodies that I think who was that? Newton that came up with that. It's kind of like how you procrastinate getting into the shower because you don't want to have to go through all of the motions of doing that. But once you're in the shower, you're like, oh, this is really nice. I'd rather just stay here. I don't want to. I like to just be here now. Yeah, the laws of bodies. For once, insomnia is useful. That and playing Evocati in the East, right? It's always like 2, 3 a.m. in the morning over here. Yeah, all the people in America are suffering. At least you're not West Coast, though. Hey, Echo and Rig, thank you for the bits on Twitch. Riding this org tools / ironclad surprise release hype train to the very top. Thanks for the super chat, Alex. Honestly, org tools feels like one of the things that is like really likely to show up that they haven't explicitly said is showing up. Some things they've been like, yeah, it's coming, like base building. But you can go right back to the UI talk. And they basically, it's like all but confirmed they are working on something for org tools. And this is from, when is this? April. There's a pretty good chance that at the very least they have something to present when it comes to org tools. Check this out.
Of integration with something like Spectrum.
So for the mobiGlass, you, if you've seen the new one anyway, there's some apps that we.
Brig, are you feeling better? I hope.
So
good to see you, dude.
For the future, we will have that. The comms app will be replaced by something helping you do your org stuff instead. Maybe.
Like, okay, replacing the comms app, helping you do org stuff. It's being worked on by UI, and then you go to the schedule, and it's a social panel, right? They gotta be doing that kind of stuff.
So that will be playing into a lot of social things, and we'll be updating. Knickknacks will also get. Well, it will essentially be replaced by a new app.
Thank God.
Sometime in the future, but it's going to be a better user experience to keep track of all of your things. Oh, Jared is going to beat me up now.
You said org stuff.
What org stuff?
What org stuff?
What org stuff?
All the secrets.
What org stuff, Gabriel?
If you're on the floor at CitizenCon, go find this guy.
Nothing. I didn't say anything.
That's all we want, man. It's been so long. It was like CitizenCon 2013 when we introduced org stuff. It's still not in game.
Well,
he's not wrong.
You heard it here first.
What did I hear? Tell us what we heard.
Orgs. You're gonna have a dedicated app to do all your org communications, and well,
there's the gun off screen
that we have grand plans for, but yeah, I don't want to say more than that at this point.
All you have to say is
this isn't the place we're gonna share them, but
where is
folks? You've been patient, I know.
We have.
Just a little while longer. I'm not even gonna say a little while longer. Just some point, some indeterminate amount of time longer.
I was about to see, like, he said a little while. It's been a little while. But like, if there was a better place for them to show it, I wouldn't know. It's got to be this CitizenCon, and that's my speculation. I'm not confirming it. Don't come for me if they don't show it. But I do think that this is where they would show it. Hope the app is good, because you don't want to alt tab too much like you have to with Discord. I do really hope we get something that can replace Discord for us in the game. I think that would help a ton with communications. Where's CitizenCon at this year? They are in Manchester. And I haven't gotten any videos of the place moving, but here are some pictures that people, God, they actually built a freaking Hornet. Oh my gosh. So these are pictures from the show floor. Wow. Dude, that's insane. Lord Skippy's out here uploading some video and pictures for us to check out what's going on. Here is a they got Port Olisar. They brought it back. What if they were like, okay, this is it. This is where Port Olisar ended up. Cheers, guys. Make the most of it. Oh, sorry for your ears. My bad. Sound alert. Wow, they're doing a whole bunch, huh? Dude, they built a freaking Hornet? Okay. I guess.
Engine test completed.
Good lord. I wonder, do we get to ride in it? Is it a real spaceship? Can we use it? Maybe it's a very fancy sim pod. Oh, they started their own countdown to the stream. Nice, we were here right on time for that. Okay, so that's why the YouTube stream has a certain amount of time, because they have a countdown on the YouTube stream coming up. So we got an official 30 minutes until the stream starts, and then another 30 minutes after that until the panels start showing. So you guys have an hour right now until everything gets truly started today. Hey, thank you for the membership, Mesa. Appreciate you. The best content, best SC content creator out there. Thank you. Enjoyed meeting you in the misses last year in LA. T-minus 1 hour to SitCon, baby. Here we go. It was good to meet you. Are you out there this year? Or are we gonna see you at the next one next year? And Skippy, thank you for the videos and the Wi-Fi and the coverage down on the show floor. Let me know if there's anything else. Oh, Shockbreaker in chat. Yo, this guy's one of the best virtual photographers out there for Star Citizen. Amazing, amazing work. Gladly give you a little plug here. If you guys look for Shockbreaker on the interwebs, shockbreaker.net, He does some great shots. I'd check it out. Makes the game look really nice. Worth dropping by. Thanks for showing up in chat, dude. You excited for CitizenCon? Yeah, now is the time to order pizza. Mesa, you're going to be at the next one? Sounds good, dude. See you there. Us Inforunners and official stream going all at the same time. Yeah, you're going to need to have like a multi 10 screen display going on for all of the streaming we're collectively doing. I wonder if you did an analysis of every channel streaming CitizenCon, how many hours of CitizenCon footage was being streamed today? That would be a hefty goal. ChatGPT, get it done. Much love to you, chat. Ooh. Another video, you say? Oh, Jared keeping people busy. Managing the cats, herding the cats. Is that the new MISC ship they showed on the official stream? No, that was a Hornet. That was a Hornet F7A, I believe. Yeah, this is definitely an F7A. Yeah. You can tell because it doesn't look ugly like the like the F7C. What celeb did they bring in for the Squadron 42 panel? I think the best choice they would have if they were really going to bring a celeb in would be Mark Hamill, because he's the most well-known, he's the most in your face, but he's also, I think, pretty good friends with Chris Roberts, so it would just make the most sense for him to be there if somebody was going to be, but I don't know if they will. They canceled the gala, probably in order to preserve funds and put them towards a better use. So who knows if they would actually spend that money on bringing somebody in. That would have been the MK2, I believe. Hey, too many hamsters. Thanks for the sub on Twitch, buddy. Gillian Anderson. They're not gonna bring Gillian Anderson, Skippy. Cancel the gala to build that Hornet. So what would we prefer? A life-size Hornet or a gala? Yeah, Cavill is a little bit... He's definitely a smaller role. Hype for the 324.3 announcement. I think that we'll be playing 324.3 for IAE this year. One Hornet-sized gala or a gala-sized Hornet. Jesus. Dude, that's a big Hornet. Is that a big Hornet you got there, or are you just excited to see me? What ship are they showing in the countdown? Looks like the Bengal, no? Pretty sure this is the Bengal, or maybe a Star Destroyer. I feel like that's got to be the Bengal. Get a really good shot of the updated Bengal thrusters at CitizenCon last year. Yeah, I think it looks like the Bengal. Like you can kind of see this bend here in this shot. You sort of see this like plating on the side here. I think that's what we're seeing right there. These thrusters are all kind of stacked. Okay. All right. You got like the several thrusters on the back there. What it looks like 7 thrusters together. Oh, Mesa updated their membership to Potato, my friend. that comes with some good stuff. And yeah, you got, what is it, 6 thrusters? So maybe bangle. Yeah, 6 thrusters here. 6 thrusters here. I'd say that's pretty spot on. It's even the same orientation. Small, big, small. Big, big, small. Small, big, ball, small, big, big, small. Yeah.
Throughout the polish phase, our team is taking every opportunity to push things to the next level.
Tell me you're expecting company. This is not good.
The Cine team is focused on finalizing edit lock on all of our big action as well as all smaller character sequences.
I could have pulled this off of the Galactopedia.
Yeah, probably, but I think their solar mass calculations are wrong, though.
Well, this is ridiculous.
How so?
We are now able to adjust our shot composition to final cameras thanks to recently crafted space vistas and level art being content complete now.
It'd be nice to know how much of a shitstorm we're flying into.
More like a hellstorm, Blue. One you ain't gonna fly out of.
Shut up.
We still are getting, like, there's still so many people outside. We're getting videos from inside and outside of the line. I wonder if they're, hey, I see a Guard Interstellar Initiative hat, Mr. Uncool in chat. I wonder if everybody's going to be able to get in before they start. They got 50 minutes before the panels start. How are they going to get all of the people sat down and ready to go by then? Oh boy, cutting it close. How many to operate a Bengal? You can't even own a Bengal in this game. It's probably going to be a good amount of people though. All right, folks, give me a cool minute. Chill and watch this Squadron 42 footage for a bit. I will be back in a couple minutes.
As others will share, this is the most rewarding chapter of development, which allows us to truly experience the visceral and oftentimes emotional moments that our narrative provides.
How did you handle it after Vega?
I'm not sure I handled anything. It helps to remember that stuff like this is supposed to hurt.
I've never been good at dealing with problems I can't fix.
Well, this is one that you don't have to do alone.
That's good to know.
For the animation teams, polish phase means refining the social aspects of Squadron 42 that occur between the various missions and getting the behaviors implemented across all of its chapters. Here we're dialing in the hangar to make it as immersive and believable an experience as possible.
That'll do it. Done. Okay. All right. Let's do this. I have to switch out so the interchange is on the hangar deck. We're getting a weird after. Turning out the another stuff.
I feel that. Anyway, I'm off. For example, we're launching off a space carrier, but we still ground the feel in real-world actions, refueling, repairing, and inspecting, and making sure that your next flight mission is a success. This means we're looking out for pops, hiccups, or awkward transitions, and ensuring that everything flows and looks like all the great mocap performances we've captured.
Let's ready some extra ice packs out of storage. Whenever gunners are on full rotation, you can always count on at least one of them getting hurt.
We also have you covered in everyday life. The medical staff work diligently for their patients, whether they're players or crew.
Whether they're players or crew. Streaming to 2 platforms is not against TOS. It used to be against Twitch's TOS, and then they realized they were going to keep losing people. But they changed that.
Universe of people going about their everyday lives.
Should probably update this. 18. Now we got both timelines on the screen. 18 minutes till the stream. 47 minutes, or I guess 48 minutes until the next talk.
Hangar, ready for launch. Takeoff approved, Baron 2. You have the ball.
You think they'll do Squadron 42 around ILW, Invictus Week? When does everybody think Squadron's coming out? Anywhere between January of next year to the year 2100, I'm guessing.
You're launched off the deck of the carrier.
Baron 2, you are cleared for launch. Have a safe flight, Baron 2.
Tomorrow. Oh my god, imagine they just didn't even mark it and they just released it.
We want you to not only decide how you play the game, but to feel as if the people you interact with are in that world with you.
I would have never thought a shotgun could be so pretty.
Damn!
R97.
Damn, that's R97.
A lot of other weapons in Gemini's arsenal.
Love the shotgun. Oh. People got really creeped out by this guy last year. The price will go up to $80. You think they're gonna sell this game for 80 freaking bucks?
A feel of authenticity through world traversals, running, jumping, and climbing.
1984.
Interactions with
Nice.
objects and the environment.
Like how he aims it at him. Could be a meme, eh? He's walking it over.
I would have never thought a shotgun could be so pretty.
Right here. When you keep asking for the same gun over and over and he just gets sick of it and eventually just decides to shoot you with it. It's going to be $110 to buy the game. Nah, man, I'm going all in. It's $700 for Squadron 42. And that's before you have to buy the DLC, which includes everything that's not the first chapter, you know?
Running, jumping, and climbing.
What was the Squadron 42 pledge? Like 15 bucks, I think.
Objects and the environment.
I think if you bought it separately, it was 40. $10 per chapter. Hey Toter, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you, dude.
As well as combat realities.
And Echo for the bit, the single bit.
Or in close encounters of the more lethal kind.
They're gonna sell it by mission. I don't think that's very honest. It was free at Kickstarter, yeah. 45, not 40. Gotcha.
Continue to focus on the quality experience. We've been working closely with our art team.
Ooh, monthly subscription. There we go. You gonna subscribe for the single player game? That's a winning strategy right there.
While animation and design have been populating the locations, polish phase for my teams means making huge advancements in the quality of our characters and environments. We've established our standard with recognizable characters like Mark.
Hey, Ananzi, are you still on Twitch chat? Can you put in another message about the timer on the screen?
And identifying any remaining tech requirements that need to be closed down. The story of Squadron 42 takes you through a variety of diverse locations of varying scales and styles.
Free on Game Pass.
We shared glimpses of several environments
You wild.
before, and there's still plenty out there for you to discover. One of the main challenges the art team has had to face during the development of Squadron 42.
Yeah, Squadron's gonna have to be worth 45 bucks. Like, come on.
The narrative of the script. The mood and feeling of a space is just as important to us as it is making sure we
I can't wait to hear the new music they're bringing in for Squadron during the CitizenCon. The music in this game is so nice.
Good, we can't hack it from this side. Graves, we got a locked door. Can you
Check
give
the
us
pinned comment, folks, if you're wondering about the timer.
Steve, I would have to add you to our system to give you override permissions, and there's a lot involved in that. It won't happen quickly. Okay, we'll figure something out.
Shogi, thank you for the sub, mate.
It's been heavily inspired
thank you for the tea.
but with a modern twist. We want everything
Yeah, it was 45 bucks for both games. It used to be.
its own personality and tells of a history long before you arrived. Crafting interesting flight spaces and their connecting tissue has been one of the more unique challenges we've needed to overcome for Squadron. Developing our VDB tech to blend seamlessly between tighter traversal spaces and into wider space vistas and planets has proved incredibly difficult but rewarding, ensuring that Squadron flows seamlessly from one chapter to the next, without interruption. created
Yeah, if there's one thing this game's going to excel at, it's presentation. Today, we better learn about gameplay and story, though.
We need to pay close attention to detail, whether we're working in a dirty engineering vent or navigating the debris of a dying star, wondering what may be around that next corner, or even who may live there, how would they have survived, and what state of mind may they be in.
The link for the Christmas sweater gives you a 404 error. Is the Christmas sweater off the store right now, Mrs. T? First panel is not up yet. First panel starts in 41 minutes.
We've worked closely with our social teams in delivering a cohesive social experience when you're taking some downtime from our refined flight and FPS missions, or even missions of the more...
I'm most excited for Redacted. Cool. Time for Christmas sweaters again? Okay. Christmas sweater will be going up again shortly, folks.
We'll be introducing new space stations on a massive scale, all brought together and designed to be as tangible as possible. We've thought about their function,
Got
their
some new
age,
videos.
and tried to ensure there's progression in artistic style with each station as you progress through the game.
Wow, they actually did make it look like a full-on hangar. Jesus. Oh, there's also no fence around the Hornet. I wonder how close they're cool with you getting. Countdown is not for the stream, folks. It's for the panels. Oh, dude, Mrs. Tomato is always here. We do this together. Every stream, every video, every bit. So there's the big old Hornet. For anybody who has wanted to see what it looked like, and they like make it go through these engine tests. Whoa, Citaro, dude. 1,000 freaking bits, man. Thank you, my friend. Mrs. Tomato is indeed management. You bet Mark Hamill. How funny would that be if they just had somebody sitting in there the whole time? Just waiting. No, you can't come out yet. We already opened the doors. You're gonna have to wait. You can hear the thing from the main hall. Imagine it accidentally goes off while they're doing a panel. Just like completely drowns out all the noise. You enjoyed the cooking stream? Thanks for coming, man. We love doing the cooking streams. It is a nice chance to just kind of chill and not be in front of a computer, but just chat with you guys.
As you can see today, the teams are working incredibly hard, ramping up the detail and quality to match the breadth of our vision for Squadron 42.
What Star Wars game is this? This is the Star Wars game with Mark Hamill. You know. Wait, has Mark Hamill ever been in a Star Wars game?
I think their solar mass calculations are wrong, though.
Well, this is ridiculous.
How so?
We are now able to adjust our shot composition to final cameras thanks to recently crafted space vistas and level art being content complete now.
It'd be nice to know how much of a shitstorm we're flying into.
More like a hailstorm, Blue.
Drunk Solaris. Thanks for the Prime sub, mate.
Now, I hadn't seen another ship that wasn't trying to kill me in days, let alone a hauler, let alone a Jean. So you can imagine my surprise.
Don't know if he was voiced by Mark Hamill or not.
Hero sequences so we can show our cast and convey their emotions in the best light possible.
There is no beta of Squadron 42.
Cinematics are triggering as fluid as we can craft them, so they form a coherent concerto with the rest of the player's narrative experience.
Mr. Wexler, this is Lieutenant.
Yeah, we cook some Turkish food on the cooking streams. We like to make it a little varied though. We did poutine last night, or a variant of it. Ali and Jotin, thanks for the gift subs. Appreciate you guys. Hope you're enjoying the stream today. Looking forward to some CitizenCon goodness starting in about 30 minutes.
Truly experience the visceral and oftentimes emotional moments that our narrative provides.
How did you handle it after Vega?
I'm not sure I handled anything. It helps to remember that stuff like this is supposed to hurt.
I've never been good at dealing with problems I can't fix.
Cooking confirmed in SC. Let me show you one of the most ridiculous videos they have ever released. Because there is like basically a cooking confirmed. Let's see if it pops up if I just post cooking. Yeah, this is a 10-hour stream. Look, there was a chat going and everything. For 10 hours, they just streamed procedural food generation. Call it star food. It literally, I'm pretty sure it was a looped video. We have video from the room? All right. Let's see. Let me hop in. There we go. We got some live footage from the floor, if you guys want to see. When was that stream? This is from 2018. Pretty funny. 6 minutes till their stream goes live. 34 minutes until the first panel. I have not heard anything about a medieval game. Someone commented on Reddit and said the F7A glitched through the roof of the convention center and crashed the server. I heard it got pad rammed. Hey, Frenchie and Stozer. They're just walking around the show floor, looks like taking in the views and the vistas. I'm gonna jump into the channel real quick and let him know that I'm streaming him out so he's not freaked out by it. Hey, Frenchie. Just letting you know you're on the stream. He probably can't hear me.
No, he just has his.
Oh shit! I'm on the stream. What stream?
you're on the stream online. So,
Fair enough.
so keep the good footage and the beautiful face coming.
Very cool.
Ask him to bribe an employee for information. I don't know, man. I feel like probably CIG could bribe them with more. Is that how we get salaries to go up? Like, can the company pay you more than I will for good info? That wouldn't make contracts very useful, would it? Is this live yet? No. Their own stream will be live in 3 minutes. The panels will be live in 32 minutes. Or I guess 33. We saw Skippy in there. Hey BRC, how you doing? No fog machine. No fog machine, dude. Just open the doors. Just let the fog in from outside. Math's not mathing. Let's math a little harder then. Maybe it will. Squadron on Xbox and PS5 next Christmas? Yo, that would be pretty crazy if they could pull that off. As long as we get the game. The good game. Thank you for the stream, Frenchie. Appreciate the looks into what's going on out there. You can hear people in the background of their own stream. Oh, it is kind of funny that we get to see Port Olisar in real life, but we can't see it in game anymore. People been vaping like a motherfucker in here. But it sounds like there is not a place for people to play a demo. From what I'm hearing, it sounds like there's not really any space for demos. There's the main stage. Looks about the same size as last year's, actually. I guess they definitely have more people, so it probably is a little bit bigger. All right, let's see what their stream looks like. And if they're not doing too much exciting on their own stream, I've got a couple of people on the spot that are looking to call in to chat a little bit about what's going on. When I say a few people, I mean, hey, and they just started it over. See, now they match us. Thank God. Now we don't have to hear people correcting our stream anymore. Oh my Lord. We were right all along. In fact, I can boost it up a little bit. There we go. I was 1 minute too early. Vindicated. They did used to go live before it started, and they kind of just talked. But I guess they don't really do that anymore. Because they have... all of their stuff is a little bit more planned out and more professional production at this point. The intro video last year was really good. They put that up before the thing even started, right? To be honest, it would be... Let's see. It would be a little bit weird for them. So, yeah, if they start with Brave New Worlds, that's interesting. I wonder if they will actually start it with an advertisement video like they did last year, or if they'll jump straight into the panel. Because there should be some kind of introduction. Discord seems to be running very slowly for people on site. So we can listen to some more food, right? I wonder if they did push things back. Destroy, happy CitizenCon, man. Good to see you. Sovith, thanks for the sub on Twitch, the Prime sub. Sticking it to Jeff Bezos. 3:30 a.m. over there, dude. That sucks. That is such bad. Oh god, not the greatest time to be doing a gaming convention. Substance got acquired by Adobe. Adobe just acquires all art things, huh? 4:30 a.m. over there, 5:30 in some places. You guys are early. It is where the heck did I put my phone? Oh, Mrs. T, I think you have my phone. Currently 12:30 p.m. over here. Yeah, guests got in a little bit late. Adobe owns the colors. Has anyone verified whether the Atlas is buyable with in-game space bucks? I haven't verified, but I saw that it was like they announced it would be. Why didn't we go to CitizenCon this year? The UK's immigration stuff is a little bit much. We didn't feel like going through it this year. We already had a lot going on, so wanted to put our time and resources towards other stuff that would be a little bit more conducive, productive. Judge. Bummer that you're getting there a little late, but I'm glad you're gonna get there. Should be a good time today. 75,000 credits in game for the Atlas. Nice. When did it come out in the store? Like a month ago? It was only a month for the exclusivity. Yeah, it should be easy to enter by then. Definitely. Dang, look at all the comments getting deleted. Aw. It's true. You know, believe it or not, you can love both games. Nah, I don't think the sneak peeks are from the Odyssey. That'd be pretty crazy. We got the good stream on here anyways. How funny would that be if this was a CitizenCon stream? There was already a countdown to 0 at the stage. I've been telling people, man. The live stream starts. That was the countdown to the live stream beginning. The countdown to the panels have been up in the top left-hand corner the whole time. Folks, I got you covered. Honestly, trolls in the chat during CitizenCon makes total sense. Somebody told me that they knew, and I'm guessing they were lying, but they said that they knew of dozens of people that had bought tickets to go to CitizenCon just to boo. And I'm like, what? Why would you do this? I really hope that's not the case for you. Red Monster in chat? Olives on cereal? Gross. That is sick. Supporting the event just to boo. Yeah, that's like not great. Whoa, what just happened? My desktop just shut itself off. Man, I hate this thing. You doing okay in there, buddy? Holy crap. Thing just spazzed out. You couldn't pay me to, like, I remember when Anthem came out. That was the one time that I got real toxic. And by toxic, I mean I sat on the subreddit and made jokes about Anthem. That was fun for like 3 weeks. And then I was over it. I left it. I was like, okay, Anthem's not going to be what I want it to be. That's unfortunate. I'll move on to something else. I couldn't imagine hanging out on a game that you just straight don't like for more than, you know, more than a week, maybe a few minutes, just to have some fun and make jokes about it. It seems like so much effort to just continue to dedicate your life to it, or dedicate so much time to it. It's not fun, man. I hate having non-fun. And it seems like non-fun. Anthem was a side tale. I hope that maybe someday somebody can pull the Anthem brand back up, the IP, and make something great out of it, but it's sad how it went. Oh, there's a ton more trolls on YouTube than Twitch. YouTube has a way bigger audience, and is oftentimes very wild. All right, they're live. Let's see what they're saying.
If you're in a hall A, let me hear you scream.
In a hole A? Oh, wait, what?
If you're in hall B,
let
me hear you
hall.
scream.
Thought he said hull, a hole A. I was like, wait, we not flying that.
I'm gonna take this off. Here, George. Come on, dude. That's George. Say hi to George. All right, you didn't see George. Welcome to CitizenCon 2954. I'm Jared Huckabee. We are live from Manchester Central here in beautiful, sunny Manchester, United Kingdom. This is the, 11th CitizenCon? 10th CitizenCon? I should have counted beforehand. Basically, we're back. It's our first since we returned last year in Los Angeles. We've got a tremendous show for you. I'm sorry about the countdown thing there. This is the biggest CitizenCon we've ever done, and as one might expect, it took us a little longer to get things going than we expected. But we're ready to start. We're approximately 20 to 25 minutes from the show start, so we are not going to make our 11 o'clock on the dot start time, but you can guess about 20-25 minutes. So we do got some stuff here. So,
I heard Gillian Anderson stuck in traffic.
Anybody? You can't see him. There's a bunch of people down here below me. What's CitizenCon? Nothing. Ships? It's more than ships.
Ships. That's it.
Grand vehicles? Okay, we're not talking to that guy anymore. CitizenCon is our annual showcase of all the work our developers are doing for both Star Citizen and Squadron 42. It's also a chance for Star Citizens to come from around the globe and gather much as they're doing here. Let's take a look across the field here. I'm going to get out of frame here. Let's take a look at the field. Look at that.
Enhance.
This is our hangar bay of the UEES Barbary. Here now, every CitizenCon we theme our hall, our expo hall, to one thing or another. In 2019, it was themed for Grimhex. And last year, it was themed for Pyro. This year, the UEE's in town celebrating Citizen Day, and we'll learn more about Citizen Day later in the thing. So, what's on the agenda for this year? Well, CitizenCon, like it was last year, is now a 2-day event. So we have a whole host of presentations today and then a whole host of presentations tomorrow. We're going to run them down now and let you know a little bit about what you can expect. So in about 15, 20, 25 minutes, I can't be specific with you at this point. Chris Roberts is going to take the stage and kick off CitizenCon proper. We're just the pre-show here where we like to have fun. After Chris Roberts takes the stage, we are starting with Brave New Worlds. Now that is our Core Technology and Star Engine Group's presentation. You might remember that they kicked off last year's presentation with that amazing Star Engine trailer that was like 25 minutes long or something. We don't have a 25-minute long trailer today, but we do have a chock-full 90-minute approximately presentation of their new Genesis system, which is a subsystem within Star Engine that will let us build planets at the size, scale, and scope that we've always dreamed of. So you can check that out at the start of the day. After that, we've got a social universe. Now this is the sleeper presentation of the entire thing. Now, we were a little cagey in the description on the website.
Org tools.
What this is. You know, it's everybody getting together and playing with your friends and stuff like this. But I'll just say it's the sequel to a presentation we did approximately 10 years ago at CitizenCon. And if you want to look back at what we did back then, you can probably guess what it's about. Folks that are in
10 years
large groups of people.
Let me look it up.
Pay attention to this one.
Yeah, it's org tools.
We're going to take a lunch break.
It's definitely org tools.
It's a very long day, and you know.
Let me look that up for you guys.
Here. That's your chance to get your snacks, get your food, say goodbye to your loved ones, because the second half of the day you are not going to want to be anywhere else but in your seat. Because when we come back, we've got that cosplay contest sponsored by Tobii Eye Tracker, and then Dressed to Kill. Now, Dressed to Kill is also a sequel to a presentation we did in 2019 about armor specializations and basically bringing high function to high fashion. In the
universe. We called that.
And then, as we said in our summary on the website, the return of an old friend from CitizenCon past. Yes, Virginia, it's true. What you've guessed on Reddit, it's here. And then finally, beyond.
Okay, what does that mean? What'd you guess on Reddit, Virginia?
SCL just a few short weeks ago that there's no 4.0 content at CitizenCon. Well, guess what? There's no 4.0 content at CitizenCon. We're all beyond 4.0 this year.
People aren't as happy to hear that as you'd hope.
All right, I'm going to need you to do better with your cues there. Yeah, we're going to look beyond Pyro to what comes next. And then we're going to take a short 15-minute break after that, let everybody recharge, and then there's something on the schedule that is currently redacted. I'm not allowed to tell you what that is, but I'm going to tell you guys watching at home the same thing I told everybody out front when they were waiting to get in. Do not let any force on this earth stop you from being in your seat when whatever that is happens at the end of the day. And then on day 2, we come back tomorrow with a look at crafting your home. That's a look at base building, which we first introduced at last year's CitizenCon, and the new crafting system. The crafting system that aims to dynamically change the face of all life in Star Citizen. There's a reason it's kicking off day 2. You're not going to want to miss that. Then Captains of Ministry, that's replacing our general ship talk 2054. Is that what year it is? 940? Yeah. George is saying yes. Replaces our generic ship talk segment with a presentation dedicated to the ships and vehicles that will make crafting and base building possible, with the return, with a revisit of an old friend that hasn't made its appearance in the persistent universe yet, but it's getting a big blow up before it does.
Pioneer.
So you want to check that out. And then, well, if I can be honest, we got a tight zoom. You got a tight zoom? Yeah. Let me talk to you here, though. The star's my destination, Star Citizen Alpha 1.0. If you're an old school sci-fi head like me, you'll recognize that title. This is perhaps, and you know me, I'm not the one to hype. I'm not generally prone to hyperbole. I'm always like cautious. I'm like, well, you know, it might be this, might be that. I'm going to tell you right now, the most important presentation we've ever done at CitizenCon. Mark it, be there for it tomorrow. Now, that's enough for me. We're going to throw it down to Dan, on the floor of the hangar here, and we're actually going to explore a little of what's here in the UEES Barbary. Dan, are you there?
Thank you, Jared. Welcome back to CitizenCon 2954. My name is Dan Howbrick. I'm the community producer here at Cloud & Premium Games. Welcome you.
Let's jump back real quick, 10 years, and see what he might be talking about in terms of that social features thing.
The 2.0 drop is what we need for the lobby system, so the organization time, you know, and communicate and interact with each other in this universe, and it's pretty awesome.
So lots of great stuff coming up from Turbulent. We've got the
map we'll get back to Dan.
On. You know it's going to be great. They did the Holo Viewer, the organizations. It's going to look amazing. We've got the Galactopedia. We're going to revamp the front page, get more people into Star Citizen. Anything else?
Yeah, I know. Brian keeps on going to the feed. The organizations drop, which is basically the organizations. The 2.0 drop is what we need for the lobby system, so the organization stuff feeds into the lobby stuff, which is kind of what we're talking about, the deep game integration, because a lot of the core systems that will run inside the game will first be on the website basis. Are we getting anything from James? Come on, James, you got to say something.
He just wouldn't give me the mic.
What's that? Yeah.
So he basically.
One of the things I really like about Turbulent
this is basically a confirmation.
Everything on the website, from chat, which now works. Thank you guys. To making sure posts go out and making sure our videos get embedded and everything. So they're the unsung heroes, but I'm glad we could give them their proper due.
No, I mean, yeah, no, they totally do. I mean, like, if you think about it, so you guys, I mean, I don't know if you guys are checking on the phone, but all this stuff, they're pressing, like, you know, the Cutlass going live, all the other stuff. It's all, they do it, and you know, they're 3 hours ahead of LA, and we tend to be sort of on an LA cycle a lot. I don't know why, I've got no idea. But you know, they're there at 3 in the morning or 4 in the morning or whatever it is, making sure the thing goes out. And I mean, that typifies the dedication of all the teams across the world that work on Star Citizen. And anyway, it's great to have them as part of the team. They're amazing.
Turbulent, man. Turbulent's just always there.
Torpedo Burrito
since the beginning,
humble stuff in the background.
Helping out with that stuff. What do you guys think is the friend though from past CitizenCons? I still don't know what that would be. What did people guess on Reddit?
Here around 4 p.m. Probably closer to 3 p.m. They're going to be here any second. It's been a long couple of weeks, so we'll give them some privacy and we're going to move right on. Also to my left, we have our Monster Tech Sim Pit. If you guys
when he said it's going to be here, not he. So I mean, unless he was calling Tony Z and it, maybe that was the case, but I don't know.
Some places to check out Arena Commander and Star Citizen in Real D4D. Now over here, come follow me. We're just going. Excuse me, guys. Come follow me.
Just whoops.
Now over here we have our community booth section. We're going to be visiting the community booth section a bunch during CitizenCon, so I'm not going to get into too much detail now. But as you can see, all of our community booths are themed after in-game cargo container manufacturers. We have Anvil, we have Argo, we got RSI, we got Kovalev, we got
straight Star Wars.
All of these containers are filled with orgs and booths that signed up to be part of our community booths. There's some awesome stuff. Like I said, we're going to be going there a little later today, so I'm not going to get into too much detail right now. But there's some awesome stuff there.
Sandworm.
Groups that make the verse
I mean, dude, why would they do the Sandworm though? I guess Reddit was guessing Sandworm. That would be kind of crazy. Why would they do it? Where would they even put it? We don't have the Lear system.
Right here we have our general lounge here at CitizenCon. If you guys are looking for a place to escape the humdrum and bits and bustle of the auditorium, the general lounge is a good place to hang your cap, sit down, and relax. It's also a good place for you guys to make new friends. You guys are here for a shared love of Star Citizen. So if you guys want to make new friends, feel free to grab a seat. Ask people what their favorite ships are, their favorite ship manufacturer, their favorite game feature that may or may not have an issue council report. And you guys will make friends for life here at CitizenCon, here at the General Lounge.
Why not an open bar, though?
And I know there's something that we haven't talked about. It's a pretty big thing. It's a pretty big deal. I know we've just been glossing over it. I think we finally should talk about it. I'm talking about, of course, the Addison Lounge. That's right, the Addison Lounge. If you are looking to sit down in comfort and style, the Addison Lounge is the place to go. We have our United Empire of Earth timeline. We have our UEE branding all over the place. It's a good place for you to hang your cap, sit down, relax, and enjoy the show.
Hey, Crime Dog and Juke, thank you both for the bits on Twitch.
I think that's it. I mean, Sam, I don't know where my co-host Sam is. Sam,
Now they're going to pan over to the Hornet, and Mark Hamill's going to get out.
I don't think there's anything else that I'm missing on show 4, right? I don't think there's any major stuff I glossed over, nothing big or exciting that I didn't talk about, right?
Dan, I know the most big thing in the room is your ego, but other than that, there is one thing you haven't mentioned yet.
Yeah, let's talk about the Hornet in the room, shall we? We have an amazing set piece here at CitizenCon this year. It is massive. It is the biggest thing that I think we've ever had on the show floor here at CitizenCon. It is absolutely impressive. It has some really great audio displays as well, if you guys were here earlier. I think Sam...
There's only one sandworm ever.
And make sure that I'm picture perfect. Why don't you head on over there and give the people more information about the biggest and best set piece we have here at CitizenCon. Let's check out exactly what we're talking about, shall we?
Happily. Thanks, Dan. Let's go check this thing out. So, as you guys can see, we have a near life-size replica of the Hornet F7A Mark II. This thing was made for us by Mango Stone, and they spent 14 weeks putting this together.
Believe it or not, you can mute your own
6
computer.
weeks of concept, 8 weeks of build time.
Wow, you just asked that in
This
chat.
thing was their
8 weeks.
biggest ever build, but they have built stuff for us before in the Manchester studio. Now, as you guys know, this is a medium fighter, so it packs a punch, but it is pretty quick. If you guys have flown the F-7Cs before, it's very similar. However, this thing, if you guys haven't seen the guns and the Gatlings on this thing, it's pretty powerful.
Oh, what is that? That's the what is that gun called?
This is my now
The Mosquito?
second favorite anvil
Yeah, I think this is 1-to-1, which actually seems
say.
kind of small.
And, you know, I haven't got to drop my cred yet, have I? Let's just... Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Landing pad. It's following landing
Did I sound
pad.
like me? Yeah? Good, good. Yeah, it has been delivered right here to Manchester, 200 miles away from Brighton, by our amazing guys at Mango Stone. This thing was built with a huge steel spine
Yeah, it's just nerves.
structure, and there is a platform in the middle. Steel
Talking to a lot of people
that they use
is
to
a lot
build
more
the top
nerve-wracking
details.
than you would think if you don't do it normally.
Yep. If you guys
Is it
don't
location?
get
I thought it
the
was
chance to
landing
see
pad.
this in person, just look at everybody's social media for the next 5 years. I'm pretty sure this is going to be people's profile pictures, cover photos.
Maybe if you let me
whatever
sit
might
inside of
be.
it.
So yeah, if you're at the event and you don't get a picture with this thing, I think you're missing out. So yes. Are we ready to head over? Brill, I think we're nearly
chat
ready
doesn't talk to people.
for the first
You're wrong.
presentation. But before that, I'm going to hand you over to Jared. Jared, over to you.
Hi, Sam. Thanks, Sam. Look, there's Sam.
Hi.
And there's
Currently
me.
occupied by Mark Hamill, of course.
there's me. Now, what Sam was far too humble to tell you is that she, as in her role in QA, has more flight hours on the Hornet than almost any person at CIG, which is why we gave her the wonderful introduction to the Hornet. So, and you might remember Sam from CitizenCon 2019. She flew the Carrack through the very first jump point to the very first visit at Pyro. So let's give Sam a round of applause, please.
Thanks for
she was
presenting.
too humble to give her credentials herself. So now
Yeah, I
we're
think
gonna
they
go
said
into
JRDF
Hall
built it. They build ridiculously big things. I think last year they built a Dragonfly, or that might have been an old one they built last time. But they built a bunch of models.
Start the show. So hey, if you're here in Hall B, let's all move over into Hall A. Because the sooner we all get in there, the
we've
sooner
got like
we can start the show.
2 to 3 minutes
and less
left.
I have to vamp like this. Everybody in Hall A. All right. So look, I'll show you how. Follow me. Do do do. Hey, what you got? Want to take a picture? Take a picture. Oh, the other way. There you go.
His phone crashes right as he... See, Jared is very good at talking to groups because he's been doing it for like 10 years.
Time, man. Okay. You want to? I'll take the picture. No, I'm a professional. Come on. Okay. No, let go. Let go. Let go. Oh, you got a battery. Yeah.
All right, I got to test my screenshot feature.
There you go. I'm a professional. Ready? Stand over there.
Yeah. Hey, I gonna be.
Okay, no, we're good. All right. No, we're gonna do 2 pictures. Ready? We're gonna do down low, like we're in a rap
Nice.
album.
It works.
Well,
I can
I'll do this.
screenshot on my
Good
computer
call.
and it sends it to my NAS, and then it pops up on the phone.
Like we're teenage girls.
Technology.
And then
You didn't miss anything. We're about to get started with the show right now.
How's that look?
Yeah, Jared's become very good at this.
All right. Thank you. No problem, guys. All right, let's get into Hall A. Everybody in the Hall A. Everybody moving Hall A. Slice of pizza? What is that, just cheese? Yeah. All right, thanks. Everybody in the Hall A.
He just eject 2 pieces.
All right.
Dude, it's like Jared got my pizza.
One of my favorite things about Star Citizen, we've got Big Benny's Noodles, we've got Torpedo Burrito, we've got Pips, and we've got pizza. Just pizza. Wow. There's a lot of you in here. This is the largest audience we've ever had for CitizenCon. 4,200 people, plus a bunch of employees, plus a bunch of crew members. Over 5,000 people in this room.
See if we see anybody we know. It's too fast. I can't see any faces.
What, are you streaming?
No, I'm just videoing.
All right, well, hi, Mom.
Now he has to send that video to Mom.
You're streaming, what are you doing?
I'm just recording, mate.
Are you just recording?
Yeah.
All right, there we go. Oh, what are you doing? You doing the same thing? All right, here, let me see. Thanks. All right. So, CitizenCon, who are you?
Martijn.
Martin?
Yes.
Where are you from, Martin?
Netherlands.
Netherlands.
Yes.
I love the Netherlands.
Looks like our timer has ended. Let's see how long they go past it.
Do you?
Yes.
All right. Must be different for visitors. Different priorities. I don't know if I'm supposed to say that on stream. Whose phone was this? There you go. There you go. All right. Let's go. How much time do we got? Hold on, I got to put my headset on. How much time do I need to do this for? Where's Chris Roberts? Chris Roberts is here.
You're not stuck
Does
in
he have
traffic.
his mic on? Okay.
All right, I'm going to turn
All right,
off
sure.
my timer, assuming they get started soon.
If that's what he wants. I apologize. You ready?
Did he drop something?
I think I legitimately pulled a hammy.
Nah, he's
Oh, that
doing a
thing is
good
rock hard
stalling.
right now.
It's good. It's working out for him.
Just check out my shoes. Yeah. Donatello.
He dropped the pizza. No, the pizza's in his hand. He's good.
Leonardo. Raphael. Yeah. All right. So that's all I got, everybody. We're going to take a few short minutes. We're going to start the show. Chris Roberts, he's going to kick this thing off proper.
A few short minutes.
So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Chris, where are you?
The show, everybody. Thanks.
Give this man some more pizza and let him sit down and rest for a bit. Jesus. Hey, ICGII. There's Skippy. There's Vastin. Do y'all see the garden folks out there? I saw them. Just great looking nerds, you know? Yeah, Chris starts it off and usually ends it. He'll probably come out, introduce, talk about... You know, he's really going to have to say something about, hey, we said we were feature complete last year, so we've been working on it, and now, like, what can you say now? You can't really say much else besides we've got a release window ready for you, because feature complete was your big announcement, but that already happened. So we'll see how he kicks off this discussion. Expectations are up, though. Any last minute any last minute predictions, folks, that you want to get in before we get started? Tower U, thanks for the sub. Leonarx, thank you as well. Chala, only 388 likes. Hey man, 388 likes is more than people usually are watching the stream, so thank you everybody who has liked the stream. You're awesome. It'll be here for the rest of time, and we'll probably look back on this stream at some point and be like, you silly individuals. Star Citizen movie announcement? Okay. Hint at drones. Turning of brain. Turning on my hype signals. Here we go.
CitizenCon 2954. There's a lot more of you here than there were when we were here last year, 5 years ago. There was 1,200 people. There's almost 5,000 people in the building today, which is amazing. I'm so grateful. I know a whole bunch of you around that have come from around the world to visit the lovely sunny Manchester. But inside here, there's going to be a lot of very cool stuff, although in this up-and-coming presentation, you may see a few things inspired by the Manchester weather. Anyway, so like the first title of our first presentation, Brave New Worlds, we're on the cusp of a new era for Star Citizen because server meshing is finally a reality. People are making their first jumps to Pyro in Evocati testing right now, which is pretty awesome. We're going to have it out at the end of this year. So I think it was going to be a great new
Dude, are you
phase
serious?
for
Did he
Star
just
Citizen.
Did he just give a freaking date?
We'll talk about the new tech and tools in Star Engine that will help us craft those worlds that you're going to be flying around to. And you'll hear about our plans beyond 4.0 and how we get towards Star Citizen 1.0, which is out of alpha and for everybody to play. And a little later this evening, I've got a special surprise for you, so you definitely want to stick around for the 5:30 show. Anyway, the team has worked really hard on the lead up to CitizenCon and this year to work on, first of all, what you've been playing in live, what you're going to be playing, what you're going to see here. So I'd like to thank them all for working extra hard and putting all their love and care, just like you guys love and care what we're building, into what we're doing. So thank them and you guys. And without me waffling on, I'd like to bring CIG's CTO, Benoit Bézageur. Did I say it right, Benoit?
Nice.
Yeah, okay, good. I'm always bad with French surnames. To the stage to start our journey into the future. So let's have a great show.
He's like, this is my CTO. What's your name again? This dude already set a date. That's on my bingo card. I'm starting off strong in my downloads here.
Hello! Bonjour, CitizenCon! Wait. Guten Tag, CitizenCon! Hola, CitizenCon! Ni hao, CitizenCon!
Isn't it supposed to be Cheerio or something like that?
Manchester. I'm not going to need this anymore.
By the way, folks, I'm going to be doing reactions during this, so I'll be on the screen for some of this.
I am Balt on Spectrum. Today, we will talk about Brave New Worlds. This is Pyro 2, Monox. It's a barren planet, not really habitable. Now, since the advance of our planet tech, we've always allowed players to circumnavigate planets and move from orbit to ground seamlessly, explore complex areas in intricate detail. Now, with server meshing, we're going to need a lot more locations for missions and destinations for more life. But there's a major question that has always followed this project since the beginning of Alpha 3.0. How are we going to make a large number of planets and systems? How are we going to meet the fidelity benchmark we've established? In this technology update, we bring life to lifelessness, even to Monox. We take the physical representation of the terrain, the geology, the atmosphere, the climate, and the environment to create accurate biomes that spring naturally from the collision of all these environments. Coherent, denser biomes that follow the laws of nature that we encode into data. Data that we then leverage to place flora and fauna, yes, but also settlements, buildings, alien and human life in a planetary context. This creates worlds that are scientifically plausible, richer in gameplay opportunities. We want you to find adventure just by going around the planets without a quantum point. We want you to find actions along your path. For this, we are changing how we made the game. We are scaling how we made the game in all areas. This is not just a Planet Tech update. This is a collection of systems that we call Genesis. Now, to help me explain all this nice work and this nice technology, let us kick us off. And I welcome our very own Ali Brown and Will Hine for Phase 1 of Genesis.
Oh, they're bringing on Water Guy. Let's go. First book of the Bible, first book of Planet Tech.
Hello, Star Citizen.
Yes, hello, CitizenCon.
Yeah. So let's start with some introductions. This guy over here is Will Hine, aka Water Guy or River Guy.
And this lovely gentleman is Ali Brown, pusher of pixels extraordinaire.
And we're here to tell you about Phase 1 of Genesis, which we're entitling The Laws of Nature. And this revolves around the fundamental approach we use to build our planet and is the literal foundation for everything else we're going to talk about in this talk today. Now, it centers on data-driven, physically based rules that we aim to realistically emulate nature and its incredible diversity. Before we dive in a bit deeper, let's just recap on some of the things we already have on our planets. So here you can see our lovely atmosphere and our cloud rendering, which can provide some spectacular views. We have our on-the-fly terrain generation, which is no loading screens in our game, which we're very proud of. And then we have our scattering system that can populate these planets with many different diverse biomes. And we've been setting quality benchmarks for each of these biomes as we come across them one by one.
But what we have isn't perfect. This scene on Microtech, it looks great, but it's not getting the same density that you'd expect from a real pine forest. That's one of the things we want to solve. The other, if I take you to the other side of Microtech, you'd be excused if you thought we'd just turned around and looked at a different part of the forest. Why is that? Well, this is because currently our artists create slices of biomes in great number, and then they distribute them across the planet using humidity and temperature properties. Each slice looks great in isolation, as you've seen, as you've explored. But this is not the solution to give us varied and natural biomes across an entire planet. Additionally, just using humidity and temperature limits us to only 2 degrees of variation.
And that's not enough for the sorts of planets and worlds that we want to create and for you to explore.
So how are we going to scale up our planet generation? Well, as I said before, we're going to start with physically based rules that drive everything. We want nothing to feel random on these planets. We want no limitations on the number of biomes. We want infinite biomes that are continuously changing across the planets. And we want extreme density, and we want to maintain or exceed all of the quality levels we've set with our existing biomes. And most importantly, we want it to be scalable so that we can really scale up to the level of content that the designers are expecting. And from your perspective, we want you to be able to truly explore and find unique playing opportunities everywhere on our planets. So to start this, we're going to need more data. So if we see here some of our existing data sets on our planets, we have temperature, which we define locally and globally, and humidity, and that's it for now. With Genesis, we add many other data sets, such as the geology type, the soil type, and then we also go for things like the soil depth and the quality and the nutrients, and many other properties all drive this complex data set that we use to build rule sets on that each individual asset can describe how it should work with them.
We're going to put something together and show you some demos today using some of the assets that you've already
Ooh,
known and
love
loved
demos.
in the PU.
Show me the
Although
soil,
you might
baby.
see some new stuff later. We'll save that. What you're going to see is a vertical slice of development. It's very early stages, very work in progress. You might see some bugs, but that means it's only going to get better, so be excited. The number one challenge with planets in our game is scale. In no other context do you need a planet to look great from first-person perspective when you're stood among the trees. You need it to look great when you're in a spaceship at a quantum marker miles away, and everywhere in between. There are no loading screens, you see everything. We cannot afford for it to look bad in any of those scenarios. So, let's start from a ground perspective. Demo number one, let's have a look.
Yo, that is incredible. That's a lot of density. If they can actually put something like this in the game. That looks way better than what they have right now.
So, how do we make that? Thank you, thank you. So, let's talk about first what's underneath it all. The ground! So, in our previous terrain shader, we just switched between different ground textures depending on climate and didn't really consider the unique properties of each type. Now, the terrain shader is based around 4 layers. We always first consider bedrock at the bottom of it all. Then, where appropriate, we add layers of soil of different types. We then add debris where appropriate, whether it be pine needles, dead leaves, etc. And then when it gets cold, we add snow. Each of these layers has unique shading properties and unique transitions between them. Because we do this all in one shader, we're able to achieve that as well as being performant. We can also use things like water saturation to darken and tint the soil and other properties to make it look more realistic. But that's not what filled most of the screen in that demo. That's the vegetation. Like what Ali said, we want to emulate the laws of nature. So in Genesis, we have rule sets for every asset that tells it how to respond to our rich data, whether it be soil type, water availability, temperature, geology, or whatever. We assess the viability and the vitality of each asset and compare them to decide what is likely to spawn in a natural environment. This automatically creates the cohesive environments that you saw in that clip. Not handcrafted anymore. No one has told those ferns and those pines to be like that. They each want to be like that. And that's what we're doing, multiple assets coming together to create a unique microbiome. What about trees then? Same thing. They have a larger requirement for space. They have a larger requirement for nutrients. That's how you see the distribution, and it's how it all works. Let's meet the flora that came together to beat that forest, to make that forest, and have a look at some of their properties. Now,
yeah,
just to
beat
note,
that
they're all
forest.
going to look quite similar because we've already seen them in the same place, so they must be similar. So, building blocks, like grass and common grass, medium amounts of sunlight. We had ferns, see it's a much lower requirement for sunlight. We had salix bushes forming our undergrowth, and we had pines, of course, and multiple variations of pines. Diversity is driven by competition. Everything has ideal conditions, which affects its competitiveness. We also have additional control over this in the form of dominance, which allows us to make one asset more competitive and more dominant than another, which is just what we see in nature. Everything is constantly fighting for resources and, of course, light. Because we spawn these assets in a hierarchy, it's easy to propagate shade data down over the distribution of the assets so that we can control ones that prefer or reject shade. Often, like these ferns, they can spawn in light, but they are outcompeted in those scenarios most of the time. So you will see a rogue fern, or a place where there's no seeds for a specific asset, you might start to get this coming in. Let's take a look from a larger perspective again.
Dude, these trees look so much better. Play the other games if you have other games that look this good. You don't have to play this one.
Some of the things we saw in that clip, let's talk about rocks first. So anyone that's done a lot of ground driving and ground vehicles might have seen that our rocks sometimes feel a little bit randomly scattered, and it can be quite an obstacle sometimes. So in this clip, you saw that the rocks are no longer randomly scattered, and they're now placed based on physically based rule sets. And this logical grouping is achieved via erosion simulations, which we run offline to build localized data maps. And they describe the size of the aggregate and rocks and the density and where they should naturally form. And that means we get things like these natural clusters of boulders at the forest edge underneath the cliffside. And on that note, you might have noticed that the cliffs have been dramatically improved in how they shade. We also see things like the natural clumping of vegetation caused by seed dispersal. This is controlled per species, so we can get better emulation of their unique growth patterns and create a much more realistic environment. And we also calculate the slope aspect, which is the exposure to vegetation to solar radiation and other environmental factors. And this allows us different species to flourish in different conditions, as we can see on different sides of this valley. Then over larger scale, we calculate the age and vitality of each tree individually to drive exactly how high they should be, but also the color of their leaves. Now, this isn't the only thing that will drive the color of the leaves. We're going to introduce the concept of seasons to the game. And this will mean our planets will evolve through the year, and we'll be able to shed leaves from trees and have the grass wither in winter.
I was going to say, this looks like they're leading into seasons. Maybe they'll talk about planetary orbits here.
So as you're starting to see, all these rules, all this data, it's all coming together to create what we call truly emergent biomes. Let's have one more look at how this varies over a much larger scale.
It looks like a city builder up from that high.
just like in real life, oh, thank you. Just like in real life, our areas should vary, even by traveling a few kilometers. If you get in a helicopter and fly over the Alps, it all looks a bit snowy, but when you look closer, it's constantly changing. And we're now able to accurately represent that with our changing data. Another very important factor to mention is the distant look. In this screenshot, you don't see a single tree, and yet the terrain is still green. We previously did that with artist-made lookup tables that told the planet what color to be at what position. But that wasn't going to work with all our new data and our far more complex spawning. Now we have a systemic solution. The planet shader is able to intelligently evaluate what's going to spawn there using the same rule sets that cause the assets to spawn there when you get there. That means we can sample the sort of color that is going to project onto the orbital view and use it. We get a far better accuracy from the result. Together,
that's pretty nice.
By creating rules and authoring data that works, we create a continuously varying planet that sets the scene for the incredible exploration gameplay I know you guys are going to have. But how have we done this without compromising on performance?
So yeah, with all this new data sets and these physically based spawning rules, you're probably wondering, how is this going to handle in your CPU? We don't want to melt anyone's CPU, so we've redesigned all of this tech to work much more efficiently than before, and now it can run on many cores. This allows it to be run perfectly well on both the CPU and the GPU. So we've redesigned our framework so that we can run it at both and swap between them freely. Now, the benefit of this is we can do things like, first off, move the terrain system to the GPU, and we've now done that to get some incredible performance improvements, but we then also cache the results in something we call a virtual terrain texture. I'll give you a quick demo of this now. This is now vastly faster than the previous system, but it also allows us to generate the terrain in much higher resolution, which means all the popping you can see on the mountains as we're approaching, all of that should be completely eliminated on the right-hand side of the screen.
With the extra headroom we've gained by making our terrain system more efficient, we've been able to introduce some improvements, including high-resolution ground textures, proper blending between surface types, and of course, better tiling. If you're familiar with any of our planets, we've taken off all the assets so you can see the issue, and now how it looks, you don't see those lines going at all.
Oh, thank God. Honestly, getting better at this is like really gonna make the planets look nicer, because they've been doing a good job of making them, but there's still a lot of artificial problems, and I'm sure this doesn't get rid of all of them, but being able to make planets quickly and not have to worry about this, I'm sure is gonna
With the terrain data cached
make
on the
things
GPU,
better.
like Ali said, we can perform the scattering there too, which is significantly faster. All those algorithms that we've used to generate those first bits can run there without being more expensive on your CPU. And it also means the results are directly there on the GPU. We can render straight from them. That allows us to have dramatically more density in our new system. We can render objects directly without having to go via the CPU every frame. We also cull at different levels of granularity, with bigger groups in the distance and individual assets up close. Just as a demonstration, this is the sort of density you can expect on Microtech today. And in a second, we'll flip over to what you can expect from the new upcoming tech. In a second, we're going to turn on the culling groups debug so you can see. These are the groups that we create of those trees and of the terrain. And as we get closer, we shrink them so we're more intelligently rendering what we need without having to assess each tree individually, all the way down to the ground.
So to recap some of the things you've seen here in phase one, we had data-driven rules based on physically based data, generating emergent biomes that continuously vary across our planets to get infinite possibilities. And we've achieved this with much greater density than before and much faster rendering. And we also achieved seamless transitions from ground to space with zero popping. So now that we've got all this tech, it's time to talk about how art might make use of this. So for that, I'll hand you to the next phase towards Sebastian.
Honestly,
Schroeder.
dude, now show us that we can just cut down these trees with guns and land wherever we want. That would actually be really nice.
Thank you.
Make a little clearing in a forest where there's like just rocks everywhere. Yeah.
Wow.
Cut down
Thank
trees.
God there's only 20 of you, otherwise I'd be nervous. Right, thanks for having me. I'm here on behalf of the Planet Content team, and we're very excited to finally show you some of the things we've been working on. As you've just seen from Will and Ali, the system keeps growing in both complexity and capability, so our libraries have to grow alongside it. Wait, should I click? No. No, I should click.
Click.
Yeah, click.
Do the click.
Oh, there we go. So, our goal of the content is to provide the content that the system needs to populate every corner of every planet with realistic environments. And this content is what this phase of Genesis is all about, emergent biomes. For our first example of today, it's almost a shame Will left because it's about moisture, but let's look at very high moisture and medium to high temperature.
Hey, there you go. The swampiness. Okay. Oh my god, more water than just oceans and seas. That's nice. Which I guess opens it up for more fauna. That's my swamp donkey. Oh, okay. They, of course.
Thanks, that did look really good. So, for swamps, we obviously made vegetation that feels at home in or near water. But before we dive in, allow me to give you a quick primer on our approach to authoring plants. Most species can survive in a fairly wide range of climate conditions, but will only thrive if the conditions are ideal. To support this concept, we author our vegetation assets to describe the full growth cycle of a species. If the conditions aren't ideal, they may not grow to full maturity or look their best, but the species can still exist. So let's have a closer look. For the water's edge, we made plants like this Alternatera and the iris. We also need the aquatic ones to float on the water surface, like the water lily or the pickerelweed. This willow and the one after, a Chinese tallow tree, while comfortable near water, we can also use to replace some of the more aged assets used to seeing elsewhere in the game. The last one, it's taking a bit longer now, but the last one, I'm gonna wait.
Dude, the variation in these plants is so much better now.
You may not see used much in other biomes, but it's a very iconic one for the swamp, the bald cypress.
Swamp guy.
So another feature we need.
I don't think you want to be called swamp guy.
A proper one is water interaction. Over the last year or two, a lot of work has gone into improving the way our water reacts and renders. So naturally, we wanted to make a biome that highlights those advances. Let's have a brief look at what it's like being inside the swamp. As you walk or swim through the water, you may come across obstacles like logs or debris floating on the surface. They will react to the player character and can be pushed out of the way. We were also pleasantly surprised when we first saw how the water simulation systemically affects assets floating on the water surface, making for some really immersive moments. Now, before I get to our second use case of the day, a quick disclaimer. Obviously, all the things you're seeing here today we're still actively working on, but this one in particular, it's a bit early in the process. So let's have a look at extreme object density next. With the data saying we should have high rainfall and sunlight year-round, it's the perfect condition for our next biome to appear.
Close the front door. How am I going to land anywhere? Yeah, hopefully they show us how fire tech is going to occur in these biomes. Right now, it's just on ships. Oh my god, dude. Looks beautiful. It's gonna be nice to fly over.
Considering everything you've just seen is still very much work in progress, the gameplay capture team really did a great job showing our work in the best possible light. With jungles, we wanted to explore the concept of vertical stratification, as they are the prime example for that. What it means is that you have horizontal layers of microbiomes defined by the species that thrives with the amount of sunlight and rain that still reaches there. The Flora, herb, and brush layer we could almost do before, obviously missing the density. But now we also have the option to add variation to the tree layer by dynamically spawning epiphytes like lianas, orchids, or bromeliads attached to trunks and canopies of other assets.
So that one, he was very, very careful to say is early. I wouldn't expect this stuff soon.
Density is what will finally allow us to make convincing jungles. And the best part is, we don't even need a lot of different species to create what we refer to as a canvas of a biome. The idea being that we can vary what kind of forest you're in by adding or replacing the plants that visually stand out the most.
This seems like Terra kind of stuff.
To get us started on our stratification, we made epiphytes like the Epiprenum and the bromeliad, including a potted version for your hab. Then obviously you need jungles for lianas for a jungle. And we also made the Grias, which add character to the herb and tree layer. For tall trees, we decided on a fairly generic rubber tree, as its different growth stages serve as a nice foundation for all height levels. And that's pretty much it, what we need to make a pretty good base for jungle.
This is the first panel because they generally just start out with the engine tech and then get into
For
gameplay.
our third and last use case, let's pretend the data indicates regular rainfall and moderate temperatures. This climate would support a lot of different forests, but we also wanted to use this opportunity to explore extreme scale. And they're just really cool.
Oh, taking me home. Yo, he just went through the tree. How are they going to even render that stuff that quickly, man? Good God. Hey, I saw more.
Now, for this one, we first looked at the different redwood biomes on Earth and tried to analyze what the most defining species of them are. With this understanding, we then decided on the following plants to allow for a fairly universal redwood forest, They will easily support variation across continents and planets. A fairly common family of species for the ground levels of all redwoods are ferns, in our case the sword fern. We also made a huckleberry variant to provide some visual density for the shrub layer. To add some Jurassic vibes, we made tree ferns, as they can be found in New Zealand's redwood forests. The most important one, though, obviously sequoias, and they ended up being one of our most complex sets yet. As it turns out, they can grow to be fairly ridiculous in size. It keeps going.
Proper redwoods, yes.
Now, one thing our game's foliage is sorely missing is the ability to properly react to what's happening around it. The goal here is to unify all forces from all sorry for the horrible rhyme. All forces from all sources, wind, characters and creatures, ships, explosions, and whatever else, and have the vegetation behave accordingly. Now, as part of our tech improvements, we will be implementing a GPU-based simulation that's fit for our game scale. For now, we've set up the ferns with our existing CPU-based one to better visualize what it will feel like to walk amongst those giants. Also, with the biomes on our planets now being defined by where an individual object wants to appear, you can expect a lot more happy accidents by having species invade different biomes.
This will look absolutely beautiful with fog.
Unique locations, hopefully. Surely.
This looks great. I'm excited to see like what we'll be able to find in these places, whether it be loot, crash ships, or
Before I get
bases.
to this off stage, I just want to say a big thank you to everybody involved, especially my team in Frankfurt for doing such amazing work and being all around great people. And also to all of you guys. I really hope you have a fantastic CitizenCon. This concludes this phase of Genesis, so please welcome Ian to the stage so he can tell you all about the next one.
All right. What's coming next? Give us lava? Give us weather? What do you guys think? Next part of Genesis. Roads?
Thank you. Hello, CitizenCon. All right. Those new planets and biomes were pretty, right? But it's time for phase-free civilization to give you some stuff to do.
Interactive.
So, let's talk about location density. We've emulated nature as well as we can to make sure our planets are physically based and realistic, our biomes are emergent. But it's time to start populating the verse, because where there's people, there are their lives and the structures they build. So it makes sense that whenever you go and explore these planets, that you find their lives.
Okay, this is the real good stuff of server meshing. When can we get more AI around?
The same rules as our biomes, such as the jungles and the swamps.
Oh, God, yes.
But before we continue, let's first take stock as to where we are now. At the moment in the verse, we have these custom, beautifully made locations, such as Ghost Hollow, we've got our distribution centers, or even just some outposts. And these have all been handcrafted by our designers and artists to hit that benchmark. And they've been working directly on the planet. However, going forward, this doesn't really scale with how we want to go forward with the game. Server meshing is about to arrive, and we're going to have a way higher player count. So those 73 bunkers across Stanton just won't cut it. But in general, it's also pretty barren. There's not much for you to explore and find stuff out there. So there's no exploration gameplay. You haven't really put your character to use for the way that you should. So this means we need to go bigger, which means we need to change our workflow. And with any workflow means we need to first establish a new benchmark. So, with our new benchmark, we are ensuring quality and improve on our previous work and make it even better. And any location that you'll find needs to have its own unique personality and no repetition. We don't want you to find the same location twice.
Get out of here.
This also means that this is your exploration and your findings. So when you go out there and explore with your Carrack or with your Corsair, is that whatever you find, you can share with your orgs or with your friends. As for that density, if you fly down to the planet, we want you to find something, let's say, every 100 clicks. But also improve the mission experience. So when you stay more on the planet, you're more immersed, and you go from location to location. Just keep going.
Every 100 clicks, that's so many points of interest.
Forward, we are modularizing all our existing locations and assets. And we're basically making a library of buildings and layouts that we'll be using to no longer work directly on the planet. The neat thing, all these modules and assets can be iterated upon and tested right in the editor for all the designers and artists to ensure fun gameplay and interactive sandbox activity, and also make sure all the mission stuff is there. Basically, we're building a toolkit. So let's look at some of the things that we need to keep in mind as we are making that toolkit. First and foremost, we've got our art style and branding. We've got things like Frontier for our settlements. We've got high-tech for the emergency shelters, but also utilitarian, like our bunkers and distribution centers. The richer the data, the richer these locations will be. Secondly, they all have a function. We've got mining for our mining outposts, farming for the farmsteads, or just places where people live. The function of the place will define the way the place looks as well, and its form. And last but not least, the people as well, the faction and their loadouts. We've got lawful people, like the new Citizens for Prosperity in Pyro, unlawful, such as Xenofred, and sometimes not even no one. And the place needs to look a bit, derelict. In different places, you'll find different people. So, now that we've made our toolkit and we've defined all this new stuff, let's start building thousands of locations. Yes, I said thousands. So, to avoid the same issue of working on directly in the planet, I'd like to introduce to you Starchitect.
God, no, this is a joke. They're kidding. There's no way they actually called it Starchitect. Get the out.
What Starchitect allows us to do is directly on a planetary scale scatter all these new libraries and modules and assets and no longer work directly on the planet. And it uses the same logical rule set as our emergent biomes.
They must be Starcastic, right?
It also gives us full control over the data that we set on these locations. So expect locations in places where they make sense. Let's kind of look at all this new Genesis data and all these new libraries and chuck it into Starchitect and see what it gives us. As you can see, we're now able to make full-size locations, and they will look completely different based on where you'd find them. The layouts are controlled by the rules, and it will reflect its place in the verse. We've got farms, mining outposts, but even our older locations, such as the bunkers that you find on Stanton. So, let's look at an example and kind of use the tool to really, make a location. We can define the rules, as I've mentioned a couple times by now. So for our mining outpost, it wants to be near a resource. We can specify what this resource needs to be. But we can also give it suggestions where sometimes you'd find it here and sometimes you wouldn't. If the location has refineries, it might want to be near water to refine the resources. Then secondly, we can define what buildings should be there. So obviously we need mining buildings, houses for people to live as well, and even power buildings that we can leverage with the resource network. Starchitect will intelligently figure out where to place these and what needs to be at the location. Next up, farms. Its rules, well, temperature. Not every plant can live in every temperature, but the same with soil type. Only certain plants can be in certain grounds. And then we can query the seed map to determine what plants you would find there. What are the harvestables? As for the targets, again, farm buildings, obviously, power buildings, houses, but even animals, such as our beloved quasi-grazers. And last but not least, derelict ships. We've got these all over the place currently. Rules, well, they'd be close to anti-air because they would be shot down, but even in harsh flight conditions, such as mountains or low visibility, you'd probably most commonly find them. Targets, well, crash ship parts, of course. Sometimes you'd find the full remains of a javelin, and the other time you might just find the nose of a starfare laying around. So, let's talk about coherency. Sure, we can scatter all these locations everywhere on the planet, and you'll find them in places that make sense, but we can do better. You don't just want to find an outpost completely on its own, right? We want to make sure it really feels like people have built their lives here. So, let's talk about some missing bits. We want to tell tighter stories, such as the people's lives, but also logical exploration. If I find one thing, I expect to find something similar or something else nearby. We also need more data control. What defines one mining outpost being different from the other ones, aside from the harvestables? And also give the narrative developments. Make sure people build near rivers, on mountains, they build near town halls, they build near distribution centers. So to hit that bit of our benchmark, we make sure that locations are near each other and group them together. The effect it gives is a fully developed landscape with vistas and points of interest all over. And we group them together in what we like to call a cluster, like this one, that has 13 locations.
Okay, so not every 100 kilometers. We're clustered together.
Let's talk about clusters.
Maybe a cluster's every 100 kilometers.
Clustering means generating locations near other locations. So, for example, if you find a distribution center, just like in the verse currently, I would find forward operating bases next to them. But if you go even further out, you'd find mining outposts to funnel those resources to the FOBs. Go out even further, you'd find caves around them, because that's where they might find some of the gems.
Okay, I see how they're doing it.
And then we can even specify the data on a cluster level. All of the factions that live at this whole cluster, any mining outpost, that would be the same people, but also what commodities they sell, to find on what resource you'd find. So let's look at an example of the clusters.
They're going to have to talk about StarSim with all this.
Again, we can define what rules we should have. Rules, well, near a resource, just like our mining outpost, but also it needs to be on a lawful planet. We can target on a planetary scale where they would need to be. They need protection. As for the targets, well, caves, mining outposts, but even trade posts. Let's go to the other side of the spectrum. Before I do so, I forgot data. We can, on a cluster level, specify, again, what mineral commodities, but also what harvestable types you'd find are in that region. Now let's look at the other side of the spectrum, an unlawful cluster. What rules? Well, they need to be far away from any other cluster, because they want to be isolated and do their evil deeds on their own. And also on an unlawful planet, such as somewhere in the Pyros system. For the targets, outlaw outposts, crash ships, because they would shoot them down, and also ruins from just places they just completely overrun. The data on this one, you'd find specific loadouts, and they'll be using weapons that you wouldn't find any in other legal system. And these weapons will be sold at the shops in these regions. So, now that we have a cluster, let's go even bigger. Just like our locations, we can put clusters near other clusters, and we group them together, ranging between 10 to 15 locations each. And we group this into what we call a sector. Like this one, that has about 120 locations.
Loving the word play.
However, on a planetary scale, we can define how many sectors we should have, with each their own data and persona. And every single one of these locations is now ready for the mission system to hook up and give you gameplay, and for you to find a bunch of places on your own. And just on this side of the planet, can you
really
guess the
gonna
number?
want to
We've
hope
got
that
about
server meshing's working.
3,042 locations.
Like, how many servers will a planet be at that level?
As architects, we're just able to, on a planetary scale, just define how many locations we need, what you'd find there, and to just give that full identity. Thank you for listening. And I won't just see you in the verse, but I'll see you in a denser verse. However, this was only the first phase of civilization. Let me introduce you to the stage, the person who will introduce life at these locations, Francesco Raccucci.
Okay, they're about to actually talk about AI on the planets
hi
now?
everybody.
'Cause that would be fantastic.
Benvenuti a CitizenCon. So, where are we today? So, my name is Francesco Roccucci, and I'm the director in CIG. Welcome to the next step of Phase 3. We will look into how life adapts to the laws of nature and how all the NPCs can interact pretty much with these incredibly vast and dense worlds that we just saw. So up to this point, we have seen how we are building the worlds. We start from the physical data set, and this is to make sure that what you see is not just beautiful and realistic, but also physically accurate. So the distribution of the elements that we have seen and the location and the POIs are influenced by geology, mission, narrative, and the lore. Those locations cannot be lifeless. We want the planets to basically leverage the space that emerge with life. So from an AI perspective, I will categorize the elements of those worlds into 4 macro groups.
Cool, he's AI director. Good stuff.
Emergent environment, that is everything we have just seen being built out of the physical data set. Users-made locations. So this includes everything that our designers or you players will create in the world. So something that is mankind-made and not predefined in the environment. Interior of those locations. Now, this is very connected to the previous point. The difference is that they represent usually a confined space where there is much more tight interaction. And for NPCs, it's a lot about interaction with objects that we are usually used to in our everyday lives. And then the day and night cycle. So in essence, the passage of time. That so far didn't have really a lot of impact on the gameplay. So to allow life to respect this world and conform to the rules that this environment defines, well, we want to improve our tools and workflow, and we want to distance ourselves as much as possible from a designer-driven approach. This is because, first, it's labor-intensive. It can be prone to bugs, but also because the scale of the worlds that we've just seen are very hard to be designer-driven and markup. So we want to improve this workflow, and we will see how manual markup is also not usually the best option, because with these worlds that are heavily impacted by users and changes and customization, it's very hard to know in advance where interesting things are. So today I want to show you a couple of examples of what the IT team has been focusing on to make these systems supported and scale correctly to support these vastly dense dynamic worlds. So we'll look at perception in light and dark environments and dynamic cover generation. So attacking an outpost now must have a level of depth that goes beyond what we had. So layouts of the environment can change, vehicles may or may not be present, and PC can be anywhere. And if it's a bright day, well, we will be more visible, but our enemies will also be more visible. And if you choose to attack at nighttime, well, we'll attack in shadows. During darkness, it's going to be a bit harder to see our enemies, but we will also be harder to be spotted. And it will give us more opportunities to be stealthy and sneaky. How do we do that? So as you see, there is also a lot of different light conditions in this outpost. So in this scenario, we will start looking at how perception is impacted by the day and night cycle. On the planetary surface, as we've seen in the outpost, natural and artificial lights are the 2 elements that will impact vision. And knowing that, you can use this to leverage your gameplay style to exploit basically all the environment. So what is perception? On the NPC level is the combination of data that we collect out of the senses. And vision is one of the senses and just tries to, in a way, simulates the human side ability.
Yeah, I'm synced with live.
Can already tweak the perception in different ways. And one way is defining how quickly NPCs can understand what they are seeing. And the light condition have a direct impact on how quickly an NPC will fully understand, for example, if there is an hostile in front of them. And obviously, there is condition of light that designers can control, and some others, like the day-night cycle, that they can't. So in this video, we'll see 2 main elements. The graph on the top left and the 2 colorful cones. The graph on the left basically represents the current light level the NPC is in, and the current multiplier this light level generates to speed up or slow down the NPC perception and understanding. The two cones instead represents the primary and secondary FOV. The red color means that if you stand in that location, it will result in NPC reacting the slowest to you, and the green color instead represents the quickest response. So during the night, NPC will have a hard time to understand and foresee and see things.
I'm feeling the Ubisoft influence here.
Helmets, they can turn it on, and this will impact their primary FOV, making still the peripheral vision a bit more uncertain. And as you see here, first of all, the NPC is patrolling with his domesticated friendly copion. This is because he wants to exploit the vision, the night vision capabilities of the animal, and it's kind of our tier 0 pets. So we will now look at the cover system. That is the next dynamic things that I want to show you. So when we introduced planetary navigation mesh the first time, our goal was really to create a systems that would support and process the environment in a very dynamic way. Our planets are just way too big to statically export them and process them, first of all. And then their regions only exist when somebody's there and the NPCs are there. So essentially, environment has its purpose only when life exists. Also, let's keep in mind that even if we could export dynamically and statically those planets, so processing dynamically all a static version of the planet, this would be, first of all, wasteful and on the memory side and time-consuming. And also because we have a lot of runtime modification of the terrain, this would require us to still reparse it at runtime, and pretty much that will be almost all the time. So to generate the cover data, we want to leverage the navigation mesh system. And what we do is, as you see here, the blue polygons are basically where NPCs can walk, and the green ones are what we call cover surfaces, that are our simple representation of the environment, what NPC uses to understand if they can hide behind something and if they can shoot from some positions. So up to now, we have had...
Honestly, if that is dynamic, that will be very cool. If you can move a vehicle there and the NPC recognizes it can be cover.
Where cover was interesting, they could mark it up, either the location itself or prefabs, and then with a special entity that would just sample dynamically the environment, but would still be designer-driven. This is obviously a good approach it's also a standard approach in gaming industry, but what about all those organic and inorganic elements that get scattered with a new system? Like if designers want to iterate on these ones, for example, and they want to change the physical data sets, those scattering tools will just change completely the layout. And what we want is that designers can do this change without being afraid of doing it because the gameplay was, predefined and controlled, and now they can just make something beautiful but also fun. Besides that, yes, we did have a prefab approach where you can build stuff out of small building blocks. This is obviously a good approach because it's, in a way, you can build stuff out of smaller version, but this creates a lot of unnecessary data. Imagine a crate, and we can say that the crate can generate cover. Now we stack 100 crates, and what happens? That we have a lot of data to generate cover that we have to process, throw away. This would just waste CPU cycles for nothing. This is why, until now, you also couldn't find an NPC in a forest like this one and see them hiding behind a tree or a rock. So enabling the dynamic generation of covers on the planet allows us to exploit all the elements of the environment. Whenever navigation mesh generates, NPC can now have a chance to fight with you hiding behind available elements.
Hey, there's a vehicle.
Boulders, rock, walls, and are all useful elements right now. However, we don't have to limit ourselves to static geometries, but also vehicles can be used for cover. And as you can see, this is dynamically generating while the vehicle moves. So be careful.
Pretty sure that vehicle was sliding
It can become
sideways.
a source of danger for you as well. Last but not least, these systems can be just used on all the different type of navigation mesh we have. So not on the planet, but also, for example, the interiors and everything you guys construct. Because obviously, you guys will build your own locations, but you don't really mark up stuff, or you don't want to decide that, because that's going to come automatically out of the system. So I want to show you.
Yeah, I want to know how this factors in with Maelstrom.
So what I want to show you now is just like a little bit of insight of what goes behind the scene when we generate cover and navigation mesh. These are some of the steps that our system does. So we always start from the environment voxelization. What that means is we process the geometry, the physical representation of the geometries, that is a little bit simpler than usually the render mesh, and we construct it in a voxelized approach. This is also using different types of agent definition. Why so? Because obviously where a human can move is not the same as where a vehicle can move. So we can define different type of precisions and then speeding up the process where we have to and be more precise where we cannot be to. And we can also create overrides based on different things. For example, if you crouch, you can enter into smaller locations than where you stand. This process is basically common between navigation mesh and cover. After that is generated, then we can evaluate the voxel in different ways, for example, defining where we can walk. So can we make the step with our foot over a specific voxel? Or is there something in front of that hole in the non-mesh so that we can actually cover behind? And then we can basically decide where to generate cover surfaces. And after the cover surfaces are generated, we can process where the cover locations are. Cover locations are a good spot for NPC to be behind the cover. So what we see here is that with the introduction of Maelstrom last year, obviously we knew this would revolutionize how you guys are playing. And we did have to find a solution to handle all the destruction you can create. So you would destroy so much stuff in this world.
Oh, there it is.
Solution, right? So this is why we approach the cover generation navigation mesh as it is, because there is just no way for us to predict anything that you're doing, and we want just Maelstrom to be another trigger for word evaluation. So as you see, this is all dynamically generating. And destroying anything just makes the word be reevaluated. So as you see here, we can have also lots of rules. So you can see double tick here, but when ticks break, first they invalidate, and then when they rest, for example, we can decide when is a good moment to regenerate so that we also don't waste too much CPU cycles. The color that you see is mostly cover quality. So you see the light green is high cover, the dark green is low cover, and then we have the red that we introduced some time ago that is basically not really good cover, but if there is nothing better, well, it's better to be behind something than being in open space. So let's just recap. What we want to do is finding a plan and having a good plan to approach life in this vast universe. What we want is the life to be able to systemically evaluate all the dynamic environments that is generated. We want to improve our workflow, not only to support designers and being faster, but also support all your guys' creations. So we want the life to adapt, and this is all for making the game fun for you, so that everything comes together. So thank you all. This was phase 3. And now, let's welcome Ben Parry, that will introduce you guys to phase 4 of Genesis.
Honestly, that was pretty nice. After seeing Maelstrom last year, it's really nice to see how the AI actually views it and get an idea of the debug.
Hello, CitizenCon.
Solid. Those are the small things that'll actually make these locations matter, you know?
Sorry, someone's changed my lines. Welcome to phase 4, light and sound. Now, we've seen already automated systems for automatically placing different biomes, different vegetation, settlements, and people. So now we're going to take the same approach to automatically handling light itself. First of all, why is this important? Well, it's not always obvious, especially when they do their jobs as well as they do. But there's an incredible amount of attention from the lighting artists that goes into all of the locations that we have in the game. Besides just marking up the reflection probe areas, they also manage the visuals really carefully, adding fill lights, approximating bounce lights off ground and up into ceilings and dark corners where there aren't any direct lights pointing, really. And the problem is, not only does this take a lot of time and really constrain the style that they're using, it's simply not possible. If you've got a planet full of forests and, 3,000 and something placed locations, you're going to be exploring places that no artist has ever visited. No, they've not looked at, and they're certainly not going to be able to have tweaked it for you. So we need something that works completely hands-off. And natural outdoor scenes are especially problematic for us. Indoors, you can put a lot of little lights around pointing from different directions, and you can probably justify it. Outdoors, you've got the sun, and you've got the sky. And if you're behind a tree, you've got the sky. And so you need that skylight to vary. Now, so this is the forest as you'd see it without the GI system. As you can see, all the shadows are receiving lighting from the same environment probe, so it's basically just a flat color across.
We replace that with around 40,000 mini ray trace probes. Each of them has their own view of the sky, and so that gives you way more contrast and variation as you move in and out of the canopy.
We did see a lot of this last year, so I'd be interested in knowing what makes it different now.
Now, there are a couple of other pieces of the puzzle that we've been working on over the last year. Now, the first is, well, all the stuff that you can't stick 40,000 mini probes onto. Anything that doesn't have an opaque surface, we can't really know where it is on the screen and track it from frame to frame. But if we don't do anything, it's going to stick out like a sore thumb. We've got fog, we've got particles, we've got other little things, I don't know what they are. And so we need something to do with those. So to address this, we've added a kind of stable grid of medium-y kind of probes that are generated around the player as you move around. So that gives us approximately matching lighting that we can apply to all of those things. Now, this is a little bit difficult to illustrate in normal scenes, so for once, I've been making my own levels.
Yeah, they definitely heard me.
As you can see, Pico's in trouble again. But because the lighting team hasn't helped, you can't see anything in most of the scene. If you add the transparency GI system, suddenly the whole scene comes alive. And this is something that we could never have done until we added this tech.
I feel like we should get some kind of timeline for GI at this point. I hope so.
The other piece of the puzzle is glossy reflections. Now, we've got a fair few shiny objects in the game, you may have noticed. And we've got the same problem that if we fix the lighting on one thing and then the reflections don't match, it's going to look terrible. Also, ray tracing reflections is really cool, and we wanted to do it. And the challenge here, though, is that the ray traced reflections you're going to do, they're not just mirrors. Like, we've got a whole range of objects in the game, from like a scuffed hull panel all the way up to chrome polished pipes. And we want the same system to apply globally across that. So I'm going to do an uncomfortably short breakdown on what this tech looks like and how that comes together. So here's what we need to beat. Now, obviously, it reads as shiny, but there's this kind of fakeness to it. It kind of looks a bit like it's flying. So let's see what the ray tracing looks like. Yeah, it's really noisy and horrible. We need to clean it up. So what we do is we let pixels share their data in space, and then also in time to clear up the final image. And then we let the game's normal anti-aliasing just kind of clean up the last stuff and carry us over the finish line. And that's how you make a chrome penguin. Now, I'm going to derail for a moment away from the topic of Genesis, because this isn't actually just about automating the lighting for new environments. This is also about pushing quality in areas that have already had all of that work done by the lighting team. We're freeing the artists up to light more naturally, allowing the time of day shifts to be embraced rather than fighting against them. And as I'm about to show, players and NPCs are going to reap the same benefits as well. So here we start adding natural areas of light and shade and warm and cool colors. These open areas benefit in the same way as the forest scene did, adding areas of shade and areas of open lighting.
I do like some contrast.
Like I mentioned, the time of day shifting leads to different ambience as the sun moves. And this is the shot that I just liked. Finally, let's see how the new GI system can brighten up your character's day.
She's been brightened her day up.
And also their day as well.
She's dancing in the background. Doing some Chris Roberts dance moves right there.
Well, I promised you light and sound, but I don't actually know anything about sound. So here's the man who does, Graham Phillipson.
Sound! Folks, honestly, I feel like these are the things they do need to put in the engine to keep up with other game engines. If they didn't, then people would just say other game engines are leaving this one behind. So I don't know how they went. Do they implement this stuff or not?
10 years, and this is the first time I've done this. Very exciting for me. So,
nah, he's been there every single year.
Do you want to make some noise?
Right? Hasn't he been on every CitizenCon talk, I feel like?
Sound isn't as fast as light, so it takes me a bit to catch up. Jared wrote that joke for me, so you can blame him. Says it right here, blame him. So now we have a huge amount of visual and interactable content. Locations, biomes, populations, planets, and systems. And now they're all beautifully lit too, thanks Ben. But how do we paint this world with sounds? It's a challenge. It's a challenge of scale. We need to support multiple star systems.
Claudius?
It's a challenge of quality. We want the highest quality possible. We also don't want implementation to hinder creativity, and we want a seamless experience.
Oh, it's pre-recorded,
we're asking
gotcha.
a lot. But with Star Audio, we can rapidly implement audio for entity classes, brushes, or audio
Dude, they're
suites,
taking the piss. There's no
all
way.
of which can be reused and reflected immediately across the game, including all of those emergent locations we talked about earlier. So again, this is Genesis data driving what happens in-game. And we can do all this without breaking flow. So here's a fairly dry video. It gets more exciting later, I promise, showing you our rapid workflow. So over on the left, I had to think about that, we have the Wise editor. That's where all our sounds live. In the middle, we have Star Audio editor. And on your right, we have an entity that needs some insect sounds on it. So we can very quickly drag from Wise to Star Audio. We can mark up very quickly a bit of logic, and we can re-trigger this entity's spawn sound so that it immediately makes a sound. I assure you there is a group of insects. Thank you, you're too kind. If you like that one, you'll like the ones that come later. But there's a little something missing. So to add some realism, sounds respond to how they move, how you move in the world and how they move relative to you. So we need to change the frequency as their velocity relative to the listener changes. This is known as the Doppler effect. In simple terms, the pitch dropping as something whizzes by. Or, in even simpler terms,
that was the complex version.
Sound designers traditionally needed to implement their own Doppler sounds. But given how fast we can travel through these rich, dense locations and the sheer number of them, we can't afford to be doing that any longer. So we've created a systemic Doppler solution. And I'm going to show you that now, the only way I know how, by putting a big Benny noodle machine on top of a mountain.
God.
So you can hear the pitch and tempo changing as we move relative to the Benny noodle machine, and this is all fully systemic, no special treatment for this sound.
Star noodles.
And I expect the noodle bar to be very busy after that commercial. So how does it work? Well, the listener is surrounded by variable time delay buffering, not the horrible kind of buffering you get on the internet. This is a really nice kind that helps the game sound good. Each buffer represents a section of the sphere around the audio listener, and the audio is mixed into these buffers at a position that is appropriate to the object's position in the world. Changes in the position are applied to the delay buffer by interpolating the audio data. But that's not all we're doing here. Now, I know there was a bar citizen yesterday, so some of you may not be thinking as fast as you might normally, but you may have realized that by buffering the data in this way, we're not just creating a speed of sound, we are not just creating a Doppler effect, we are indeed, and I just spoiled my own line, creating a speed of sound effect. So, introducing systemic speed of sound to the game, I now have a couple of minutes of video, and we go through rapid fire, looking at some fantastic examples of what this brings to the game, starting with a spaceship pass by.
I was going to say, show us a ship.
By the systemic speed of sound.
Also some guns. Gunfire from far away.
Okay, sounds cool. What about weapon fire? So let's bring in a sniper and, unfortunately for the sensitive of heart, a Pico. We're going to hear this first from the perspective of both with no speed of sound effect. Okay, so that's...
Dude.
If you are at the Pico perspective,
That's
how we
abuse.
hear it in game right now. Let's hear it with speed of sound enabled, and this time we're just going to listen from Pico's perspective. So Pico's down before he even hears the shot.
I can't clap for that, I'm sorry.
Not dead. Okay, let's finish him off. Now he's dead.
Terrible people.
And as the voice of Pip's Power Up, I need to get some proper placement in. So there's one more example for you. Now finally, oh, not finally, we have ship weapons, so listen to the fire rate as the ship approaches the camera here, giving you a bit of a sense of threat. It's not too easy to tell what's going on there, but you get an increase in fire rate. Finally, the really cool stuff, explosions. So we can put a cinematic element, a shockwave element, and a delayed speed of sound effect. And that's way too cool to do just once, so we're going to do it twice more from further distance. So again, cinematic effect first when you see it. Shockwave, and the explosion itself.
Yeah, that'll be pretty cool.
This is all completely driven by parameters in the game, so we can do this for real whenever you drop a Moab. One more.
Oh, that's far.
That's pretty cool. So the speed of sound simulation gives you a better sense of distance, it improves the sense of speed, and it supports those amazing cinematic moments. So, in summary, we're trying to make the game more immersive and respond to all this Genesis data and make it feel more real. And that's not all we can do. We can make sounds respond differently to changes in atmospheric pressure and resultant changes in temperature. So, for example, the sound will travel faster in extremely hot, high-pressure environments. We really look forward to getting this in-game for you and getting you enjoying it at home. Now, that's all from Phase 4 of the Genesis cycle, Light and Sound. So I'm going to hand you back to the amazing Ben and Ali to bring us home with the final phase.
Rendering stuff, I'm assuming. If Ali's coming on, maybe they'll talk here about more optimizations to get. Oh, but Ben is going to be in here too. I wonder what that would be about.
So, as Graham says, this is going to be the final phase of Genesis, and it's called Nature's Wrath.
Ah, weather!
And this is where we're going to bring the very planet itself to life.
Yay.
So, first off, let's start talking clouds. So clouds have got an atmosphere, have got to be one of my favorite visual features of our game, and they're truly awesome, but they're also completely static. Nothing has changed with them. So what we want to bring with Genesis is the evolution of clouds over time. But this isn't just some simple scrolling animation. We use the same physical data sets that drove the biomes we talked about earlier and Starchitect, and these are also now driving a physical simulation of the clouds so they can form and dissipate in realistic conditions. So this means things like the oceans, the prevailing winds, mountain ranges, and the temperature will all impact the clouds. But to complement these more dynamic clouds, we've also improved our lighting model. So it now correctly accounts for how light scatters multiple times inside a cloud. And this is important, creates much deeper lighting, and it can contrast against the sun's rays, resulting in much more vivid cloudscapes like we see on the left here, something we're all too familiar with in Manchester.
Now, it would be awesome to bring this into context and show it on an actual location. Let's take a look at a quick scene to round this up. It's a nice day on the surface, but something's different. The clouds are moving, but they're not just moving, they're forming naturally in changing shape. They dissipate as they glide on the atmosphere based on wind data, stratus and cumulus alike. Now we start seeing the new cloud shading model come into play. We are seeing enhanced occlusion beneath the cover, emphasizing the sunbeams, how it interact with the clouds, and seeing the light shafts peer through the layers. Now, as this is closing in, we can start to see the changes in visibility of the area. Light precipitation is starting. Previously, we authored static cloud shapes, but no longer. We didn't manually place a volume here. Its presence has been informed by Genesis data. Oh, and it's not just a cloud volume. It's a weather front. Now we're trying to see the wind picking up. Terrain and rocks are getting wet. Vegetation, grass, and the overall environment are responding to the weather. The system is changing the world around us. We can see puddles being formed dynamically in the dirt, properly responding to light, reflections, and rain droplets, making it getting really ominous and loud in here. I can feel the danger. I think we should let this play out in the game.
Getting out of this suit now. Powering up, flying out. We'll need to switch to IFR. See you on the other side.
Hit him with a lightning bolt. Oh, it missed. You could kind of tell that the rain was still falling through the ship a little bit there. It must have been cut off by whether you're in or outside of the ship. But little glitches like that kind of make me think this is actually running real time. Star lightning. You know what would help really well here would be a radar ping. There it is!
Wow! Man, that's what we call the Falco maneuver, to get out of there. Ali, please break this down for us. What did we just see?
Yeah, so that was a combination of lots of tech we just saw that all combined together to make a really great cohesive experience. So we started with the cloud simulation, which wasn't really a cloud simulation, it's a weather simulation. The rain will appear not at random, but it's based on physically plausible conditions, so you have real weather fronts evolving across your planet all the time. We have a host of visual effects, like the rain, and then you have the atmospheric scattering that you get under the columns of rain. We had the puddles and the splashes and all of this type of visual effects. We saw the wind developing over time, and that introduced turbulence to the flight model, making flight very challenging. And then, of course, we saw the lightning, which plays havoc with your instrumentation, but direct strikes will damage your ship, and of course, some storms will be dangerous enough to be fatal, as Ben's unlucky Aurora just found out. And these storms will sometimes be short-lived and localized, but others will be larger and potentially permanent on some planets. And this is going to restrict access via flight. I mean, players will be forced to resort to ground vehicles or even foot. And this is all going to be dynamic, meaning that you might find yourself trapped in some really unexpected situations. So we really can't wait to use all these mechanics to open up many new gameplay opportunities for All in the Verse soon.
These are... several of these things are things we've seen in the monthly reports over the last year, so I'd be interested in seeing how close they are.
Your job as a pilot to compensate and stay on course.
But no dates, so.
All right. What have we learned today, guys? We've shown you an approach of encoding the rules of nature into planetary data. We've seen biomes emerge from geology, temperature, humidity, climate, weather, the physical terrain. We create denser, more diverse living planets without artists hand-placing or manually creating biomes, instead leveraging asset mapping. We've shown you a new way to make the game that can scale, to create thousands of Korean places for civilizations on planets that can be used for missions or immersion gameplay, without art and design hand-placing locations, leveraging world design rules instead. We've seen how populations of AI and NPCs inhabiting locations dynamically adapt their understanding of the environment without custom markup by developers, allowing the creation of more playable spaces rapidly. We've shown you how light and sound also benefit from Genesis data to influence planetary environments, and we've shown how these systems come together when weather comes into an area, changing your gameplay experience significantly. Our goal with Genesis and all of its systems is to create more worlds, better worlds, faster, by applying our tech wizardry and craftsmanship to build systems that respond to data. That's our Star Engine presentation for today, guys, for this year. Have a great CitizenCon. We'll see you on next one.
So there's our first look at engine dev. Some of the stuff is follow-up from last year. Some of it's relatively new. Wonder if they're going to show a sizzle.
Hello, viewers. I'm Kirsten. I'm a producer here at Cloud Imperium, and I work with the UI Tech and Planet Tech teams. Off the back of that amazing presentation
Water guy.
is the lovely Will Hain on Planet Tech. How are you feeling, Will?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good, thank you. It's been a good day so far.
Beautiful. That was a smashing presentation. How is it to do it here in Manchester versus LA last year?
It's very different. LA is, of course, amazing. It was incredible to visit. But I think there's something really special about doing it here, just down the road from the studio. It's amazing to see the people you get coffee with, the people you work with, and you chat about problems and do design with. They're here too this time. Whereas last time, it was amazing, and it was lovely meeting all the LA folks.
Dude, are those all beer kegs?
That you work with each day. I love it being here. It's great.
Oh, it must be amazing to celebrate all the work you've done with the community and the studio here in Manchester.
Yeah, absolutely. It's no one person carries any of this. It's all teamwork, and having everyone here to kind of share in that and see everyone and meet the communities is just incredible.
Well, with all that hard work that you just got to show off to everyone here today, what are the main 3 takeaways from today's presentation?
So it's like Benoit just said, the whole Genesis set of technologies is all about creating more worlds faster and better. We've got a benchmark. Things look great. Pyro looks incredible. But we want to be able to deliver that more. We want to be able to exceed that benchmark and do it across everything we make going forward. And the whole Genesis panel, I won't pretend that I know everything about everyone's section because they're all experts, but all of it is coming together to create a much better game and much better content for it.
Amazing. Okay. So, what was your personal favorite moment from that presentation?
Well, that's not fair. I love all those people. The dynamic weather demo, I'd not seen that cut. It's incredible. I love it. I have to shout out Seb's work. He makes the techie stuff that me and the Planet Tech team make. He makes it beautiful. And his team, of course, over in Frankfurt, they're all incredible. I love them all. But I can't pick a single favorite. I could shout out everyone because it all looks amazing. I don't want anyone to feel
Yo,
like
I got my dynamic weather points on the bingo card. Yeah.
Very humble. So, tell us a bit more about what players can expect off the bat with Genesis. What are the biggest changes coming for them?
Well, you're going to see the planets become more and more physically based. As this technology matures and is finished out and is rolled out to the stuff that we're delivering to live, you're going to start to see all of these things come together. You're going to see that cohesion that we demoed today. And I'm hoping that we're going to show you some more of the steps along the way as well in the future, where we won't just be showing you Pines anymore. We're going to be showing all that incredible stuff that Seb's been busy authoring. Together, it's just going to look amazing. I'm so excited to get this into people's hands.
Beautiful. A personal highlight for me was seeing the water interaction with the biomes. Is that something you're excited for players to interact with?
Absolutely. The swamp demo with the water interaction, I kind of knew it was coming, and I'd seen like the clip in the background, but seeing it there and it just working is great. I love it, and I can't wait for once those biomes are out and you can go and explore. It's so much more reason to be in the water and see it all. I'm very excited, yeah.
Immersion's obviously very important to our community, but I would just want to touch on the work you and the team have done. Is there anything you want to say to anyone in the studio, or any shout-outs you want to make to the people you work with?
I don't know what to say about fans except come up and say hello if you are one. Back at the studio, you guys are all amazing. It's great being the person to stand up and talk about this stuff together with Ali as well, but there are so many people that go into making technology like this, whether it be the water sim and the rendering and all the people that worked on that, or the Planet Tech and all the people who have worked on the giants whose shoulders we stand on, and then the people who work today. It's not just me. We have a team. We have a group of people, and everyone brings a unique contribution. It's amazing. It's great. So thank you to everyone.
Yeah, just to echo that, thank you to everyone who's worked so hard on all this tech, including yourself. Yeah.
We're good to go. Okay. So I am going to get 10#42 on real quick. He's currently on site, and he's going to call in here on Discord, and we're going to chat a little bit about what he saw and how things are going out there on the actual show floor. So I have the video going at the same time here, but let me give him a call. See if Discord's actually working for me. Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, dude. How's it going?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Yeah, very well. My arm is hurting from holding a massive camera setup, which I didn't really think through. But apart from that, I'm doing very well. Are we on the internet now?
We are on the interwebs, dude. We're live. I'm chatting with my chat. They can hear you, and I think we had plenty of people who are also watching your own stream earlier on. How is it being down there on the floor?
It's very cool. The whole delay wasn't the best. It was a bit of a. It took a while to get in, but apart from that, yeah, it's great. It's really fun. It's been a really fun morning so far. I got here at 7 o'clock to try and get in the front, and I think some people said they've been here since like 4 in the morning, which I'm not sure I believe, but it was pretty crazy. Yeah, but it's been great.
That is too much, dude. What do you think of what they just showed for the Planet Tech stuff?
Yeah, very cool. Interesting, because obviously last year the engine panel was covered kind of all sorts of different things, whereas this was really Planet Tech stuff, wasn't it? Ultimately, and I think the takeaway for me was that they're obviously really trying to get to a place where they can pump out content, get planets out, get stuff together relatively automated. So Yeah, very cool. The weather stuff at the end there was very, very cool. The sound, they got some nice big speakers in the venue. So if people want to watch that back with some nice headphones on, it's recommended. It sounded pretty epic. So yeah, it does seem as though they're trying to push to get more stuff out. And I really like the cluster stuff about basically getting more settlements and the locations closer together, so that it doesn't feel like you're just on an empty planet.
Yeah. That kind of matches up with the localized gameplay they wanted to do. There were no dates, right? There were no expectations really set on when that stuff was coming. Do you think any of it is anywhere near close? You think it's years out? You think it's in the next year? What's your take?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. There was absolutely nothing, and we could well get at the end. You know, Chris could definitely stand on the stage and say, "Oh, all of this will come out in the next," or we're hoping to get all of this in the next 12 months. But
don't do it, Chris.
I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked. But the kind of that at the end there was kind of putting a lot of it all together, wasn't it? The weather stuff had a lot of the planets and things in and everything. So the only thing I would say is that I had a quick look at Bloom Pyro 3 in the Eva Carter build last night, and I did notice that there were more kind of settlements closer together, and whether that's the same thing as this or whether there's parts of Genesis that they've already got in, I've got no idea. But you're right, they gave no indication of when it is in, but so it's hard to know. It's hard to guess.
It would be interesting to see if during the Beyond Pyro panel they do actually show off the development on like the Nyx system and show some of that stuff actually being in engine and ready to go.
Yeah, and they did for one of the, I think it was one of the sound bits. There was we had the star map for Nyx, I think, or something like that. And yeah, I mean, I think we all knew that Nyx was coming, but I'm hoping to see maybe in that one some of the work of Genesis put all together, because we kind of saw the little biome bits and things like that. But yeah, to see a full planet would be cool. And I'm sure we'll get some planet stuff in the Nyx bit in that panel, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm thinking so. Any favorite highlights from that panel? Anything that really stood out to you?
I mean, I know it's funny because in the room we got probably the least response. It was a bit, people didn't really know what to make of it. But I just love the global illumination stuff. I know that it doesn't necessarily on the surface look like completely different, but I think some of the scenes that they showed were really cool, and to get that in, hopefully within the next whenever. I mean, yeah, how do you know? They gave no dates, but I think that will be it will improve the visuals significantly. I think in those bits that they showed, it really did make a difference. But I mean, also the generation stuff, the pop in seems to be gone on the planet text as you kind of move around. The trees won't pop in anymore. That's cool, and I'm interested to test at some point. They obviously talked a lot about how they've moved stuff to the GPU and also parallelizing stuff on the CPU. So I'll be doing lots of testing to see how these new planets work at some stage.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, you being kind of the tech guy to go to see how the game is running. I'm interested in if you have any doubts about normal computers able to run this stuff, because it's looking really dense, it's really looking really dynamic, just a lot on screen.
Yeah, I mean the global illumination stuff will be really interesting, and I don't know if I'll manage it, but if I do manage to corner Ben Parry and force him to speak to me, I will ask him how his performance is looking, because at the moment it could be crazy. There's like a load of PCs that might really struggle with global illumination, but they have talked about the fact that they have got their own system that doesn't use RTS stuff. We'll have to see. There's no point guessing at this point.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what you find out. But I'll let you go and do some walking around and see some more of the show floor before the next panel. Do you know how long until the next panel starts?
No, I don't. I just wandered out to find a bit of a quiet bit, but I don't. I did that. We started a little bit late, did we? And that probably did that run on time? I don't know. It's a bit funny when you're here. You lose a bit full track of time. You kind of, it's a weird experience. You're not really aware of what's going on in the outside world.
I am also. I'm completely thrown off on time. But I'll let you go, dude. Thank you so much for calling in.
Thank you, man.
Have a good time down on the floor.
Cheers. Thank you. Bye.
See you later. All right, so that was 10 Pound 42. Make sure to check his channel. He does a lot of really good technical stuff and just generally talks about best hardware to run this game with and optimizations and stuff like that. I'm going to let this run one more time so you guys can watch it without me talking over it. And while that is happening, I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then we will do some chatting before the next panel. Be right back.
It's a nice day on the surface, but something's different. The clouds are moving, but they're not just moving, they're forming naturally in changing shape. They dissipate as they glide on the atmosphere based on wind data, stratus and cumulus alike. Now we start seeing the new cloud shading model come into play. We are seeing enhanced occlusion beneath the cover, emphasizing the sunbeams how it interact with the clouds, and seeing the light shafts peer through the layers. Now, as this is closing in, we can start to see the changes in visibility of the area. Light precipitation is starting. Previously, we authored static cloud shapes, but no longer. We didn't manually place a volume here. Its presence has been informed by Genesis data. Oh, and it's not just a cloud volume. It's a weather front. Now we're trying to see the wind picking up. Terrain and rocks are getting wet. Vegetation, grass, and the overall environment are responding to the weather. The system is changing the world around us. We can see puddles being formed dynamically in the dirt, properly responding to light, reflections, and rain droplets, making it getting really ominous and loud in here. I can feel the danger. I think we should let this play out in the game.
For those wondering, I'm looking at the schedule, and it looks like the next panel will be in about 15 minutes. So we'll talk a little bit about what we've seen over the course of this. I would say I'm seeing a lot of people in chat talking about how they don't want to watch Planet stuff. I would say skip all this if you're just looking for gameplay. Don't come to specific panels. There's no point. They're not going to show gameplay during the Star Engine demo, which is the first panel. They're not going to show gameplay during the next demo. I mean, they might show a little bit. It looks like it's going to be about social aspects of the game, so org tools, communication tools in game, maybe some interaction between players, but I would generally just skip these first two if you're not really caring about gameplay. Don't look at the cosplay. Maybe look at the dress to kill stuff, but it looks like a lot of the gameplay talk is going to be at the end of today for Squadron and tomorrow. So, look at the schedule and pick what you would like to watch. Otherwise, there's not really much point in watching the engine demo. You're here for the tech? This is a good one if you're interested in the tech, and I think this gives more insight into the planetary stuff. Definitely, they didn't talk too much about things like space stations, asteroids, and the like. I think there's a lot of focus on the ground and the planets in the game. And what they did show, I think, is pretty freaking good. But, again, this is more showing the direction they're going in and showing what they're working on, not so much setting dates or setting a schedule. You missed the first panel, was hoping to see the first before you made an account and joined the game. I'd watch the whole thing before you make an account. First panel was very much about Planet Tech and the work that they're doing on those. So here you're seeing some of the weather systems they've been working on, which, I mean, I could probably pull up the monthly report where they talked about that. Yeah, there will also be a time to play the game for free within the month. So that could be worth waiting for that. No new systems announced. That'll be towards the end of today. Next presentation is starting. Okay. I guess they're hitting off. Let's jump back to live.
I hope you give them all the attention and all the admiration they deserve. Please welcome Benoit Bossiger and A Social Universe.
Here we go. So Turbulence coming out. This will be org system stuff. Again, if you are interested in gameplay, I would just go do something else for now. They're going to be talking a little bit more about tech and probably the tools we use for interacting with each other here.
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me? 1, 2. All right, cool. Okay, so in the Star Engine presentation, that was Benoit. In this one, I am Balt, my player persona. I will now channel my inner Jared in this one, and I will be your host for this panel. Woo! It's time to discuss A Social Universe, but before we start, I have a couple warnings. First one, let's take a look at this one. I took this in our last technical preview demonstration.
Oh, nice.
And God, I was so happy to see all these people on the train. It just made me like very, very emotional. And so I want to take a moment to thank every one of you that have participated with Tech Preview Server Meshing Test A, B, C, D, and E so far. You guys have been thousands to come and help us test this technology. And the team and I are really humbled, and we feel energized by your energy. So on our behalf, thank you very much.
Dude, that's so many people right next to each other. Jeez. That's like a whole server right now.
Nice, other than this guy. But it does present a problem. A fundamental part of playing a massively multiplayer online game is how you connect with other players, to join in on adventures, or to receive support when you want to get out of a tricky situation, or you want to participate in endeavors that are bigger than yourself, or simply you want to run a business and make a profit. Well, as our game server shards grow, you will encounter more players, and for that, we need to scale Star Citizen's social tools to MMO size. Our ambition has always been to build a grand social system, including not only the game, but the world outside, like on Spectrum. Unfortunately, the focus has been elsewhere for a long time. We have neglected this side of the game in favor of others.
Yeah.
For example, the Comlink app is by far the oldest application in MobiGlass. It's now time to correct this and make progress on this plan. Our goal, as a reminder, in Star Citizen is to cater to all types of players. Star Citizen in that respect is not a black or white. It's not an either-or kind of game. We are not an achievers versus casuals game. We are not a socializers versus solo players game. We are not a role players versus mechanics focused game. Or dare I say, we are not a PvE versus PvP game. We are all of those things. We strive to build a social environment in the game that is easy to engage with, consistent and dependable, and trustworthy, where you can judge danger, safety, or shadiness. And we want this to be deeply rooted in gameplay mechanics, like reputation and progression. So today we're going to take a look at the updated Star Citizen social tools and how they tie into the game. But first, look at this guy, a warning. What we're going to show you is very early work, and we will not be making a revolution or breaking boundaries. We just want to bring our game up to MMO standards. Or like Jared likes to say, bringing our 30th century game into the 21st century. And so in order to do this, we've enlisted some help. First of all, throughout this presentation, all the screenshots are made from you, the community, directly pulled from our community hub. You're going to see some player names on screen. Most of them are all of our most die-hard Evocati members. And for this, we should really take a moment and thank our Evo
Can I
Academy
just
members.
can I just highlight? I'm watching the stream here, the chat. You guys who are here to shit on the presentation are coming off more like a cult than the people who are here to enjoy it. Because most of those people aren't really saying much, but you guys are just sort of talking to each other about how bad it is. Go ahead and mute people if they're annoying you guys. Don't really engage. You guys are seriously, you're coming off very... Just relax.
For this, I need some help myself. So I'm going to make a party, and I'm going to get some developers to help. So let me first invite our senior systems designer, Gabriel Hector.
Hello, CitizenCon. Hope you're doing all right.
Hey!
And Ben,
He was on the screen when we were talking about org
your
tools.
Earlier introduction, so tjena.
Ah, nice. All right, we need some more. Let's invite Assistant Design Director, JJ, to the stage.
Johnny.
My spot's quite far away. Yeah, no, you walk it up. Walk up. Okay, so social universe begins with your friends. That's your closest group. It's the first go-to when you want to play. Our current friend system is dated, and it includes things that are, well, not really friends. So my first question goes off to JJ to kick us off. What are we doing to improve friends and friends management?
So we're taking our oldest app in the mobiGlas, the Comlink app, and we're upgrading it to a brand new social app. And this is now going to be your one-stop shop for all of your friends and group gameplay. Now, this is the new and improved friends list. So you'll notice, sadly, one of our oldest friends that we all have is missing, though, and that's ATC. Sadly, our friendship has ended with ATC.
What? I'll have no friends at all then.
So this is now just a dedicated space for your real friends. So you're now going to be able to see what those real friends are doing with richer presence information. So giving you better awareness of where your friends are, what they're doing, or if they're not on, when they were last seen. And then you'll also be able to reflect your own status. So you can let friends know if you're away, don't want to be disturbed, or if you just want to hide offline for a while.
Location's cool.
Another key upgrade is synchronizing with Spectrum as well. So you'll be able to see friends that are in Spectrum itself, Arena Commander, or just chilling on the launcher. And that also means that you can accept and receive invites to and from Spectrum even while you're offline. And throughout this presentation, any functionality that is shared between the game and the web and the launcher, we're aiming to synchronize across all. And speaking of synchronizing, when we have multiple characters, your friends will be shared across all of them too.
Yo, there you go. That's a big confirmation
Some people are
there.
real socialites. I know, I've seen them.
Holy crap, multiple
They have
characters.
a lot of friends. I'm talking multiple pages and pages of friends. What are we doing to help management of huge friends list?
Nice humble brag, Ben. Well, in fact, we are giving you the ability to add notes to your friends list so you can remember, hey, this is that cosplayer that I met at CitizenCon 2954. Or maybe it's JJ's super weird username. This is JJ. Also, you can add people to a favorites list, meaning that the people that you interact with most in the game are always going to be shown at the top of your friends list for your convenience.
Hey, this guy's really annoying.
Additionally, we're moving the voice chat into the social app. And, well, why? Who are you going to call? That's the question. You're going to call your friends. You're going to call your party. So this is where it should live.
Seem to have got a lot of UEC there as well, Ben.
I swear to God, I didn't dupe any cargo. This is just my personal allowance.
Yeah, dude, that's a lot of money.
Yeah,
sure.
All right, so that's all cool for your close buddies, but the one thing that always happens when you meet people is that some of them aren't nice. Abusers.
Wait, I see an org app down there.
You know? Currently, we can't do anything about that in the game. What are we doing to help the situation?
So in addition to the friends list, we're also now going to have a block list. And we like to think of block people as reverse friends. They're just people that you really don't want to talk to anymore.
Chill.
So what we're trying to do is we're doing something called blackholing them from communications. So you can't see them talk, and they can't see you talk anymore. And not only for communications, whenever you see some of these other systems we're about to talk about where you can group up, we're going to make it harder for you to see each other as well. Now, we also have a much requested hostiles list for people who have made a real enemy of you as well.
The KOS list is finally making its way in.
Oh, tell me it's shareable, though.
You'll also be able to add notes here as well, just so you can remember that person I blocked 2 years ago. You remember why, because you're going to forget. And then for those situations where someone really wants to go the extra mile to be a super mega ass, you can report them to us, and we'll deal with them for you.
A mega ass.
All right, so now I have my friends list up to date. I can find my friends easily based on rich presence in real time, and I'm ready to go on an adventure. But for that, I need a party. The party is at the core of the social experience when you're heading into a mission, meeting with other players, or whether they're a friend or not. Our party system is very bare bones at the moment. It does have some cool features, but what are we planning to improve parties?
Yeah, so as you said, it does have some cool features like party launching, the party markers, quantum syncing. It's all good stuff, but let's take a closer look at the new features of the party list. So, with server meshing, we are right now at a unique opportunity for us. So we already support large parties, but we want to do this well. We have been seeing what you do in the tech previews, and people have been partying up in hundreds.
100+ people in one ship? Come on!
And that's all right. We just want to make sure that we're adding better support for this, like search functionality, making it easy to find people in your party. Also, just like we did with the friends list, we're adding rich presence here as well. But for the party, you're going to want more real-time gameplay-related info, like if someone's downed or dead or maybe offline for some reason. A big thing, though,
crew,
is the ship and seat breakdown. So
that means role assignments.
Yeah, maybe that's worth applause. So you will see all the vehicles that your party members are in, as well as the seat that they are in. This will give you great situational awareness and allows you to coordinate better than ever before. It's essentially a mini fleet manager.
Okay. Oh. So there's going to be more improvements as well. So you're going to be able to control permission for invites. So only your leaders and assistant leaders can actually invite people. So it's no longer an absolute free-for-all.
Oh, God, thank you.
And we're adding an absolute MMO staple as well, which is the ready check. So as we add more and more challenging group gameplay, you're going to be able to coordinate a lot better. And while we're talking about group play, and maybe it's unwanted group play in this case, we're improving the quality of life for our streamers as well. So we'll no longer have a shared player list. We're going to be obscuring things like your on-screen name and location and so on, just so you're a bit harder to find while you are streaming. Oh, fuck yeah. And that's the full friends and party tab.
Pretty cool.
It's a party for the eyes.
It's a party for the eyes. All right, so the new Friends and Party place is really the one-stop shop to manage all your real-time interactions with other players or access your comms channel. That's cool, but as we navigate the verse, it's always very difficult to find people. We have a single channel. People are blasting looking for groups. It's a bit awkward. You never know what you're going to find. With bigger shards, I know I'm the bigger shards guy now, but we're going to have a lot more players in there. There must be a better way.
Well, Ben, we have given this some thought. So, the second tab in the social app, introducing the Party Finder.
Oh, that's nice. And it's not on the website, thank God.
Party Finder, it's a dynamic system that's going to make it easy for you to find interesting and engaging gameplay. It's basically player-powered matchmaking. So, if you are looking for more players, just go in here, advertise your party, give it an informative name like Ben has done here.
Space Combat Fun Times.
And you could even set things like a specific contract that you want to play, or roles that you're looking to fill. Maybe you need gunners, engineers, pilots.
Meat shields.
Maybe that. You could also limit the number of members. You might want to do some, again, specific content. So you want to do with a set number of members in the party, or you might want a tight-knit group. That's something that I would like very much. Maybe you just don't want to split the contract rewards, right? So once you have that information, Then it's time to list your party.
And then people are going to be applying to join your group.
What about
which is
reputation, though?
the reverse invite. You're applying to the party. You're joining yourself. You're getting involved.
You're the reverse guy today.
I'm stuck in one gear. So you can then request, the people that are requesting, you can then look at their information and you decide on whether or not you want to accept or reject them, just so you can tailor your group to the kind of gameplay that you're trying to do. Then, on the other side, finding a party should be easy too. So all of those super cool things that Gabriel just mentioned, so like setting your group name, roles needed, party size, and so on, you're going to be able to use those as filters to find the right group. And this is all purely because we want you to find the kind of group gameplay that you want to engage in. And it's for all types of players. FPS combat, racing, beacons, roleplay, eating burgers at Whammers, finding cool vistas. It should always be easy to find action, things to do, and people to play with.
So I can create a party from a couple friends. I can party launch into the game on the same shard. Then I can share my party with the party finder. And other people will want to join up. Now we're talking. But I'm curious, as we're going to get bigger shards, let's say that already, how will we improve communication? It's very much of a mess right now. Our chat's very bare bones. And voice comms, we never really know if they work.
Tell me they're fixed.
Well, let's chat about chats. So, we're adding options for you to customize the chat window, giving you the power to make the chat your own. We're also adding chat tabs.
We're bringing back tabs.
We're bringing them back from other games. And this means that you can set up customizable views, filtered for any area of the game that you are interested in. And Ben, you had a UI team make a little mock-up of some of the other functionality we're adding, right?
I sure did. I also got them to add the combat login.
That's sweet. How kind of you. So, first off, as we can see here, we're making slash commands actually useful. So no longer just chicken dancing and flexing. It's going to be able to help you send messages to party, to proximity chats with say and /dl commands, as well as sending DMs to other players. What the hell, Ben? You said you were going to take that
Hey, you
out.
wanted a real example.
Sure. So, another thing we're adding is that we're giving you the power to share information more easily via links. So, first off, here we have contract links, taking you to the contract manager for that specific contract.
Cheesecake!
Yes, cheesecake.
Yeah, cheesecake is maybe better than Xenofret. Also,
cheesesteak?
We are adding star map links. Let's have a look at what that looks like. This means that you can click the link and it will take you to the exact location in the star map.
Oh, that's nice.
Making it easy for you to group up. Another thing we're adding is item links. And, well, you'll see why you want to link items in our Crafting Your Home presentation tomorrow. Lastly, we're adding player links to make it easy for you to connect your friends with one another, right? So while we're talking about comms, Sean just messaged us about FOIP. Do you want to invite him to the party?
I sure can, Gabe.
Yeah,
we
seriously,
do need
please
an
fix
expert
voice
to discuss
comms, please.
VoIP and FOIP anyway.
Please, God.
So you guys give us some air. Remember hot mics. And let's invite Sean, Master of Faces Tracy, to join the party.
All right.
Hey, Ben.
Hey.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you all here. So, I've come up to talk a little bit about FOIP and VoIP. So, it's a bit of the communication channels beyond just text chat, right? All right, so FOIP and VoIP are our systems in-game. VoIP, Voice over Internet Protocol, and FOIP, which I termed way back in 2019, Face over Internet Protocol. So VoIP gives us spatialized audio where you can hear and be heard within the universe. Whether you've got a helmet on, you've got a different filter. If you're far away, you can hear that they're far away. But we added Face to that way back in 2019. So it's cool because you can place video calls, you can speak and see each other speak in the game, and you can take fun selfies.
Is that just 2019? I thought it was earlier than that.
So again, I mentioned it's back in 2019, so it's been in for a little while, but it hasn't really been updated so much since then.
Nope.
So the cool part about it, and I really got to mention, it's not a replacement for motion capture equipment. It's not a depth camera. It uses pretty much anybody's 2D-based web camera to track your face. So it can do great things, but it's got its limitations as well. What's kind of cool about it is that FOIP and VoIP are actually coupled. They're encoded and decoded together on the network super efficiently so that it's always in sync, and anybody that's worked on facial animation with audio data knows that sync is super important. So it's been used in expected ways and unexpected ways by the community. Let's have a look.
This is Wallace Klim.
Klim? What is it?
Seems someone's on our case.
Nice. EU Studios makes good stuff.
Sacked last night. Total loss. The bunker was destroyed.
And 3, 2, 1, go.
This isn't what they said it would be.
The subject has crossed the perimeter.
Most people don't associate ladies like us with salvage.
Yeah,
do they,
Sonic
Shell?
Temples is great.
Mel. In fact, we're the best in the whole system at salvage, aren't we, Mel? That's right, Shell. And you look like you get about a bit.
You need a break.
What? No, you're up there in what? Your underwear just drinking hooch or something and just singing away?
Wait, we have hooch?
Hi, I'm Natronics, and you're watching Redline, your source for adventurous stories throughout the verse.
The name's Brad. Agent Davina Brad.
Excuse me, Captain? I'm Aaron Baxter.
We topped off yet, Aaron Baxter?
Just about, sir.
Good. I don't want to spend another second on it.
Something we have in common, sir.
Hey. Yeah. It was that day when I met Mr. President that my life changed for the better.
Eat that apple.
You were never supposed to know any of this, Detective. You were supposed to die at Safe Haven.
Rachel.
Rachel's dead.
Hey man, I'm back again. You have any hats? Oh dude, I read the cap. What are you looking at, sir? Go away.
So janky, it's good. Some really good machinimas in there.
So that was all content made by the community, and I love it. I love it. I think it's awesome, bugs and all. But there's probably some improvements that we can make for that. So one of the big ones that we've made is head rotation tracking. It's actually something we were already doing to do head tracking in first person, but we never could move the head around on the actual character itself, which we've been able to do. Some cool stuff like range of Jared?
Yeah, John?
Can we just, let's just do a fake video call. Can we do a fake video call?
Oh, you know we can do a fake video call, Sean.
All right, cool. So let's call one of my guys, Oliver Cook. He's been working on some new tracking updates.
Hey, Sean, and a big hello to everybody at CitizenCon. How's it going?
Hey, Ollie. It's great to see you. Everyone's having a great time. I see you're using FOIP. Where are you?
Drive. That's correct. I'm sat here in the comfort of my own home, talking to you via the power of FOIP and my webcam. We've been working on FOIP recently, and we're starting to see some improvements to the quality of the tracking in-game.
That sounds awesome. Can you tell everyone what you've done to improve it?
Well, we started off by looking at what we originally had, and we realized that some mouth poses were really difficult to pull. So we focused on improving the range of motion of the mouth, which now looks like this. Hopefully, you can see there's more of a one-to-one relationship with what's going on in my webcam. And this has helped some of those problematic poses we were seeing before.
It's eerie.
One of which being a closed-lipped smile, which was quite difficult to achieve previously. We've also started to add in secondary motions that happen naturally when pulling combination face shapes, like squinting in the eyes when smiling or frowning. And when we combine these secondary motions with the wrinkle maps, it really goes to show just how much work has gone into these heads. Let's see how many wrinkle maps we can trigger, huh? Ah!
Oh.
And finally, one other thing we noticed was the tracking quality could be quite noisy in environments where the lighting is less than ideal. So to combat this, we've introduced tracking stabilization, which helps to reduce the amount of noise we get from the webcam. We're seeing positive results in low light conditions, but we're also seeing a small quality boost in optimal lighting conditions. The result is a more expressive and stable face, which is great for using in-game or making videos in the verse. And we still have a little ways to go with VoIP, but the future is bright for this feature, and we can't wait to see what wonderful things you use it for in the verse.
So I see you're in the character creator. Let's change how you look.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's change up my appearance here a little bit and see what we can make. The super cool thing about the character customizer is that it continues to track my face even when editing. And this is great if you want to see what
Dude,
will
it's
look like on
like
your
eerie.
character before you commit to your appearance.
What the heck?
Let's start off by changing my hairstyle, shall we? We have a bunch of cool hairstyles to pick from, and I used to have pretty long hair back in the day. So let's try and find something longer than I currently have. Okay, that's wild. Not quite what I'm looking for, but what else do we have? Dreadlocks. Super cool. Not what I'm after, though. Let's see here. There we go. Much better.
Dude, that's
The
luscious.
fun thing here is with the head tracking, it's much easier to rotate around and quickly see what I'm going to look like. Let's stick with that for now. That looks good to me. We can do the same for anything else in the customizer, but I'm going to go ahead and remove my beard here, because I want to show you that VoIP still works when changing the structure and characteristics of my actual face. We have a lot of heads in our customizer, and I'm just going to cycle through a few of them here to show you that whatever we choose, we're still tracking and we're good to go. We can even start to manipulate individual aspects of the face, with no detriment to the mapping onto the head. VoIP won't break when you combine these.
That'd be
heads
so
together.
funny if changing the
So
face
if you
changed
just
his
want to tweak
voice.
a small aspect of your character, or take on the likeness of one of the heads included, you can do so, and test out exactly how the tracking is going to look based on your face movements in the webcam. You can now see I'm someone totally different, and we're having no troubles tracking. And if I don't like what I've picked, I can always just randomize here, which I think is a great way of not only
Jesus.
showing the countless combinations of heads that we can make, but also that VoIP will continue to work with.
Dude, that guy
anything
looked
we
like he's
throw
from
at it.
Starfield.
I think I'm looking pretty good here, Sean. What do you think?
Yeah, good. I think it's pretty unique to Star Citizen. Thanks a lot for showing it.
The twitching lip.
Anytime. And I hope everybody has an awesome sitcom. See you later.
It's pretty cool.
All right, that's great, Sean. But the reliability of our voice transmission has been a bit spotty, with many players reporting quality loss or even full audio loss. What are we doing to improve the overall infrastructure behind VoIP and FOIP?
Well, first of all, we've heard you. We know. We've tried it. And it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't work. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be updating the voice service and a total overhaul of the voice server. This is actually important, and we need to do this anyways, because we have to update the voice infrastructure for the much larger shards that are coming. So this is going to improve reliability and the voice quality. So one of the biggest things that we're going to be doing
God, give us a better reliability
is to make
update.
sure that you have feedback in the game for when this is working and when this is not working. When you're transmitting, when you're receiving, you really have to know. So whether that's
Oh my
picture-in-picture, whether that's an icon telling you you're transmitting, these are all going to be things that we're adding as we go forward with these features.
We've needed that so badly.
Cool.
Just not even knowing if your VoIP is working is like one of the most annoying parts of the game.
Am I done?
Should we get Gabe back on?
Yeah, let's get Gabe back in here.
Hey.
Okay, there's room for 4.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people on stage now.
It's a bit crowded, right?
Can we
crowded.
kick Sean?
Yeah, we can.
I think we should kick.
Ban him.
Bye, Sean.
Certainly do it.
Bye, Sean.
Bye, Sean.
Come back when you have theaters of war.
All right, now we've made some friends, we've joined parties, and we even kicked some people. That's super great. But what if you're new to the game?
Moving the guide system in-game?
Oh! The guide system. So we've introduced the guide system on the web a while ago. And this allowed new players and experienced players to match up, basically for a new player to get training and learning the ropes. Wait, are we bringing it in the game?
Dude.
Yeah, of course we are.
Oh my God, thank you. Dude, we've been crying about this. They need to bring stuff off the website into the actual game.
So, ultimately, we want to encourage you all to help one another. And it's very important for a game as large and as complex as Star Citizen is. And while we're improving how we teach you the game, it's irreplaceable to have another player by your side showing you the ropes. So we want to keep the guide types from the website, because there's already a lot of good ones there. And they already cover a very wide variety of gameplay. And as we add more game systems, more guide types are going to get added too. And base building's a great example of that, which is a little teaser there for tomorrow.
A little teaser. Your tease.
Oh, yeah. But now, how do you become a guide? So now there's going to be a list of requirements that you've got to meet. And this list will require you doing content like contracts, beacons, or many other things as well. And ultimately, once you've checked that list, you can then opt in to become a guide. And really, we've done this because we wanted becoming a guide to really mean something, both to yourself, to other players, so they can rely on your experience. But why become a guide? Out of the goodness of your own hearts?
No.
You want to get paid. Some of you love to help, and a lot of you already are. But while I don't have time to get into specifics today, there are going to be rewards available for those of you that do put the effort in.
Because we like to get paid.
You do like to get paid.
Trying to get money,
but
dude.
Ultimately, we want you to want to help.
All right. So I've been doing a lot of guide stuff, and I've reached a guide level in a field that I like doing tons of content on. Or I'm a new player, and I need training in a key area. How does this all tie together?
You guys noticing the new movie glass style, by the way?
It ties into beacons, trust, and rating systems.
AAK, where you at?
Internally, beacons, but actually good.
Yes, please.
So beacons have been in the game for a while, but we are juicing them up.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, so let's look at how we're juicing them up. So first off, tying into the guide stuff, we're adding a new type of beacon. So guide beacons. It means that if you are a guide, you'll be able to respond to them. If you need a guide, you broadcast them. And if you need a guide, you can be certain that whoever responds to them knows their stuff. So this is obviously good for new players needing to learn the game. But even seasoned players like yourselves, you're going to have a great use for this because there's always something new to learn in the verse. So you just post your question, you broadcast it out, the guides get alerted, they can accept it, contact you, and once you have the information you need, you take the beacon down, get out there, and use your newfound knowledge. So obviously there's many different types of guide beacons here, but we're also adding more categories to service beacons.
Now all this beacon stuff sounds fine, but let's be honest, I have a friend. Not
Reputation.
me, but every time they use a beacon, they get ganked.
Reputation.
How are we going to do what are we going to do to make sure that whoever is answering my call for help is trustworthy?
Are you sure that's your friend and not you? Yeah, okay. So we've got a few ways of tackling this, and one of them is actually subsidizing the beacons. So guilds contribute rewards to the payouts on service beacons, and we'll get to guilds shortly.
Dude,
but that could
this
be
is
money,
player missions.
Or potentially other rewards as well.
Because we like getting paid.
And ultimately, that keeps the cost down for the people that need help, but rewards the people that are helping. And this actually finally makes it viable to do beacons for whatever profession you like to do. Medics, refuelers, and repairers, just to name a few. But if you misbehave and you fail the beacon, there's no payout for you. So that's one incentive. The other is that we're adding a proficiency rating.
Oh my God.
Responders can earn that rating by successfully completing service beacons. You go from bronze up to gold, which indicates your level of experience and success, and only the top few will be able to earn platinum status, which essentially puts you on a leaderboard and marks you as one of the best playing in your region.
Progression.
So when broadcasting, responders offer to help, and you'll see their rating. Then you'll get to pick who you want to help you out. Then let's say you're not very good, or you like to misbehave a lot. Failing a beacon will result in losing rating, and then repeat offenders will enter the red zone.
The bald zone.
And then only really desperate people are going to take you on. We're making the system much more robust to the point of automatically determining success or failure. So we're putting a lot of focus on making the system difficult to exploit as well, in the many different ways that it can be right now. So criminal types, like you, Benoit, will have to get much more creative.
So yeah, that's all great from the Beacon broadcaster's perspective, right?
Dude, this is
pretty cool
oh
stuff.
Man, this is huge for player gameplay.
They're not the only ones getting ganked. The Beacon responders, they're also in a bad position. So what are we doing for the Beacon responders? Well, we want to give you some idea of the risk you're putting yourself into by responding to the Beacon. So we're adding trust rating. So if we look at this person who's looking for some help to repair here, well, you can see their last 5 recent beacons that they've broadcasted. They have 2 neutral ones. Something's gone wrong, but it wasn't necessarily bad or illegal. Then they have a red one. That's bad. They have been up to something. But they have also been successful with 2 beacons. So, well, at least you can assess the situation before going into it. It ensures your safety when doing a good deed. And yeah, I think that's it for beacons. So, well,
we've got
AJ?
one more big thing I guess we need to talk about, right?
Orgs.
Which we're really excited for.
Orgs.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. That is
Yikes.
exciting. I like this one.
The undertones of that picture with that caption.
In Sweden, we call this a double barrel.
Oy.
Well, it's not time for lunch just yet. So, who would like to talk about player organization?
That's all right.
It sounds like we've got a few people in orgs in the house today. But Benoit, you
Mark it
talked
off the
about
bingo
this
card, baby.
A while ago, right?
It's been 84 years. So I was originally asked to outline the original ideas behind how organizations would work in the very early days of the project.
Mrs. Tomato's
Younger
bouncing
Ben,
at this one.
Big ideas, same ideas, now action. You have no idea how happy I am that we're finally tackling this task and this design
We have some
in
idea.
the game to truly give you all the tools you need to make your empire in SC. There are more than 70,000 organizations registered on the RSI website.
Yikes.
69,999 of them of decent size, and then test. Ridiculous.
Too big.
But all of those have custom identities, logos, charter. The amount of creative and high-quality content you guys have always produced has always amazed us and inspired us. Those orgs range from a small group of friends with just the name to large companies spanning a large amount of players with the intent to share wealth, missions, and campaigns together. Now we want to make those orgs matter in the game. Should you choose to join or create an organization, we want this social aspect to be part of your progression. But don't let me spoil it. Let's get a real designer to cover this stuff. JJ, you are a self-proclaimed big MMO player yourself, so why don't you give us the details?
I didn't realize I went around self-proclaiming so much, but thank you.
Give me the tools.
But as an MMO player, I understand that different terminology is used in a lot of different games, so I just wanted to very quickly go over how we're using it in Star Citizen. So orgs, as many of you know, the players coming together to achieve a goal, whatever you want your goals to be. We give you the framework and you set it up and drive it forward. And we were going to shout a few of them out, but I was actually told we couldn't play favorites, so we actually made our own. So we've got the Fellowship of JJ and
the Balt's Fault Buccaneers.
Those
What?
guys.
You guys made your own orgs?
Yeah, we kind of left you out.
Everybody in Balt's org has to make server meshing work.
We also have NPC factions, and they're already in the game. And you can earn or lose reputation with them. Now, contracts and doing nice things will earn you rep. And killing and stealing and all of that horrible stuff you love, Ben, that will lose you rep. Ling and Redwind and the ones that you can see on there are just a few examples, and there's going to be a lot more to come going forward. Now, there are also guilds, like the Interstellar Transport Guild. And these are essentially collections of several factions, and we're putting them in a position to be more prevalent.
What? You're saying there's something bigger than factions?
Oh yeah. So they're going to be something you interact with a lot, and they essentially handle contracts for the factions. But you will earn rep with both still, but as the bigger entity, the guild will be much more important. And you'll find out a lot more about guilds tomorrow at the Stars My Destination presentation at the end of tomorrow.
Again, a tease.
But now we can dive into some of our new org systems.
Yes! Let's start with the basics. I want to find, or I want to recruit for an org.
Yeah, so welcome to the new app for everything orgs.
Oh God, recruitment. Spam invites all over the...
With the mask.
Spam invites to your Mobiglass.
Can be big and complex, and as we said, some of them have thousands of members. So when we designed the app, well, we made sure that we took this into account, but it's also something that we can expand on moving forward. So let's have a look at it.
Now, I'd like to point out that the Fellowship of JJ, like every designer-based org, is really focused on things like progression gameplay and mission and crafting and leveling up. But my Bolt's Fault Buccaneers, no, they're the real deal. Now, we don't do any of that stuff. Now, we're in it for profit, interdiction lines, shipboarding action. We get all that sweet cargo for free.
For free? That sounds pretty illegal, Ben.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What's in those crates?
Slam!
Legos.
Anyway, it sounds like you guys might be interested in joining some big orgs. Well, I prefer something smaller. So I think it's fair to say that we like playing in different ways and will want to join different orgs. The recruitment tab is the place to find them. So we're giving you the tools to promote your org to potential members in order to give a best first impression to them.
I've just noticed that, Ben. You might want to have a word with Rich. It looks like...
What?
Like he doesn't want you.
No way. I'll have a speak with him.
Anyway, yes. So we're adding filters for when you're basically trying to find a home. And we want to cater to all types of players, because we're a massive game, right? And orgs are combining tons of different gameplay in tons of different ways. So you can search by name if there's an infamous org you've encountered out there in the verse or online. You can search by size, so if you're after a big and active org like me, or a small and more close-knit org like Gabriel. Then you can also search by the gameplay focuses you enjoy. So maybe you love trading in PvP, or maybe you like events like the Daymar Rally. Safe? Yeah. So I guess you'd end up searching for, say, social and racing, maybe?
Murdering?
What if I love committing crime and roleplay, asking for a friend?
What's that got to do with the presentation? Anyway, you can search for whatever you like, and if it's not there, why not just create it yourself?
So, we allowed you to join multiple orgs back in 2014. I can still do that, right?
Oh yeah. So we're keeping it supported, and we're actually doing the Star Citizen thing, and we're going one bigger.
One bigger.
So we're giving you an additional one to join when we actually bring it into the game too. And we wanted to keep it because we've all played games where it's far too limited. Like one org per character just isn't enough for a game this size.
Yeah, and here you get an idea of what the full screen will look like. It's going to be your one-stop shop for joining or finding players for your org. So let's have a look at the core functions and features to look forward to in the rest of the app.
Yeah, that's...
This is the Summary tab. On here, you can select one of your orgs that you're in on the left-hand side, and you'll see, well, a summary, a lot of at-a-glance information. So we'll introduce some of these one at a time. So first off, announcements and org information. Simple stuff. You use them how you want to.
Dude,
also,
announcements.
We're adding an events log. So in here, you'll get a summary of important events within the org.
They're really teasing base building and crafting.
Or settings. In short, these things, well, it's a big verse, and it's easy to miss cool things that happen in your org. And these features will help you stay on top of the day-to-day life of being an org member.
Okay, we're also adding an events calendar. So
oh my God, yes! Thank God!
So by default, it's going to be populated with our in-game events.
Ew.
So you never miss a thing. But more importantly,
Dude,
obviously be
that's
able
so
to add your own
helpful.
as well.
I know that probably doesn't mean much to a lot of people, but that's so helpful for running an org.
It's tough to get everyone on at the same time, right? So use this for your Convoy Tuesdays, Casual Fridays, holding hands in Horizon Saturdays, whatever you want.
Getting crushed by the Buccaneers on Monday.
That's Gabriel's favorite.
It is my favorite.
Remember that it is our intent that all the features we're looking at here are available on Spectrum as well, allowing you to access this info even if you're not in the game. This applies to parties, comms, friends, and all other functions. So I can join multiple orgs, like the Buccaneers, the Corvette Club, or the Slam Truckers. But how will others see me in the verse if I have multiple choices? Surely I need to pick a banner.
So that's covered by something new called representing. And it's actually quite similar to the existing affiliation main status system on the website. So if you're into multiple orgs, you choose which one you want to represent, but you can only represent one at a time. Now, there are ongoing benefits for being in orgs, which we'll get to in a minute, but choosing who you represent asks which one you want to benefit from at any given time. But why? Well, we wanted to support players who like to play with different groups of friends. But we didn't want players who are just in one to be at a major disadvantage to those that are in the full 6. Because really, joining multiple orgs should be your choice and not feel like it's a necessity.
And there's no need for you to switch which org you're representing to see things like this Moby screen or org chat. But we want to put limitations on how often you can switch to avoid exploiting the systems. And we don't want to punish anyone who's, playing by the rules. And a big part of representing is visualizing it in-world. We want you to be able to fly your banner for your org. So we're adding another MMO staple to the game. Tags.
You know how often we were just complaining about this last week. You shoot someone and then you find out later they're in your org.
For the org, and this gets appended to the name while you're representing. So you can easily see who is in which org at a glance.
God, dude.
So we'll have it in chats, in world, and if you're not interested in this stuff, well, you have the option to turn it off as well.
How novel! We'll be able to identify people around us. Wow. JJ, I'm curious. You mentioned guilds before, and I'm guessing they fit into this somehow.
Yes, so you may have spotted a few references on the UI to alignment earlier, but what is it? So, it's your opportunity to form a relationship between org and in-game guild.
Oh!
Now, just as you in personal
We've been waiting for this.
You can with your org now as well. So
this is why we were less on piracy in the org.
And while representing, org members doing specific action, like contracts with them, will increase the org's alignment with the guild. But which guild should you pick? So all of our guilds are going to have a specific theme and associated gameplay. And you can basically pick the one that matches your theme or benefits your org the most. So a combat-focused org, like the Fellowship, might want to align with themselves with the Mercenary Guild. Or one that enjoys making cash through trading and hauling, they'd probably want to align with the Interstellar Transport Guild.
Yeah, so how do these benefits work? Well, as your alignment with a guild, as it raises, you both unlock new benefits from that guild, as well as improve your previously unlocked benefits. So, for example, if I align my org with the Academy of Science Guild, we might get research speed improvements. As my org performs contracts for this guild, alignment raises, and that speed benefit gets better. And needless to say, other guilds will have other types of benefits. Finally, on guild alignment, you are not locked in forever. You can switch at any time. However, that will put your alignment back at 0, so it's a big choice.
So every member gets full benefits?
Well, not necessarily. We're also introducing loyalty. So it's similar to the org's alignment with a guild, but this represents your relationship to the org you're in.
Okay.
Anything you do that benefits
that makes things a lot easier.
While you are representing it will gain you loyalty with them. So for example, you could be doing missions for the org-aligned guild, or you could be depositing money and materials into org storage.
Org storage? Another tease.
Ooh. So this means you don't have to self-moderate your own org for this stuff. Also, org storage?
Ultimately, we wanted to encourage long-term membership because we don't think you should just be able to join a well-established org and then just get everything instantly for no effort. So to put it simply, having low loyalty limits what you gain from the org's alignment benefits, and having high loyalty gives you full access. We also wanted org leadership to be able to view members' current loyalty and use it as a tool to reward appropriately with things like ranks and permissions. And then loyalty resets to 0 when you leave an org, so there's some incentive for sticking around.
Wait, does that mean I lose my loyalty if I change my representation away?
No, so not representing puts your contributions or ongoing benefits on hold. So when you start representing again, you essentially just pick up where you left off.
You think we're too much excited?
What if I leave the org?
It's not very loyal, so it resets.
Right. Well, so, you know, in my org, my Buccaneers, they're mostly scoundrels, and so they tend to join and leave, and, you know, it's not very loyal in general. Larger orgs, they tend to be a pain to manage, though. With the flow of joiners and leavers, do we have any tools to help managers like me?
Well, let's have a look at the Members tab. So this is less complex than the previous tabs, but it's equally important. This is where you see the community of your org and your place in it.
Seriously,
So
it shows how
in
much we've been waiting for this kind of stuff.
members,
It's
you
nice
can
to see.
Leave notes and see the ranks of members. And as we did with the friends list and the party list, we're adding rich presence in here as well.
We don't have to worry about Discord for this
is the
anymore.
rank panel. It gives you a clear indication where you sit within the community. And you'll see permissions on here, but that's something that we'll delve more into at a later date. For now, I'll just say that the leader might be able to determine permissions for each rank, and, well, it could be things like inviting new members or accessing org storage.
Stop teasing us with org storage. God.
Come on.
So, all right. So, orgs form and friendship and animosities build up. Maybe my Buccaneers and the Fellowship of JJ don't really see eye to eye most of the time. Would be great for this to translate in game, wouldn't it?
It would, wouldn't it?
Oh, God. Everybody's going to want to be everybody's rival.
So, yeah, it's a good job we got it covered, which is with our new alliances and rivalry system. So you're going to have the ability to create alliances and go to war. And there are many reasons to make friends. You might want to have trading partners, or you might want to group up for protection if you're playing somewhere like Pyro. And at the same time, there are probably going to be many reasons why you won't get along. Maybe an org keeps attacking or stealing from you. Alliances forming are an agreement between two org leaders, and it has to be mutual. You can't force someone to be friends.
Unlike real life.
Requests are sent from the screen if you have permission, and you could respond here as well. And as a bonus, allied orgs are going to have additional lines of communication, like Alliance Chat, or being able to share Alliance events on the calendar, just to name a few.
So, rivalry, that isn't a mutual agreement. If someone decides you're their rival, well, tough luck.
Just get to.
However, you could reach a mutual agreement to make a truce, putting you back at neutral. And there's no real benefit to having rivals, so we want to make them easy to identify. That's why alliances and rivalries tie directly into hostility indicators. So just like now, you'll be able to see neutral contacts in white and party members show up in blue.
This is all stuff we had to do on Google Drive before.
Will come in a dark green, and your allied orgs in a paler green. Your rivals will show up in red.
Or people in your kill list.
The kill list. People on your kill list that we mentioned before will also show up in red or orange. If you're not, well, they're not legal to attack. That's the go straight to jail card if you kill them here. So we'll be adding
this will definitely be avoidable.
Accessibility options for this stuff as well to make sure that everybody can benefit from these updates.
Yeah, this will be avoidable. This is just for people in orgs. You never have to pay any attention to this if you don't want to.
So that's everything for orgs today, but it's just the tip of the social iceberg. And we didn't have time to show you everything, but there's lots more to show in the future. And we're super excited because we finally get to deliver it.
Yeah. Now,
what do you mean by
learned?
that, though? Deliver it.
We're upgrading Soul
That's
Star
different from
Citizen
talk
social
about
tools
it.
to MMO size. With a new social app in the MobiGlass, proper tools to manage parties with rich presence, ready check, and ship information. Richer chat with the niceties normally present in every game. A new party finder, a system that allows you to find players to play with. Revamped beacons and guide system powered by rating and proficiency. On orgs, we're bringing orgs in the game. We're obviously with a new orgs app, but also alignment. So you align your org with a guild and get benefits for your members, representations, which identifies you in the verse and gives you benefits, and loyalty to your orgs, and alliances and rivalry to identify friend from foe. And now, we're going to leave you with a short video to end on because we couldn't show everything we're working on. But what would it look like in the unlikely event where our two powerhouse orgs came together as one?
And my org, right?
Yeah, it's a little teaser for tomorrow's crafting your home presentation and what you can build together as an org, and teasing something else coming in the future. Have a great CitizenCon, guys. See you there.
Yeah.
Oh, we get shirts? We get shirts and hats?
Hey, don't show me custom paint if you're ready to give me custom paint, you know? Or burpees. We don't have any burpees animations yet. Yes! When do we get burpees? All right, so that's cool, but that wasn't necessarily a delivery. Now hit me with the big surprise.
Things, isn't it?
4.0.
Let me put that crap on a shirt.
Oh, that'd be great.
All right, so we're at our midway point of day one, guys. We're going to take about a 45-minute to 60-minute break, depending on some technical stuff that we're going to figure out backstage. This is your chance to go get some food, go to the bathroom, stretch your hammies, whatever you entertain yourself for the next 45 minutes. But come right back. We're coming back with the cosplay contest and then 2 presentations. I promise it's only up from here. Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you in about an hour.
All right, so we are going to do some more talking and calling in. A couple of folks I think I got lined up to chat. But now we can actually talk about the stuff that's been going on. So, man, where do we even start, huh? All right. Org tools. That's real nice. I want to explain the nice part about some of the stuff they said during the org tools, because it doesn't really come off that important, and it's a very kind of basic thing for MMOs in general. But a lot of the stuff they showed here for org tools is stuff that you kind of had to figure out how to use third-party services for. Discord was like basically the only thing you could do for us. You know, we don't have a very super skilled website host that can code a bunch of stuff in. So when we wanted to have org events in our own group, it was like we had to schedule them on Discord. But then if they were on Discord, it was really hard to share those events outside of Discord if people weren't there. It was hard to have an easy to find list. Like mostly the in-game part is really nice, but also then when you get into the events, you're flying in these like global events, right? And you're shooting at a player who's also on that global event with you, and then you find out 20 minutes later that they were actually part of your org and they were just there not knowing there was an event going on, and you guys shoot each other, and then you have disagreements and problems. And it's like this kind of stuff starting to come into the game is what they've been lacking a lot. Same goes for the guide system in game. Now, I know most people don't really use the guide system, and I think a big part of that is because it hasn't been in game and you have to go to the freaking website to find out all this stuff. But I've complained hardcore. Like, if there's one thing that they have always messed up with this game on, it's that players have to go to the website to do things. So most of the people who play this game never even see that stuff. You have to go to the website, then you're bombarded with sales, and you're bombarded with marketing, and it's all confusing, and you don't know what to do. Now you can skip all of that, and the event is right there in the game. If there's a global event going on, you don't have to be on the website or follow the newsletter or watch the YouTube videos to know where it is. Same thing for like guides. Now you can find somebody who can run you through the stuff you need to know. Like, how many times do you see somebody get in global chat and be like, hey, I need help, can somebody help me? And yeah, you know, people are pretty nice about that stuff and they do help, but now you don't really have to go to global chat and not be able to trust the person who is saying they can help you. That stuff's really helpful. And it's going to help the health of the game a lot. Big question obviously is like, when will it happen? And they are doing a very good job of not setting any expectations on time, which of course lets everybody run away with what they expect. Some people think 4.0, some people think in 5 tiers, some people think in 10 years. And generally, I think it's going to be the monthly reports that end up telling us that, unless they try to say this stuff at some point during CitizenCon. But it's good to be bringing stuff into the game, because this is a game. It's not we're not playing a website. And the more they can stop sending people to the website for really simple things, the more they can actually make it a game. How long till we declare war on Paul? Dude, we've been at war for years, for centuries. It's a long-lived tradition. They get us the lore, we bring them the war. You'd like to see org created missions? That would be cool. If you could assign missions for your org mates just to go out and do stuff, keep them busy. Pretty much letting us know custom paint will be a thing. Well, I don't know, man. I'm not gonna trust what they put into a marketing video like this. Like, maybe there's something to it. To be honest, the best thing they could do is just give us skins and then let us recolor those skins. That'd be solid, right? Letting us recolor the skins and put custom logos on them. Then it's like, okay, how do you moderate what the logos even look like? And then yeah, like, just this is a lot of really good stuff. We've always been an org that focuses on making sure people aren't taking too much part in player versus player piracy. You can do stuff in the game, but we also have had the little caveat at the bottom saying, hey, while you can take part in piracy that affects NPCs, at some point the game itself will track what you're doing against NPC factions, and it looks like that's kind of where they're getting towards with this kind of system. They're saying now even if you are just doing something against NPCs, it will be tracked. Luckily though, it does sound like you'll be able to identify what org you're representing. Did I get that right? So you could basically go non-disclosure with your org and do some stuff and then sign back on with your org, kind of. I'm not entirely clear about how that worked, but even if that isn't the case, they also today confirmed that multiple characters per account would be a thing. So a lot of potential for allowing people to be held accountable for what their character's doing, but not necessarily have it happen all the time. Your eyes aren't lying to you. My eyes might not be, but the video could. Just came from YouTube Live. That chat's 99% negative, bad over there. I mean, people have a lot to say. Everything you saw in the last 2 days will be in game in the next 12 months, but that's not a promise. Hey, it wasn't even the next 12 months last year. It was by the end of the year. And I don't think they're going to make that same statement today. At least I hope not. Your org went ballistic when they showed off the org gear. Dude, I think people are very excited about that. Or at least should be. I would be. I think most of the people who are enjoying this are just sitting back and watching, to be honest. Your org benefits reset. They said your org benefits reset. Is that when you take your org off of the affiliated thing? Like when you stop representing your org, or when you leave the org entirely? Dude, Twitch is all happy days. You guys have been having a good old time over there. Love to join the org? Feel free. We have our own organization. We have been putting in a lot of work of kind of replicating these systems outside of the game, and I'm super, like, I do not care if they do work that invalidates that. I'm so freaking happy. God, like, it's so much less organization work to have to coordinate between Discord and Google Drive, and then when we're actually in game and just have it all in one place is amazing. If you guys want to join an org, generally we are not as combative. We do have a combat wing. We have a security division that's all focused on getting into the fights. But we generally focus on things that are more science and industrial based. And yeah, that's what we do. Server meshing at the moment is in Evocati testing. I believe they were just testing 250 player shards last night. Tried to join the org but was rejected. Don't know why. It was a while ago. Try applying again. And if there is a rejection, you'll get a reason for it. It might be because of a specific org that you're affiliated with or something like that. That's usually the only reason. We don't really reject people that much. Oh yeah. Also make sure to apply through the website, not through RSI. RSI's maybe RSI's it'll actually mean something to apply on RSI now. For the org affiliation thing, goes on hold if you represent another org, reset to 0 if you leave. Right. So that going on hold is interesting. Because does that mean you can be in like one very positive, like more sort of follow the law kind of org? And then you can also be in one like kill everyone you see org and just switch back and forth. How does that work? I guess your own in-game reputation would follow you. Because you wouldn't want somebody who's like enemies with Hurston to then be in your org and you're doing a mission with Hurston and they come in and Hurston starts shooting them. Does your org protect you against Hurston or fight with Hurston against you? Like that's going to be interesting too. So the official way is not the way to go. I mean, you can apply on the official way too. It's completely up to you. It's just that we, for our own Discord server to verify you, you have to go through the website. Now with this, the fact that they have this in-game, well, okay, sorry, it's not in-game. We don't even know if it's close to being in-game. Whenever this does happen, then applying on the RSI website will be very important. In fact, probably just as important, if not more important than the our own website. And hopefully we could figure out a way to combine those two sign-up processes. Yeah, and then they talk about org storage. A lot of little teasers in here, mainly for crafting, base building. A lot of crafting and base building teasers going on in these panels and demonstrations. They are building up for tomorrow, that's for sure. But the question really is like, you know, how much of this have you gotten to work on? How much of this stuff is stuff that Squadron 42 devs have actually been able to move over to Star Citizen development and start getting, you know, the coding done for, as opposed to how much of this is your ideas of where you want to go and will eventually come in? Dude, events in game? Right. Yeah, so there's also that. I'm really hoping that this is not all just, oh, this is Star Citizen 1.0 stuff. Because I just don't see Star Citizen 1.0 being anywhere near close to being done. And that's not being negative. That's just me like setting my expectations. Maybe it is, but I fully believe that when they talk about Star Citizen 1.0, they're talking about like 2+ years at least, if not 3, if not 8. And that's what we'll find out at the end of all of this. They might wrap all this up into their end presentation and be like, this is all the stuff that we have planned for 1.0. And I'm going to be like, oh boy. But honestly, once they finish Squadron 42, what excuse, like Squadron 42 and server meshing in the game and solid and stable, what excuse do they have for not starting to bring this stuff in at a faster rate? And that's why I've been waiting for server meshing to really start to be like, hey, guys, hold your feet to the fire. there are no more excuses for stuff not coming in. This kind of stuff needs to make appearances because it's not being held back by a lower player cap or the inability to, you know, load the game with AI and load the game with more locations. That stuff has been held behind the server meshing wall for a long time. Not to say when server meshing hits, all that stuff hits, but there's not as much reason to say that it wouldn't work if the coding work is done, you know? So let's wait until the end of CitizenCon before we start to have that kind of talk, because there's plenty more for us to see. But as far as what their priorities are, and CitizenCon generally tends to focus a bit more on what their priorities are than they used to. They used to be a little bit more of just kind of what we want to do. I think since they've started to have more devs on board, it's definitely been more deliver the stuff we talk about at CitizenCon. While it's still not 100%, they don't deliver everything they talk about within the next year. They do tend to start pushing that stuff more. And I think that so far in this broadcast, the Planet Tech stuff, the party stuff, the org stuff, and the rendering stuff is going to be useful as a focus. Not necessarily sure when it might be delivered, though. You demand Space Worm? The freaking Space Worm, man. We just need to shove that in the back of the closet and forget about it forever. The other excuse is Squadron 42 Part 2. Yeah, so I don't know, man. I don't know if they can even afford to start working on a Part 2 of Squadron. They should probably see if the first game is actually a success first, you know? They need to outline and, if need be, redefine the vision of the game. Yeah, at that last panel for sure. People don't want UI, they want Space Worm. I'll take a UI look at the Space Worms. There were some awkward moments with the poor girls, but not sure where the faults lie on all that. I mean, everybody has awkward moments on stage. It's not easy presenting to a lot of people, even if they're not there knowing they're on camera. It can be like, and this is, how many people are even watching this? 11,000 people here and 12,000 people over here. I'm guessing it was more while the panels were actually running. Probably like 20 to 30,000 people watching, plus all of the reaction channels and different creator streams. I think somebody said something like 80,000 they counted total. So it's just like a lot of people are watching, and that's hard to present in front of, especially when you know for a fact that people are probably talking about you, and just like, it's a lot. Yep, the internet brings some meanness out of folks. At peak, it was 80,000, 30K on both. Jesus. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a ton. All right, I'll get in there in a bit. How am I feeling so far? I'm feeling good, and I'm gonna be completely honest with you, okay? Before we got in here, I was like, no dates. Don't give us dates. Do not tell us anything about dates. And I'm still on that grind, but I gotta say, it's real hard to not ask, when is this coming, you know? And it's a lose-lose kind of situation. Either it's coming far down the line, or they give dates and they miss the deadlines. I have always said that CitizenCon should be the place where they set long-term expectations of the game, but also the place where they show us the next year of development. And they've never really hit that bar. It's always been the next, even, I think they haven't really gotten good at it up until just these last few years. And even then, it's like the next 2 years, the next 3 years of development. It's never been the next year, what's happening before the next CitizenCon. And I wish that's what they showed. But because they don't, is there a reason to give dates? I freaking wish they could. I wish everything that we saw we could trust would be in the next year, but it simply won't. It won't. There's no way all of the stuff they show at these CitizenCons would be at the next year unless they made the event smaller. What's up, Nemo? Thank you for the membership, mate. Thanks for your awesome work bringing Star Citizen to the community in a grounded, realistic, yet positive way. Love it. Love you, buddy. Try to be positive. Try to at least inform people of the negatives. I know there are folks in the chat who think that I am probably too negative. There are people who think that they get banned just for saying something negative and I'm too positive. No, get out of here, Twitch. Screw your ads. Good God. Stop. I hate this thing. I need to remember to run ads when things aren't happening so that it skips the ads when good things are. Dude, Typhlosion, I have... Oh my gosh, just look at my YouTube video comments, man. Like, some people have... I can't describe it. Nah, I get told I'm very negative, which... Whatever, man. Sometimes I have things to complain about. I'm so sorry. Woe is me. It's all cool, but when will you see it this in game? That's what I was saying, Omega. Nobody knows. And I don't know if they should even say when. Because saying when puts expectations out there that you might miss. Yeah, I'm gonna try and run all the ads that I can before the next, let's see. So what's coming up next? We got the cosplay event. Dress to Kill is coming up at 3:30 their time, which would be 5:30 my time. So that's an hour and a half. They've got their cosplay going on in 15 minutes. We'll jump in and out of that, but I think I'm going to try and get some folks on here to talk about what they're thinking. We're going to jump in with my org and see what they have to say about this stuff. But ultimately, I am going to, if I can remember, try and make sure that Twitch runs its ads while we're not watching the panels. Don't I think the dev is getting faster? It is. It's gotten faster, but it still doesn't really, like, it's still not matching what would need to happen for this stuff to come in a year. You let you say whatever you want, as long as you don't disrespect people, don't hate the players, hate the game. You can say what you want. Like, there's been plenty of complaining in these chats, and it's not like you're getting banned for it. Just don't start insulting and, like, don't annoy the hell out of people.
Say whatever you want, and we can also ban you for whatever you want.
We can.
Like, it's also our stream.
It is.
This isn't a public platform.
It's not. On Twitch, if you run 3-minute ads every hour, it will not force ads on people. I've got it down to the lowest amount. Twitch is supposed to only run 30 seconds of ads every hour. I'm trying to spare you guys. It only lets me snooze that 3 times per hour, I think. But if I catch it at the right times, then I can have it just run during our downtimes. Dude, tomatoes are great with salt. Honestly, I don't know anybody who eats tomatoes without salt, but you're missing out if you do. Hey, thank you, Sketch. Didn't see the New World speech. What'd you think? The Planet Tech stuff is good to see, but I'm not gonna lie, it rings a little bit like last year's Planet Tech, and that was very much a here's what we want to do. Like, let me show you, and I promise we're gonna talk to the organ a little bit here. We're gonna listen to the community, what they have to say. I just want to draw a parallel to last year's Planet Tech. So here we got to see ray tracing stuff, right? Global illumination stuff. Heard about that last year.
We ray trace against a simplified world so that we get like smoother lighting since it's a diffuse scene, we want a sort of diffuse, smooth signal.
And then we heard about like the Planet Tech stuff. You know, how they're trying to change going from CPU to GPU. How they are going to use some more machine learning to build realistic planets rather than random planets. Like, a lot of this stuff was last year, and it was good info. But this one also came off a little bit similar in just the ways that we were hearing, okay, so you're going to have, like, it's more in-engine, which is good. It's not just slides. It's in-engine stuff that they actually had to run to some extent. But it's still white box, and it's still very much future. You know, this is how are we going to make the star systems, not generally, not exactly what are we doing to make the star systems. And that could be because they're holding off until the Beyond Pyro panel to really talk about their actual current work on this stuff. But it's still like, especially this kind of stuff here, when we're hearing about, okay, we're going to pack in over thousands of POIs on a planet, like that, dude. You're going to have to prove that. I mean, not only is that a little... You don't want to crowd planets too much because base building, because you want to have realistic emptiness in some parts of planets, but you're going to have to... This is going to be a see it to believe it kind of thing for sure, because this is big. That's really, really big, especially because we haven't even started talking about economy. Star Sim, how all this stuff is going to factor into trade lanes, into supply and demand, into things being shipped. Like, that's a lot of stuff. So the Planet Tech demo was cool, and it tells a lot of where they're going with it. Specifically, I really liked the AI stuff because that's a little bit more tangible in my mind. But there's still quite a bit for them to prove out with this kind of stuff. And we'll have to see what kind of things they've done in terms of making it more procedural, building out that machine learning, all that kind of stuff. I'm going to jump in with my community here, and we're going to try and get some thoughts from folks. See what, you know, I guess I don't want to say casual viewers, since, like, if we're watching CitizenCon right now, we're not really casual, but see what the folks are saying about this stuff. And I'll play the footage of whatever we're talking about in the background for you guys to see. And in the meantime, I think I've got a couple other people who are on the ground floor who might want to call in, like 10 Pound 42 did. So I'll keep an eye on that as well.
It's not the UK I was told.
No, it looks way nicer than when I was there the other day.
I don't think that's actually representative of their usual weather.
Hello, everybody.
Hey,
How y'all doing?
Brother, it's 2 a.m. in the morning. It's going amazing.
Anybody lose their pants at the org tools stuff?
A little bit.
All of us lose them, but I did need to change them.
Yeah, we definitely did.
What do you guys think so far? Everybody all at once.
Wow.
Yes.
30-player pylon, go.
Is anybody currently there right now?
Frenchie's there.
Yeah. How are things looking on the ground, Frenchie? Are you on mic or you away?
No, he stepped away.
He's inhaling.
It's pretty good. It's people were like, the org presentation was, you could tell everybody was just super stoked. It's really, it's a good vibe. Everybody's having a good time so far.
So, can you maybe tackle a dev or something, hold them at gunpoint and ask them when?
I'll try to find a French one and use the French connection to get some information.
The statements of myself, by the way, are not condoned or authorized by Space Tomato Gaming or GII. We do not encourage violence against developers. We love them. Give them bananas and pizza.
I did notice, I think they've learned not to give dates things are going to be released if they don't have a firm date. 12 months or so doesn't fly anymore.
Yeah.
Hey, Frenchie, I remember seeing in the chat earlier you were saying like it was kind of low energy there. Was that the mood there, and then it picked up during the org bit, or were you just talking in reference to the Planet Tech itself?
I was talking about sorry, I can't remember what I was talking about, but yeah, the start was a little slow. But once we got into the org stuff, it picked up. Also, I gotta say the setup inside compared to last year makes last year look like it was really low effort. Like this is a whole other level for this convention. Like it's really, really good. Much nicer than last year.
I think it goes to show what people are interested in.
Yeah, it does. It speaks volumes, really.
Yeah.
I think we also see how many discussions on Planet Tech, and for them to start with Planet Tech, kind of, why are we hearing about this again?
Yeah, I think they try to start with their engine talk, and it is maybe a little bit misplaced to talk about something that was already kind of talked about to an extent last year first, but I'm glad they get the engine stuff out of the way so that they can get to the more interesting stuff later.
They went pretty deep on it too, though. Like they weren't just glossing over it. I mean, they did cover quite a bit, but it does get tech heavy pretty quick.
Yeah.
I found the engine stuff really interesting. My only worry is like performance, but if they manage to give us all that stuff without major hits in performance, I'm all for it. That stuff looks so amazing.
Yeah, £10 going to be the man to follow up on that one.
The only thing that
I talked to him about it on the stream already. He's he's very interested, but I think until we can really get our hands on, who knows?
The thing that I have a feeling is going to cause actually a bit of kerfuffle is if the lightning damages the spaceships.
Yeah,
no, like, I shit you not. There's probably. Oh, I'm sorry, man.
No, go ahead.
No, I mean, I cussed. I didn't mean to. Like, already I can just see people getting upset. Like, you mean I could just be flying perfectly normal, doing nothing wrong, and then boom, out of nowhere? It's like, yeah, I mean, that happens.
Hit by a meteor.
Yeah, read the weather report. I'm
Also,
sure they'll give
you're
us
the
one.
one who chose to fly through a storm. Maybe you should have gone around it.
Well,
I
and
mean,
that can be,
like,
but that can be part of, like, people have been asking, why would I drive ground vehicles? That can be part of the reason that they start to have areas that are more ground focused.
Yeah, so you can be hit by a lightning strike on the ground. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, that weather dynamic thing. I mean, that's just a great demonstration of the next iteration. But did you gauge from that they're now not calling it Planet Tech V5? They're replacing it with Genesis Stage how many?
Yeah, it does sound like they're getting away from the whole Planet Tech label and of course adding a name to it. I swear they're just taking the piss now with these names. Like,
Oh my god.
How many?
Architect.
I wish I had that on my bingo card, to be honest. Like, they will add more Star Tech to the game or something. That would have been a great bingo card thing. But
somebody had, so I think it was I don't know, one of the streams that we did a couple weeks ago, somebody from CIG was watching it and they did reach out to me and they're like, yeah, we're just kind of having jokes with it at this point. And I thought he meant just like internally back and forth, but I honestly think they are just putting this stuff on the slide to just like kind of troll.
Come on. That was, that's on the nose. That is on the nose.
Like to say they're being sarcastic.
Yes. Oh, well, that would be brilliant. Jared would have to. Yeah. You have to save that for the cooking. You have to save that for the cooking stream.
I like it.
Yeah.
I swear they were. I could have sworn there was somewhere in the monthly reports earlier this year they talked about lightning, but I cannot find it.
Ooh.
I thought I saw something about that too, but
Well, they did to talk about dynamic weather last year, obviously, but there hasn't been. Has there been much of an update really when we consider about weather? I don't think there's been any updates on weather all year.
No, they've been pretty quiet about it overall.
Which, to be fair, was a good delivery. It looked impressive.
Yeah.
Just to see if they can make it functional.
Nice to finally see it. But
in swamps.
As the tradition goes, when? And it's it's hard. It's hard. I don't want to know when. I don't want them to say it, but gosh, that's all I want to ask.
Do you think, Tomato, that they'd drop something like this now if they say we don't get any dates, right? But at the end of it, they tell us that they're going to put all of these things into the release viewer or into the progress tracker, and that's how we're going to, track them from now on.
Yeah, I think they'll go into progress tracker.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if some of the stuff that we see at CitizenCon is coming by the end of this year. But I think a lot of this will just go on the progress tracker.
What's the hot take then? If you think there's gonna be something seen?
Oh God, I don't know, man. I don't actually know. I could see an incredibly basic version of base building if they got 4.0 in and were. I don't like the idea of base building is not what I would expect. Like I would expect the not even base building, probably just crafting, like the most minimal version of crafting, because they already kind of are doing stuff like that with the Vulture, where you can craft a couple different things in that ship. So I could see the most basic version of that coming in by the end of the year as a little surprise, but it would be, I would mostly just suspect things like what they did last year. They put a couple of small things in at the end of the year, like I think it was a faction they put in, and just a couple other little things that didn't really make much of a big deal, but it just allowed them to be like, yeah, there's some stuff coming in.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you guys think?
Tomato, any level of disappointment that they didn't announce, like planet orbits? You mentioned it for a moment there.
Nah. I don't know if they're even going to still do planet orbits, to be honest. Like, planet orbits is one of those things that I hope to be surprised by at some point, but I could also just see it complicating the game a ton and like how it works, because everything that's moving, like everything on a planet has to be tied into the economy, and then the planets orbit a star, so all of the things that are based on like trade lanes, the distance between things and how much those things cost based on those distances would be changing at all times based on the distance between different planets on different orbits. And the jump points and all that, it'd be nuts. So as much as I hope they do that, and the seasons that they're talking about kind of give that vibe, it's still like
I just gonna drop a word that CRG likes using: dynamic.
Oh my god! As soon as I saw org tools, I'm like, this is Star Citizen. Let me curb my enthusiasm.
Oh yeah, pointed out in chat, they did already give one date. 4.0 by the end of the year, live. I think he said.
Yes, he did. He just smashed it right at the
Yeah,
beginning.
Chris came right out of the gate.
First couple sentences, man.
He wasn't messing around. He just wanted that out there and said, "That's it. We're moving on."
Oh my god, dude!
Jared,
Come on.
Jared's done the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, I understand them showing stuff beyond 4.0, but just coming out and saying it's gonna come is like, dude, you did this last year.
Yeah.
And the year
I'm
before.
just going to say it. I don't know. I still like Garden over just GII for the org tag.
Oh, GRDN?
Yes.
Yeah, we might stick with that. I don't really know. We chose that because GII was already taken on the website, so we might just stick with GRDN.
That's cowboys.com all over again.
Or we have to go to war against the other GII, and whoever wins takes the tag.
Ah, but you have to get a tag to go to war now.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah, that's it's going to be interesting having.
The UEE date that they showed on the calendar.
What was that?
Did you think that was a legit UEE date that they showed on the calendar?
Oh no, I don't think so. Like an Easter egg.
Yeah, it's like November 22nd.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Freshman
that's IAE.
That lines up with what's on their website.
It says 19th and 20th. Yeah, yeah. I mean, 22nd to 5th.
Down below.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I thought you were asking if it was going to be like a squadron something. Yeah, I believe that for IAE. Nice to have the dates.
So
IAE dates.
A calendar in the game, folks, is
that's
like
mind-blowing.
one of the best things I've heard of.
What's the weirdest thing, right? A game that never gives good dates, and they put a calendar in there, so it's sort of ironic.
Hey, at least we stick to our dates, you know.
Yeah.
Then they said they're gonna put dates on the calendar too.
Now we just need an integration with like Google Calendar or something, some sort of API.
Yeah, that's a little scary. Is like, are they gonna allow us to present this information outside of the game? Because that would be very nice. If they didn't, then we still kind of have to keep things up outside of game too, which would be annoying.
Yeah, it'd be nice if you can put links to external sources in the text that you put in there for the event, so that you can link that further information outside of it.
Yeah, and for all who have been wondering about why we are a little bit cagey about more violent gameplay against players, that whole org reputation kind of thing, where it actually reflects on the org and all that stuff. That's why, and when that kicks in, we'll have to be a little more careful. I don't know exactly what they were saying about the whole, you can like turn off your sort of representation of an org.
Represent.
Yeah.
Or pause it. Yeah, you can pause it by leaving and going to not leaving.
Yeah, but what if you do bad stuff? Is that gonna still
Well,
be
it
on
sticks
your
to you
record
though.
now?
That's what I can't understand.
It will
like-
stick to you, but it won't stick to the org if you're repping a different org. So if you have in this case, a pirate org that you're a member of, and you start repping as the pirate org, it doesn't get tagged with Garden. It will get tagged with the pirate org. However, you will still have a very negative view, and when you're on Garden, you'll still carry that negative personal view onto Garden.
But
I
then,
think I'd rather run an alt account.
then what
You can go
happens
down there.
when you have a
That's-
negative rep with somebody your org has a positive rep with?
Yeah, then what happens then if you turn up to a location and you've got the bad rep and your org's got the good? Do they start just shooting at you? Or...
Awkward.
They probably just shoot you.
It's gonna be weird.
Yeah, your org just shoots you in the head and goes, "Sorry, man, you're dead weight." Yeah.
Somebody gonna have to make a decision. They're gonna show up to a party and it's gonna be 2 orgs you in, and you'd be like, "You gotta choose."
That's why. That's why generally speaking, this type of method isn't really good if you want to try and play both sides of the coin. It still would benefit you to have an alt character that is evil you.
But that's
versus
why
trying to play one
They
character.
did say something about alternate characters.
they mentioned multiple
during their
characters.
character builders.
Yeah, but then that's why I'm wondering, why make it so that you can just pause reputation instead of just using your alt character?
Well, it would be like, say, GII focused on nothing but trade and crafting, but then you had a group that does, say, bounty hunting. Bounty hunting in itself really shouldn't be a negative thing, but I'm just using that as an example. Like, you could pause your crafting org, go into the bounty hunting org, and play that for a bit, and then go back to the crafting org.
Yeah, I don't know. They're gonna have to. We'll have to dig into that info a lot more because.
I mean, they also did say something about like reducing or resetting your progress in specific orgs. So
if you
leave an org,
quit and rejoin.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't get the benefits unless you got certain amount of loyalty with each one. Yeah.
But once again, you're also dealing with what you're also worrying about in this case is one's personal reputation, more or less being a negative influence on a org's reputation.
Right.
I.e., if suddenly Ford decided to hire every mass murderer in the past 20 years, you'd probably start to question buying Ford products.
Yeah, it's an interesting. I'm gonna have to go over this panel a few times.
Yeah, especially if you just see somebody like, I know that guy. He be at that planet killing a whole bunch of random people. What are you doing with the garden? Like, buddy, we heard about you, man. You gotta go.
Yeah, like I've this method of org thing was in like Guild Wars 2, but like I said, is a lot of the folks that I know who tended to use it, like there were some guilds that didn't like to do realm versus realm combat, where other ones might want to do more PvE. So folks would, because of the different of how they do it, they would switch guilds or switch repping guilds to whatever they feel like playing at that time. That's the reason why I use that example. It might not have a really good one-to-one correlation with this.
Yeah.
Since they're really in no way to play or kill. in Guild Wars 2 either. They don't have that whole worry.
All right, guys. I'm gonna bounce for a bit. Good talking though. I'll catch you around. Hopefully the next one doesn't. I think we're gonna get character skills. See what happens, or at least after the cosplay.
Yeah, I was going to say next panel up is cosplay, so you got 45 minutes after that.
Yeah. All right. Catch you guys later.
Ciao.
All right.
All right, folks. I've got my next guest lined up on the show floor. Going to bring Morphologist in here. He's chilling on the floor. He was just watching from the crowd, and we're gonna get some of his thoughts and talk to him about what he thinks is going on. Oh, he's gonna. I said give him about 10 minutes, so we can chat and talk and listen to the org thing some more before then. Been laying in bed watching the first part. Finally got up to make some tea. Hit the like button, folks. Thank you, friend. Appreciate you. How's everybody's bingo cards doing? So far I have marked off. I've marked off my org tools over here, and I've marked off dynamic weather. I don't think Chris said no dates yet. He did say 4.0. He didn't say release next year. He said release this year, so I've missed out on that one so far. Did they say anything about immersion? Did I miss that? Did they say immersion? I feel like they could have at some point. Skysquawker, thanks for the bits, and Mr. Slaver, thank you for the Prime sub. Bouncing back to the mainstream. Catch you later. The more dense trees and lightning might make people... Oh, lost you there. Might make people pledge for ground vehicles. Well, ground vehicles are important. They said immersion multiple times. Ah, sweet. I can mark that one off too. Gotcha, CIG. We know you well. You haven't marked any off your bingo card yet? No. In your case, there's been tension between joining a guild of real-life friends who can play casually and joining a more serious guild. Well, luckily, I mean, you can join multiple orgs in the game. It's pretty lenient already. Like, you can be in our org for some good group gameplay with a bunch of folks that are always online, and you could be in your own sort of just friends group org if you'd like. I'll win the ship at this rate. I'm not in the running. Mrs. Tomato already said I can't win. I've been disqualified just for the sake of being a beautiful red tomato. Absolutely scrumptiously red. With weather, lightning follows the skin effect. Our ships will be fine. Airplanes get hit all the time. Yeah, I think they'll just flare your shields, you know? Like, they're not going to knock you out of the sky. That'd be insane. I think that's more for dramatic effect. They did that in the demo. They added 15 minutes to the timer? No. Oh, no. Yeah, I've got it up. If I win, you're doing a 30-minute lightning round giveaway. I doubt I'll win. Yeah, the Zeus did take some damage, but I seriously doubt that it's going to be... Whoops. By the way, I saw somebody ask about what the time to get out to space is from logging in. You can sign off in a space station, and it's like a couple minutes to get in space if you just land there. When is the Tomato VTuber going to be ready? We're working on it. I could be the real Tomato, coming to you live from the garden patch. Didn't have any shields on. That makes sense. Nothing about the return of bed logging yet, but I'm guessing they'll talk about that during Star Citizen 1.0. Does GII do any farming? We want to. Hey, Buzzkiller, how you doing? The man with all the key bindings. Good to see you in chat, buddy. Thanks for the work you do to help people figure out their controls. I might use that at some point soon.
I'm getting out of this soon now. Powering up.
I think the lightning does damage just for gameplay aspects. I don't think it's supposed to be like reflective of real life or anything. It sounds like the PU is still having some problems. GII is mainly lawful, but it depends on what the laws are. So, take that for what you will. No mention of org hangers, but they did talk a lot about org storage. I'm betting that will come up during the base building panel. They also didn't really talk about procedural generation, kind of in detail, but they never said procedural generation. This is not confirmed to be 4.0. Hey, thanks for subscribing, Buzz. Using lightning to recharge components? That'd be sick. Yeah, they've got rain. I wonder, oh, I wonder, when will we get rain in the game? I'm surprised they didn't give us a good shot of Area 18 in the rain. That would have been fantastic touch to this. But they were too busy with their Star Wars references. This is the Zeus. Hey, what's up, 5-star? How you doing? I'm enjoying the show. It's got its ups and its downs, but it's nice to see some new stuff finally. The guide system in game's looking good. It sounds good. I'm glad they're bringing stuff from the website into the game. That's pretty important. Bye-bye, bruh. Yeah, so it looks like shields are mostly down here. What mode are they in? I can't even... Where does that pop up? ESP coupled. Where is No, I guess they are in SCM mode because they've got shields up. Wait, hold on. They're in SCM mode, but look at their... Hold up, wait a second. Their speed limiter is way higher than SCM would allow, but they've also got shields on. So... Fake news? Or shields in nav mode? And yeah, they've also got their weapons marked up. So they're in SCM, but they're going too fast here. Limiter's not actual speed, but you can't set your limiter that fast in SCM, if I'm not mistaken. Because when you're in SCM mode, it keeps the scale of this, the scale of your speed limiter, these little lines that are shown up here, these vertical lines, they go all the way up to the edge. It only shifts to this when you can actually push the limiter farther than SCM goes.
It's getting very sparky up here. Recommend deviation.
Can you set it to max speed? On the limiter in SCM mode? You missed the Star Wars references? Let's see, Star Wars references. I know they did one during the swamp presentation. Yeah, maybe it is a change for the limiter. Seems like they always tweak the scale so that you can have more control over it in SCM. So there's your first Star Wars reference. Ship crashed in the swamp, and it's a Scorpius. It's like literally an X-wing in a swamp, right? Then you've got your speeder bikes in the forest. It's not subtle. And they, you know what? We could go back to, let's say, Inside Star Citizen Derelicts. Something about derelicts. Duty of dereliction. Here we go.
Crashites.
And some of their concept art was showing stuff kind of like this.
On Reddit and reading all your feedback. We can't wait to see what you guys will think about those as we produce them.
Like the more foresty looking biome. I guess this is more jungly looking. But like derelict in these kind of spaces is definitely something they've been teasing, but we're really sure when they would really start to
the avenue of having those
pursue
trees
this.
just really close to the spaceship and also having overgrown vegetation on it. We wanted to feel that spaceship is there for many years and the nature is just taking over. And the next is a communication crash. This spaceship is crashed on the top of a mountain. Those guys, they're just establishing a communication base where they are at the highest point and
then when it comes to that localized areas kind of stuff that they're talking about, they started talking about that more during last year's CitizenCon. Here. But I guess this is really where they were
buildings within any single
they weren't
location.
really they're like developing these ideas over years, you know?
Increase the individual location size because there's less of that obvious repetition between buildings within any single location. And we can't really call some of these large locations outposts anymore. They become something more like settlements and imply a larger and more established community. Now, as a player, it will mean a lot more to explore and do at any single individual location with a localized and personal feeling mission types that might see you moving around a single settlement to complete objectives or doing short hop missions between clusters of settlements on a single planet. So you might head up to a ridge to repair some wind turbines. You could counter an outlaw attack from a neighboring outpost, or on the opposite side, you might be stealing or destroying vehicles for the criminal gang that you're working for. But in the art department, we always say, show, don't tell. So let's stop looking at slides and let's have a look at some of the locations in game.
So this was what they showed last year for this kind of stuff. So then we jump forward to kind of this, what they're talking about with the same sort of ideas in this stuff. And
We
it's,
can define what
honestly, I
buildings
wish
should
they
be.
had shown more of a video like they did last year of what they
Controlled by the
are
rules,
planning.
and it will reflect its place in the verse. We've got farms, mining outposts, but even our older locations, such as the bunkers that you find on Stanton.
That's kind of like they're developing this idea of a lot more ground locations in close proximity, but still seems like there's a lot of, I mean, this is still just slides, and I don't think most people are all that interested in slides. We want to see more of like how this actually functions in game. You missed the first 3 hours of the event? Plenty of time to go back and watch it again. We will be, I might have the cosplay stuff on in the background, but I'm about to have more fun, and we're going to talk a little bit about what he's been seeing there on the spot. And then we'll be back to, hopefully, we'll do some questions and talk with chat and see what you guys have to say about all this. And then by then, the next panel should be starting, and we'll get into the Dress to Kill panel, which I think will probably focus more on the character skills side of things, and maybe whatever we're going to finally use to equip our characters and work with our inventory. Interesting teaser stuff on the events calendar and messages, references to Squadron 42 and fly fishing. Dude, very excited for the event calendar. That's so nice. Thank you for the super chat, Leon. I appreciate you. I'm enjoying it, man. I'm enjoying CitizenCon. Still waiting for, some of the more interesting stuff. But having a good time watching what has been presented so far. The social panel was a good one. That was pretty nice. I like that stuff. Add another 15 minutes. Hey! Oh no, I thought that was 10 pound for a second. Sleep seems good right now. I would suggest, yeah, having yourself a little nap, because the rest of the day after this cosplay event is going to be hitting. If I'm not mistaken. After this, you got the Starware and Dress to Kill. Then you got Beyond Pyro, so what new star systems they're working on. And then you got Squadron 42. That's going to be like a solid 3 hours of hits on hits on hits. Should be interesting. All right, I think it might be safe to turn on alerts again. Maybe. I don't know. There's a lot of follows going on Twitch. Can we turn off the follow alert and then turn on all the other ones? Yum, 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 yum. There we go. Hello. Pose.
Can you hear me? Hello?
I can hear you. Hey, Morph.
Hello?
Hello. Can you hear me? Oh God. No,
That's right. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. And how does my audio sound?
It's a little fuzzy.
It's a little fuzzy. I'm not sure if it's using my Rode mic or if it's using my headset mic. Tell me if my audio sounds like it's getting further and closer. Yes or no?
No, it did not.
Then it's using my headset audio. 1 second.
Sure.
See if I can change the audio settings. It's a little bit of a weird setup for me, so.
No problem, dude.
Are you streaming right now so everyone can hear me?
Everybody can hear you. Say hi.
Hi. I'm so sorry. I can't test this ahead of time, so.
All good.
Give me 1 second. Can I call you back?
Yeah, no problem.
All right, 1 sec.
I'll be waiting. Hey, who just raided? Thank you for the raid. Ran you over. I'm trying to. So, because we paused all of the alerts on Twitch, now they're all coming in at once. God dang it, Twitch. Toes. But I think they should be muted for you guys. Can you guys hear the alerts going on? Okay. So I'm gonna wait until it runs through them all, and then I'll turn them back on so you guys can hear them. I'm just I'm so confused as to where they're coming from because I've muted and hidden basically everything. Toes. It's so weird. Yeah? Okay. Okay, I think I just hid them. No. It honestly, okay, can you turn them off? Apparently everybody can still hear them though. I don't know how. OBS is... Okay, it's gone? Okay. It's amazing because I can still hear it, but there's nothing on my computer that should mean I'm able to hear it unless it's the browser. No. Somehow they're just still playing. Wonder how expensive that was to build? I'm sure they'll talk about it. JRDF is pretty open about kind of like the work that they go through to make this stuff happen. Sorry about all the toes, folks. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Remember that guy? Verizon dude? Catch you later, Sonar. Thanks for hanging out. That's not where the money went. Folks, CIG did not build that ship. JRDF built the ship. JRDF charges a lot of tiny models. That's true. They might have charged for it, but they didn't build it. There are ticket prices for CitizenCon. That is true. Warning or reminder to everybody, we do have giveaways going on. So you guys can get into those. Some people are redeeming their points on Twitch for that. Exclamation point giveaway will make the link pop up. Jump on the link. Check out the page. And you can join if you'd like. CIG commissioned it. We paid for it. Let's see what he's talking about.
Orgs here have their own challenge coins. That's not an org one. Yeah. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's a pretty good round. This is a what coin? U.S. Army Aviation. U.S. Army Aviation. Okay, hold on. I am getting older. I got to say without this. So United States Army Aviation. Nice.
The Army's on site?
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. You got your M1A jacket too. Yeah. I like yours.
Yeah, it's just a normal flight jacket.
Yeah, no, it's the inspiration for the ones we're selling right now. So yeah.
Is this all the? Are we? Is this? Just offered him sushi. Is this all the cosplay? Are all these people cosplaying? What happened there? We lost microphone. Missing out on the mentions. Ah, get him the new mic. Oh, no mics work.
Hello? Are we on?
Yeah, it was Sushi Guy. He
Hello,
cursed
hello.
the microphone.
Am I back? All right.
Yeah, who had technical difficulties on their bingo card? Good call.
All right, you know, we made it through last year pretty good without any major issues, and then I saw those bingo cards show up on Reddit, and like the first square was technical issues, and I was like, no, we haven't had technical issues on one of these in a long time. Then this happened.
You always have technical issues. You guys gotta offer him something that's easy to eat while he walks. I guess sushi's not that bad, but I don't know if I would trust random sushi. Like hand me a one bite taco, you know, like a nice pulled pork taco. I'd take that. Did you lose the mic again, bro? Should have had the sushi.
Hello, everyone. Welcome
All right.
back to.
Let's check in with Morph real quick.
Here we are in the Addison Lounge.
That's 1, 2.
Hello, my friend.
Fanning over.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound good, dude.
Yeah. So I'm using my microphone, but I don't have a headset, so it's going to be kind of hard to hear you, unfortunately, for me.
Ah, okay.
But actually, no. I put you on speaker. Maybe, hopefully, this works. Hopefully, there's no feedback.
All right.
I'm gonna turn my camera. You have a way to show me on your screen?
Yeah, sure.
All right. All right. Can you see me?
Can see you, yeah, dude. How's it going? Say hello to chat.
Awesome. All right. Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm actually on the floor right now with the F7A directly behind me. You guys see that?
Yeah, that thing sounds like that thing's really loud.
It is incredibly loud. A lot of people are like covering their ears when it goes off, and some people. Well, it is actually pretty damn cool, though. It's pretty damn cool. It's actually 2/3 scale. It's not even the full scale of the actual
Okay.
F7A, believe it or not.
I thought that looked a little smaller.
Yeah, it feels big here. It feels like the size of like an F-17. Sorry, like an F-18. Like it's that kind of scale, but just the ship sizes in Star Citizen are insane.
Yeah.
So yeah. So yeah, man. The presentations have been really, really cool. The Genesis stuff was amazing, and I was blown away by the org stuff. Actually, the org stuff was my favorite so far.
Yeah, dude, the org stuff was
we
awesome.
need that stuff in Star Citizen so badly. Yeah.
You been able to tie any devs down yet and ask them when questions?
So yeah, I actually talked to Ian afterward. I did a little bit of recording with him. He came up and said hi, and he's the one who was talking about the putting all the the stuff to do on planets.
Yeah.
As part of the Genesis tech, and he didn't have any answer for me for when, but it seems to me that a lot of this stuff is more of in concept. It's not something that's going to be coming in 4.0, or probably. He didn't say this. But my guess is probably not any time in the next year. So I would not expect this to come in 2025. Probably closer to 2026 or something like that, if that. So hopefully we start seeing this stuff sooner rather than later. Though the tests they did were in engine, as I understand it, inside the demo, but it's very much concept. So it's CitizenCon. This is what we should expect from CitizenCon stuff. It's a lot of it's mostly in concept. So.
Does that mean next year's CitizenCon?
Okay. How about the UI stuff though? What do you think of that? Do you think they're gonna try and do any of that anytime soon? Because like org tools, please. Now.
Well, I know the UI designer who did the stuff for, and he didn't tell me any of this, right? But I know the UI designer, and I saw like he put some stuff in there, like some little Easter eggs and stuff. So it's definitely more of a concept. it's a direction that they want to go. That stuff's not in engine. These are not in-game screenshots. This is just testing the UI design and the general future design of the the community tools. So again, these are things that I would not expect to come in within the next, within 4.0 or possibly the next year. Hopefully within the next year, but I have, again, no word on when this stuff is going to come out, but looking at last CitizenCon, where we still don't have some of that stuff, I would assume that this stuff is still a bit further away.
So do you think that they are kind of gearing up to tell us that all of the stuff they've been showing us is Star Citizen 1.0 stuff? Or do you think they're still maybe going to aim to deliver some of the stuff earlier?
That's a really good question. I think some of the stuff that they're showing us today actually is 1.0 stuff, like Boost Eye, future content stuff that they're looking to get in. Though I hope that some of the things we saw are implemented sooner rather than later, even if it's only piecemeal. Like the org tools are something that that we wanted to have in game for a really long time. If it's only part of that, I think would make a big difference in game. But who knows? They're not giving any when dates, understandably, and they've been burned in the past by missing those dates, so they don't want to put any more bad press on themselves, and I get that.
Yeah.
But it just gets me the general impression that it's still a bit farther away. I'm still excited for it. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just a little, it's in the back of my mind that this stuff is still probably pretty far away. So
Feels like last CitizenCon?
I'm so excited. What?
Does it feel like last CitizenCon?
No, because last CitizenCon, I think I went into it a lot more optimistic. I felt like, I wasn't expecting much, and I came in and they said, we're going to try to deliver this stuff in the next 12 months. And, that didn't really come to fruition, unfortunately. The 4.0 things, got Evo Cody at the very last minute, and it's not even everything yet. So I'm not trying to be super negative here. I'm just trying to contextualize my own personal feeling going into this.
Yeah.
With all that in the back of my mind, I can't help but feel like this stuff is still kind of far away. I'm excited that they're talking about it and showing it, and they've got an idea and a direction. But I'm still not sure when it's going to actually happen.
What do you think?
There might be a loud sound soon.
Oh, the ship starting up or something?
We're good. No, we're good. There's a new panel. It's the cosplay thing. They're just doing the cosplay thing now.
What still got you excited for the rest of the day?
Well, I'm definitely very excited for the squad. Well, we don't know if it's Squadron 42. There's no official release for the redacted section, but I think it's pretty safe to assume it's going to be Squadron 42.
Yeah.
I'm excited for that, and the 1.0 stuff tomorrow. So I think there's still some really exciting stuff today, and I was also told that there's some really exciting stuff that's going to happen in the Dress to Kill, or that section about clothing and armor and stuff. It's going to have a really big impact on how we play Star Citizen in the future. So I'm looking forward to that panel quite a lot now too. I think it's still going to be a good day all around. I'm just hoping maybe to hear or see some things that seem closer rather than further away, and maybe hear about Star System beyond Pyro. Maybe Nyx.
Yeah, closer stuff
else.
is always more exciting, even if it's not as bombastic. Were you more excited originally for today or for the second day?
I'm probably the most excited for today. Again, Squadron 42 is a big deal whether or not you want to play it, because if you like Star Citizen, it's where most of the development is still focused for CIG.
Yeah.
And once that's done and out the door, they can devote more resources and time to the game that I'm most excited for Star Citizen, though I do like Squadron. But ultimately, they're working on two different games right now, and we have no idea what Squadron's going to be like as a whole. If it's going to be great or bad, how much content is in it, how many hours it's going to be playable for, and stuff like that. It's a black box of funding, right? So as soon as that goes out the door and they can start focusing on Star Citizen, I feel like we're going to see a big acceleration in developments and specifically some of the blockers for a lot of the technology, for some of the things that a lot of people have really wanted for a long time that are missing from the game.
Yeah.
And you'd be surprised at how many of those things are affected by Squadron, because some teams need to go and focus on Squadron instead of Star Citizen to try to get it out. And that's the big push right now at CIG. As I don't have any insider information, but from what I've gleaned, it's still, Squadron is still a really big deal, and it's not out yet, so we know it's still a big deal. And they're aware that, it's their proof that they can deliver a viable product, right? So it's going to turn a lot of things around, I think, if it comes out as a really good product. And it'd be good for CIG, it'd be good for funding, it'd be good for everything all around. So that's why Squadron 42 is such a big deal for me. But yeah, that's generally it.
I really freaking hope that Squadron comes out soon and we can just move past that and move on to the PU development. It's a cool looking game, but I want the PU to start flourishing.
Yeah, no, I agree. Sorry, 1 second.
Yet, and I'm announcing this on stage. All of our contestants.
Yeah, well, hopefully today we get some answers about that. We get a little bit better of a look at how far they are with Squadron 42, and I'm hoping that we're going to see a release window today.
Yeah.
Like a general, not a date, but like it's going to come out end of next year or midway through next year or something like that. I would not expect it to come out today. Like that.
Yeah.
They would have like Mark Hamill here and Henry Cavill, and they would have all the big stars here. It's going to be a big deal when it actually releases.
Yep.
In fact, like tinfoil hat on. They had that gala event eventually, right? Or sorry, not eventually. They had a gala event scheduled that they kind of canceled. I think that was supposed to be it. And
Release event.
Maybe Squadron. Yeah, but they weren't able to do it. That's my tinfoil hat theory. I have no inside information on that, but.
That'd be interesting. We'll see if it
knows?
randomly gets rescheduled and pops up sometime next year, then we know.
Yeah, well, I think it'll come out eventually what happened, but we'll just have to see for today. See for today.
All right, man. Thank you so much for calling in. I hope you have a good time out there. It's looking like a good time. Great looking microphone, dude. Enjoy the convention.
Thanks, man.
And I'm looking forward to getting out there next year and seeing you. Hopefully you're going next year as well.
For sure, man. I'm sad you guys couldn't make it, but there's always next year, so it'll be really good to meet you guys again and hang out.
Yeah,
so,
for sure.
Thanks for having me on, guys, and it's good to check out your community. See you guys later.
See you later, dude. All right, folks. Remember to check out Morph's channel. He also obviously streams and covers Star Citizen, does a lot on YouTube and on Twitch, and gives a lot of, a lot of his architect reviews, videos of ships, and does a lot of, just original high quality content on there. One of the original inspirations for me to start making videos, and appreciate his input on the stuff. So, couple of things from that talk, just opinion related stuff, nothing solid in terms of information, but definitely it sounds like when he talked to one of the devs about some of the base related stuff, that was let's see, I'll jump to that real quick. We'll have the cosplay episode going on in the background here, but just going back to this talk here, talking about, creating the locations. Sounds like it's still pretty far away, which is based on opinion. Again, that's not specifically information that he was given by anybody, but it would be really great to hear something otherwise, since, this would be the second CitizenCon where we've really been hearing more about these locations being closer together, and we want to see more of that localized gameplay. It's something they said is coming in 4.0, but this seems like a completely different type of localized gameplay than what they're doing in 4.0. 4.0, it sounds like they're just allowing for multiple missions at a specific location. This seems like they are trying to group locations so that missions can actually bring you between various outposts and points of interest, which would be amazing for this game. It would offer us way more interesting gameplay. It would require people to fly around a lot less to get the gameplay they want. And it would generally, I think, just add more value and content into the game that people are looking for, but doesn't sound like it's anywhere near coming into the main game. So we'll have to hopefully get some more information on this. I imagine we'll hear a little bit more about this during the Beyond Pyro panel and during the Star Citizen 1.0 panel. But as of right now, it definitely sounds like a less immediate kind of thing to happen. Sick of seeing work in progress, very early, blah blah. Gonna have a bad time with Star Citizen then. The cosplay? No. Oh wow. That is a big head. Good for you, Penguin. Need a big-headed Pico on the stage. Oh, there's 2 Picos. Oh god, is he gonna put it on? Game Insider's article exposed the true working conditions at CIG and its financial state. This company is dead. It's dead! It's dead! The article killed it! It's all over. All is lost. A single article. It's done. The clustered areas should have roads and interstates between sectors. They should have roads. That would be very helpful. Very useful. Very interesting to see these concepts of a plan for years on end. I hear you. Concepts for a plan. I get it. I get that reference. They kind of already tried to sell interior with GI 300i, but abandoned it. I don't think that's abandoned. I think they just wanted to get that working in a ship and are going to eventually come back to it when they're ready to expand it to every ship. Do you feel the article pointed out valid concerns? While I agree with you there, they are valid concerns. A lot of them are things that we've known from other articles. And Tom Henderson is a respected journalist in the industry, so that adds credibility to what he said. But it's stuff that we've heard about before. It's stuff they've even started to respond to over the last couple of years with their... they've done a lot of restructuring of the company. We all know they've been moving people more to Manchester. These kinds of things they've been doing specifically because they haven't been able to have as tight a hand on how things are managed and how the expectations, or rather the standards, are set. So, like, we know they've had problems with their development. We know they've tried to handle them. We've known that Chris is a micromanager. We've known that they have very slim profit margins. It's not, those aren't, like, they're not new revelations, really. They likely have backup plans if funding dries up, from loan scaling back devs to sadly getting a publisher. Ugh, I hope they don't get a publisher, but I mean, they'd have things that they need to do if funding dried up. But by all means, the funding is at about the same sort of levels versus their consumption as it is every year. They're usually only like 1 to 5 million in profit. Nice to hear any of that admitted. It feels like most of the community won't admit those facts. It's very obvious. I mean, like, I feel like those things are things I've heard people saying, but yeah, fair. No company is without its problems. And a company that has been building a game like this on an engine that is mostly experimental with a live game that they're just kind of trying to do over 10 years, they're going to have problems. It's okay to acknowledge those. It doesn't mean that like, I don't know who that was in chat that said the game is dead because those things are true. It means that they've got problems they need to figure out, both on the game side and the company side. Getting a publisher implies having a game to publish. You know that running an online service requires a publisher? Like, even if there is no game to publish, somebody has to publish updates to a live service. From a website to a video platform to a video game to a tech demo, anything that goes to the internet has to have a publisher. Quote about things being thrown out after much work was new to you. I've heard that before. I don't remember where. I heard that a few years back. I think a dev said it in ISC at one point, that like they'll work on something and then it won't be okay and it'll be gone. But that's also something that I've experienced in my previous job as an engineer. Just work going into something and then eventually getting thrown out just because it wasn't following up with the plans of the industry as it moved along. Hey, Steven. Your GPU is dead. Publishing your own game can be more profitable. CIG actually has their own self-publisher. RSI is technically the publisher for CIG, who is the game dev. So like they self-publish, but again, you don't need a full game to be able to publish something. Yeah, I got you, Steven. I do okay with names. I don't remember them very well, but my pronunciation's not off that often. Work getting thrown out is very normal in a studio. Making it once is easy. Making it correct is very time consuming. Also, again, one of the problems with work getting thrown out is when that work goes what's the word? When it's not being overlooked, or when it's not being looked over. When it's work being done for weeks on end in the wrong way, and then you turn it into a studio that's 5,000 kilometers away, and they're like, hey, this doesn't fit with what we're doing. You need to redo this. Not saying that's what it is every time, but that's the kind of thing that consolidating in an office can help. And unfortunately, consolidating in an office means firing people. It means moving people in a place where they don't want to be. It means making people go back to work in the studio when they don't want to or aren't in the situation where they can. And that kind of stuff causes problems too, and those problems knock on and features get delayed, and like that's why it's just not fun to watch a game be made a lot of times. Same goes for movies. Same goes for even books. Anybody Game of Thrones fans out there? Freaking George R.R. Martin. Yeah, I mean, never trust a tech company to get things right on time. And I've made that mistake just as much as anybody else. Rework is extremely common with any company building a product. Biggest management problem behind the scenes, guaranteed. Tone of Twitch chat. Wee. Twitch is being a homie today. I appreciate y'all. You don't think there's gonna be another Game of Thrones book? We'll get GTA 6 before we get Winds of Winter, before we get Star Citizen 1.0.
Can you tell us who is our best performance winner?
Yeah, it was pretty hard, man. We're gonna go with Pico.
I don't think that's true, Plotting an Escape. I think a lot of companies have consolidated work because it's harder to work over distance. In fact, we host this YouTube channel and we have editors over space in other countries, and it's definitely not as easy as if an editor was in the room with us. In fact, Lord Skippy was just visiting us, and while he was here, we worked on our website because it's easier to work on the website when he's right here rather than being in a different place. Geographic distance definitely makes a difference when it comes to communication.
If we could have you guys step forward.
Doesn't mean it solves all the problems for sure, but it definitely
You
helps.
might need help. That's okay. We got you. We got you. Garmin Humble's here.
I'm glad you have zero issues, but like, not everybody's you.
Decide our audience favorite. So let's do this. We're gonna come over here with our judges, and we're gonna go one by one.
The Jurassic Park game.
To see how much hype you guys can give our contestants to find out who is going to win our audience favorite. Sound good?
Nothing about new ships today. No, that's probably tomorrow.
Let's give it up for Duster.
I love remote work. Man, I freaking love remote work, but like having a person next to me to be able to talk to is so much better than having to like plan a call or something or oh man. It's very nice.
Next, let's give it up for Pico. All right, and then we have Molly.
What is that? Is that an alien? Is that a Star Trek character?
All right, and now we have our miner.
Oh, it's Xion. Okay.
And our advocacy agent. And last, our pyro bounty hunter.
How much were tickets this year? I think 200.
All right, judges. Let me come back over here. This is a very long stage. Who are we thinking? All right, the judges have decided, and our audience favorite is Duster.
Oi.
Awesome. And as I mentioned before, our prizes today are supplied by Toby, who's actually here with us. Toby? Welcome, Toby, on the stage, everybody.
When you're not announced by name. That guy.
Can I borrow two of you guys to carry some of the prizes, and we'll take a picture?
Oh, I wasn't saying that CIG's blaming remote work. I was saying that I think that that kind of stuff can make a difference, and that's why people will consolidate. Toby is with two eyes
Can you hold that?
instead of a
If you
Y.
can't hold it, I can hold it for you.
Is somebody eye tracking as a Toby?
Turn it this way. Here you go. There you go. All right. All right, and then we got one more. Here we go. All right, let's give it up to our winners.
Yeah, they're gifting it. Okay.
All right, thank you, Toby, so much for supplying the prizes. As I mentioned before, all of our contestants will be getting an RSI Zeus. And all of our contestants, if you don't mind coming together so we can all get a picture together.
Toby from Paranormal Activity. I forgot about that.
So much for joining us for the 2954 cosplay competition by Toby.
Sorry.
Oh, is that the Retribution?
Move, sorry.
Holy jeez. Somebody 3D print that? Oh my god, dude. That's freaking huge. That is, I think this thing is being built during Squadron 42.
Will make it so that the lives lost will be avenged. That's right. The UEE Retribution is here at CitizenCon 2954. I have the creators of this amazing model. We have Pigeon Spaceport here. You guys have done an amazing job creating an awesome thing. Is there anything you guys would like to quickly say before we get into questions?
It's hard.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you guys so much. I quickly ran down here, so I forgot to grab my note cards. Let me do this off my phone. Quick question. How many total pieces is the UEE Retribution? Yeah.
About when the 3D printing finish for the Retribution is around 300 in total. 300
Jesus.
pieces.
300 pieces. That is a
I
lot
think
of
we'll see it in the game, but I think it's going to be in construction in the game. I don't think it'll be flying.
the UEE Retribution.
一共有多少人在 工作去完成这个惩戒的模型。
有15个人左右，然后我们所有的团队成员都几乎为他参与过工作。
So it is around 15 people, and almost everyone in the crew have worked on for the retribution model.
Sorry, was that 15 or 50?
15.
Still a lot of people.
That's a lot of
still
people,
a lot of
man.
people. And as you can see, there's a lot of detail in here, so that makes sense. Can you briefly explain the process between taking the concept of the retribution and then making it into this massive physical model? What was that process like?
可以简短的讲述一下是如何从概念做到模型上面这个部分的。
是这样的，我们先从网络上面搜索所有的关于惩戒的图片，然后我们将这些图片素材用于我们的建模。我们完成建模以后，我们
Yeah, the ship's made to combat king ships. I think it's after Squadron though, or during.
On the internet to find all the images we could find for the retribution. Then we bring all the images we could find into the 3D printing.
然后关于它的颜色，这个颜色的话，我们是根据我们对于星际公民中的飞船配色认知，然后来自行设计的。
So about the coloring that we use the retribution is based on our understanding of the color Star Citizen use in the game. So with some of our understanding and interpretation of the color that we use in retribution.
Amazing, guys.
Yeah, the Idris is tiny compared to this thing. I wish they had an Idris for scale next to it.
What's your favorite detail of the ship?
你最喜欢的惩戒的细节是什么？
How long it took to build?
尾部的喷口，因为尾部的喷口在汉房间中亮起来的时候，那种照亮整个墙震撼。
Oh, Citizen Scott, dude. YouTube chat has been unhappy for a lot of today. Not everybody. Most of y'all are hyped, but a lot of frustration in chat today.
Amazing and beautiful.
Well, thank you, guys. Let's take a look at that lighting. We'll get you guys into position for the next bit right now. So let's take a quick look at the Retribution. This thing is amazing. It is massive. It's probably over, I would say, 10 feet long. This thing is huge.
Into CitizenCon, they're going to put the engine up for sale. Then I guess they'll have their answer for funding.
That this thing made it to Manchester. It is so much detail in such
YouTube is real. Super real talk, man. Keeping it real.
It's massive. So, yeah, we're really, really happy to have it here. Now we're going to follow me.
Yeah, it's under construction.
The next thing they brought, I don't know if anyone's really seen this before. I'm going to throw it over to Sam. Sam, why don't you throw us to this?
Riker, welcome to Twitch chat.
Absolutely, Dan. So, we have an amazing model of everyone's favorite, Paul Olisar.
Wait, they made this thing too? Holy crap.
Many a year
Oh my
have I
God.
spent easily and quickly getting to the ASOPs and buying things and getting rammed off of
They
my
made the Port Olisar because we couldn't have it in game.
briefers. So, I have a couple more questions for you guys about this build, if that's okay. What's this model made out of?
奥丽莎的是用什么做成的？
奥丽莎它主要的结构是由3D 打印所制作，但是在其中我们加入了一些金属梁，用于增强稳定。
So mainly the Port Olisar is made by 3D printing, basically the resin, and we also add the main metal structure to.
What are you guys hoping for? Folks who are saying that like CitizenCon isn't really delivering. Legitimate question. What would you like to see for the rest of the event?
大概在700公斤左右。
So it's roughly around 700 kilogram.
Wow, that must have been a challenge to get over here to this
Jesus.
country.
700 kilograms, dude? Yeah, how did they get it there?
Most difficult
Private jet?
part of putting this build together.
You want to see pyro?
哪个
Oh.
部分是最困难的？
是停机坪区域
Everybody's tired of pyro, unfortunately.
中的上体就是停机坪表
Something for the near future? You want to see
在我
Squadron?
们的比例下，它的厚度将只有4毫米厚。我们要确保它在如此薄的情况下还不产生变形。
So it's a
Base building? Okay.
landing pad area. So on the surface of the landing pad, by the scale we are using to make for the Olisar, we have to make it not bending with like just a few millimeter to make it still solid.
这个提尼瓶的下部也是个非常大的挑战，因为下部有非常多的结构交叉在一起，这对于我们建模的工作量来说是个非常大的工程。
So also the bottom part of the landing pad, because there's so many structural intersections, they're so complex, so it was really hard for us to modeling.
No, I can imagine. It is a really
The thing about them showing Pyro and not delivering it would be like, because people are playing Pyro and Evocati and stuff right now, them showing Pyro at CitizenCon won't be seen as them showing Pyro. People will just see as them teasing it more. Realistically, we just want it in game, you know?
可能回味的，那当然啊，肯定的，那太好啊。
So yes, really. So if the Oyster actually will come back, it will be so good and exciting to us.
Get that close zoom on him. Let's see his pores.
I hope so too. I hope so too. Right. Thank you guys for talking about these. That was the amazing Pigeon Spaceport, guys. Do check them out online. Their stuff is absolutely amazing. I'm going to now pass over to my buddy, Dan.
You know who he reminds me of? He reminds me of the dude from Napoleon Dynamite a little bit. Pedro? Just like the joy in his face.
I know, I just come out of nowhere.
He just
come
keeps
follow
doing
me, guys. Thank you guys at Pigeon Spaceport. We're so lucky to have them and their awesome bits here at CitizenCon 2954. Now, I think it's time for you guys to see a bit of where I get my fashion from. So come follow me, guys. Come follow me this way. We'll make our way through the crowd. Let's get in line for the...
People are so not ready to have the camera in their face.
That's a long line. I don't think I want to wait in that line. So luckily I have the CIG access pass. Come follow me. We get to skip the line.
He's got that Disney fast pass,
a little
though.
secret for me and my
dude, let this dude eat in private.
Who are watching the stream. Come follow me this way.
This camera operator,
right
though.
This way, right this way.
Dang,
Man,
that is a long line. What is this for?
And as they should be,
hey, there's Algorid. I saw Algorid in the chat.
If you guys are interested in getting
I saw
some,
Panic
you can
Switch.
Go onto robertspaceindustriescom/merch. And that should probably take you there. If not,
This is Dan Hauser. He's the producer in the LA office.
Let's take a look at the top. We have some brand new Pico the Penguin plushies.
Wait, Hauser?
Is Pico with an attitude. This is our Pico Black Ice plushie. This Pico has a new stepdad and feels a way about it. We are very excited to bring Pico back. We have a brand new Star Citizen cap. We have some awesome. See if you can get those stickers on the other side. I don't know if you are able to get that. We also have a pin set on the far bit there. We have a brand new desk mat, which looks awesome. Look at that.
Yeah, am I? No, not Hausen. Hauser.
We also have some awesome physical merch. Let's see if I can squeeze past.
What did you like, Mrs.
in
Tomato?
here.
The Pico?
I am absolutely going to ruin these people's day. We have some exclusive shirts for attendees.
Is there a Pico hoodie?
I'm just bulling a China shop. We have some cool giveaway packs. Everyone is working really hard on making sure people have that. Could I get a Zeus bomber jacket? They got me another Zeus bomber jacket. Thank you so much. I have one on, but take a look at this Zeus bomber jacket. So we have the interior lining. It's this awesome like yellow orange, like sort of a quilted pattern. It looks, and by the way, feels awesome. Now these do run a little small, so make sure you're
PicoCon, dude. People love Pico.
for the camera. Look at that.
All you got to do is have like a cute mascot, and you're good to go.
Gone forever. The cameraman just took that, and I will never get it back. We also have some cool details. We obviously have like this RSI. Hello there. We have some RSI like branding right here. We have some patches. Over
All right,
here
merch. Okay.
commemorating
All
the
right.
Zeus Mark I.
We got enough merch. How about we see in-game merch, huh? Show me some in-game clothing. That sounds like more fun.
I've seen some things, but I can fix them. I swear I can fix them. We also have a bunch.
Yeah,
of
that's a
awesome
ton of people to see you eating.
flag. Let's make sure that we're holding that up properly. Look at that. We have a UE flag for you guys to celebrate your patriotism for a united empire of Earth. This thing is
When
very
is
long.
the-
It's kind of the Foundation Festival colors. I kind of.
Let's see. So next panel is supposed to be now. Are we ready to go then? They're a minute late.
Someone get me more merch.
A minute late. Get us in the next freaking panel. Let's go.
We have a new keychain. Ooh, this is really nice. Camera guy,
Yeah, he's stalling. I'm guessing because the cosplay thing went late, but like we've had a pretty long break at this point.
So I think that's just enough time we have here at CitizenCon. I'm going to throw it back over. We're going to continue the show. We'll see you guys back here later.
Yeah, there we go. Continue the show. Thank you. Nope. Nope. Doing a little more waiting.
They're saying ice it. I'm wearing jeans. It doesn't work through it. You know, people tried to get me to take my pants off backstage, and I'm like, no, I do it. How's the habit? It hurts. All right, guys. I think that's long enough of a break. Let's get back to some presentations. How about it? All right.
Thank you. No more breaks.
We have the first of two amazing presentations. This next one, Dressed to Kill, is... well, what can I tell you? Who remembers
Equipment
CitizenCon
Manager
2016?
2016? 2019?
Please welcome to the stage.
Oh my God, it is the sandworm. Are you kidding me, dude? 2016 was the sandworm. Holy f***. No way. There's no way they're actually doing
his
that.
name on there right now. Show me his name.
They're not actually doing the sandworm, right? That's insane.
Nick Beers!
Oh, boy.
Thank you. How's it going? Hello, hello. So my name is Nick Pierce, like Joe mentioned. It's my second CitizenCon, but it's my first time presenting, so I'm very excited to be here. And just on behalf of myself and the team, thank you so much for coming to this presentation. Thank you. With that said, I'm here to talk to you about an initiative that was first introduced right here at CitizenCon in 2019, and that's adding distinct purpose and specializations to armor and clothing in our game. So let's get started. So, Star Citizen is a game about almost everything we can do almost anything. With so many different options of gameplay, whether that be mining, piloting, FPS combat, or even a captain of industry. Unlike other traditional MMOs, we don't impose rules or classes onto the player. In real life, people are not just one thing. I'm sure you can all relate. I've had many different jobs. I've not always been a game designer. In fact, it was only a week ago that I found out that Jared used to do tech support for prosthetic legs. It's true. You can ask him. That said, if you're like me, you like to excel at whatever you're doing. So that brings us on to the concept of specializations. This is about bringing more purpose, more considerations, and more decisions to armor and clothing you wear beyond just looking cool. So, what are they? Specializations are the focus of your current daily adventure. That could be a daring racing, a cargo hauler, or a first responder. Specializations are a series of attributes assigned to each piece of clothing and armor in the verse to allow you to make informed decisions on both how you want to look and how you want to perform. What are they not? Specializations are not assigned classes. There's no magic toggle where suddenly you're forced into a role like a cleric or a wizard or even a pizza delivery person. They also do not limit you. You can still do almost everything in any armor and clothing you want. You just won't do it as well as you could have.
Pizza delivery confirmed.
Why are these necessary? Well, specializations enhance gameplay depth. They add a level of roleplay and immersion. Specializations can provide a sense of ownership of your playstyle. At its core, SC is driven by choice, with specializations offering a deeper layer of player options. And that's the option to excel, to fool around, to min-max, or give yourself a unique challenge. Specialization allows us as developers to make gameplay experiences that are deeper and more complex. So whether you're a salvager, a bounty hunter, or a medic, there will be specialized suits that will help outperform your peers. So at this point, you may be asking yourself, okay, well, how do I specialize? It starts by determining your playstyle. What do you want to do today? Are you going to be a trader, a smuggler, an assassin? Is there a void in your organization that needs filling? This is a decision you get to make and remake every single time you log in. Or, if you're like me, perhaps several times in a single play session. Once you know what you want to do, it's time to start hunting for the right gear. Specialized items are not intended to be found in any old store. You're going to have to do the legwork. You'll have to align with some of those guilds and factions that JJ and Benoit just talked about in the previous presentation. You'll have to explore the galaxy, find hidden stashes, and rare opportunities for better gear. Specialized items are meant for those who are willing to put in the work to exceed at your role. And once you've done all that, it's about selecting the right combination of armor and clothing. Yes, I said it. Mixing clothing and armor is built into the very fabric of this new system. Can I get a hell yeah?
Hey, well, finally, does that mean backpacks with my clothing?
All right. I know you guys have wanted this for a long time, so yeah, great. And to tell you even more about this new system that we do called Starware, please welcome to the stage lead character technical artist Armando Lira.
I'm glad they're finally getting around to this, because they introduced this a freaking long time ago, and armor has not had like any real benefits or cons for a long, like since then.
Thank you so much, Nick. Hello, everyone. I am so happy to be here presenting for the first time. How cool are specializations? We are sure you'll enjoy finding the best combinations for your playstyle. And for that, we had to create a system that gave you all the freedom that you deserve. It's something that I am sure you've all been waiting for so long. Starware. So
Equipment manager? We have no idea what this
Are you
is.
tired of choosing between clothing or armor? Yeah. So finally, you'll be able to mix and match. Starware is fashion that meets purpose. As specializations provide you with a multitude of stats to combine, you'll also be able to choose the visual style that you want. But beware, with added options also comes the responsibility of choosing the right combination for the right situation. Let's look at some of the possibilities that Starware will be able to provide you.
It's just putting clothes on so
The
far.
possibilities are huge.
And
Like,
armor.
Have you ever wanted to put on a jacket on top of an undersuit? Yes.
Like, I love mixing,
How
but
about an armor on top of a sleeveless shirt? Or even without no shirt at all? Like backpacks on clothing? Yeah. So Starware allows more customization than ever. But be careful, certain gameplay implications will still be true. You won't be able to go into the vacuum of space without a space-worthy undersuit and helmet. And in certain planets, you'll need a breathable mask or helmet to survive. I hope you guys are excited about this as much as we are. And we've heard what you all want, and we're making a system to bring it all to you.
honestly, what I want to see is a UI that's meant to allow this. That's what we need.
Enough about Starware for now. Let's go back with Nick and learn more about how Starware and specializations will improve your gameplay.
Well done, bro. All right. Thank you, Armando. Some nice dancing as well, by the way. So as you can see, the Starware system is about adding function to fashion. We are still Star Citizen, one of the best looking video games out there, but we're always going to make sure that you look your best, but now with added purpose. So to recap, we're going to go through adding intent and purpose to all our clothing and armor sets. As designers, we really want the visuals to match the stats that our great character art team have made. So, for example, if a pair of pants look particularly armored, chances are they'll have modest damage mitigation to match. Many armors will be specialized for distinct use cases. Currently, we realize right now bigger is generally better when it comes to FPS armor, and we know that shouldn't always necessarily be the case. There will be some armors that won't have EVA thrusters built into the suit, so you lose EVA capability. Some armors won't even be space-worthy. Specializations means getting better at certain things at the cost of attributes and others. This is about compelling you, the player, to make tactical decisions for every situation you may find yourself in. So now let's look at some practical use cases for the Star Wars system. Whilst all our armors are becoming specialized, let's take a look at a select few, which I will add are some of my favorites. We are going to assemble a team to tackle one of Star Citizen's most anticipated adversaries that you'll get to meet later on. Let's meet our first specialization.
Okay, this is what they've been working on the monthly reports, so let's see what it offers.
All right, so we have our leader.
I don't know.
Let's get into it.
I don't know what.
So the player's choice of clothing will be crucial in a way it hasn't been before. With magnetic plates built into many clothing items, players can now holster both primary and secondary weapons. However, in the near future, there will be locations in SC where armor and weapons are strictly prohibited. Clothing allows the player the opportunity to access these restricted areas without needing to change. And some clothing will even allow the player to conceal smaller weapons from security, should the need arise. Another new addition we're going to be introducing is flight penalties based on the mass and size of your armor and clothing. You'll still be able to fly in medium and heavy armor, but you're restricting the precision of your control.
Huh.
If you're enclosed like our leader is here, or a flight suit or light armor, you'll be able to fly unrestricted.
Okay, we knew that was coming.
Now, if we look at an overview, we've cherry-picked 6 generalized stats to give you like a high-level understanding of how various
there's a space worm. There it is.
This is by no means a comprehensive list of everything we have available to us. It's just a little, yeah. So here you can see the leader has low protection compared to a full suit of armor and no EVA capability, for obvious reasons, but has great movement, low emissions, allowing them to blend into bustling cities and stations. The leader really excels at freedom of movement here. Let's meet our next members.
Yeah, like, apply that to the stuff that we have.
Okay. So here we have our pilot. If you remember, back in 3.23, we introduced our first specialized helmet visor, the combat visor. This introduced the dynamic crosshair and all the magazine information on your HUD. This is our pilot visor, which allows the wearer to link with their ship and cast MFDs directly into their visor. This provides the pilot with all the essential data like ship health and shields, so no longer will the pilot need to break concentration during an intense situation to look down at their MFDs. Again, like the leader in this situation, there'll be no penalties to flight, plus with added G-force resistance, the wearer will be able to get the most from out of their ship. So if we look at the pilot stats, they have fantastic mobility. Like I mentioned, great G-force resistance for when combat takes them to the limit of human endurance. And finally, this suit comes with the best EVA capability in its class for when remaining in your ship is no longer an option. Here's another variant in our flight suit class, the racing flight suit. This is what our driver will be wearing. This suit, unlike the pilot flight suit, has features which are more streamlined, which allows it to have truly unmatched G-force resistance for the hardest corners on the most challenging of racetracks. It also offers great oxygen capacity and thermal protection for those planets with hostile environments. So as you can see, this flight suit excels at G-force resistance, but it loses its protection and has much weaker EVA capability. Let's meet our next team members.
Get wrecked, dude. Get out of here with your light armor bullshit.
Okay. Here's our tank, who is wearing our heavy combat armor. Combat armor is similar to what you're used to, only we're specializing it even more for combat. So what does this mean? We want our wearers of heavy combat armor to feel like walking tanks. The armor should provide fantastic coverage to limit any weak points they may have, and actually have a greater damage mitigation than what players are currently used to. Due to its mass, the armor will also feature the strongest resistance to force reactions, so that's flinch, stagger, and knockdowns, which brings me on to a full suit feature. If the player is wearing a full set of heavy combat armor, they will not be able to be knocked down by small arms fire. Thank you. However, as you can see here, for all that protection, coverage, and stability, we have some major trade-offs. You're going to lose your mobility, stamina will run out much quicker, and your movement speed is severely reduced. The majority of combat armors will also lose built-in EVA thrusters, meaning you're going to have to add additional weight to be wearing an EVA pack.
That's solid.
Next up, we have our tracker in the heavy hunter armor. This is another suit in our heavy armor class. However, this one is aimed at less at pure combat and more about hunting its prey. This is all the armor for you bounty hunters out there. The heavy hunter armor has the most powerful active scan for hunting their targets. Its scanner outshines all others in locating infrared and electromagnetic emissions, perfect for locating those targets trying to lay low, whether that be human or creature alike. Whilst it's still classed as heavy armor, it does mix things up, so it'll have slightly faster movement and mobility, but it loses the protection. You'll also be able to store more devices like deployables and throwables. So to compare the stats, whilst not as tough as our combat armor, it does gain an increase in mobility, and while its scanner is the best of the best, the armor is also incredibly noisy and emits powerful emissions. So while you may find your target with these, there's a good chance that they'll know you're coming for them. Next up, let's look at our last additions to the team.
I'm not bored. I think this is great stuff. They're just not presenting it in the best way. This is actually incredibly important for this game, but we'll get to that later. Dude, everybody's got to have the med gun friend. Med gown friend.
All right. I can tell who the fan favorite is there, yeah. So we have our sniper, who is wearing our light stealth armor. Here's another example of a full suit feature. If the wearer has all pieces equipped, so that's helmet, core, arms, and legs, due to its mass and the suit's material, their missions will run so low that they will be undetectable on radar. With it being light armor, it also has a great level of mobility and traversal speeds, meaning should the wearer be spotted, they can quickly escape or reposition with ease. And remember, with it being light armor, no flight restrictions. So with the best stealth and fantastic speed, it's a must for any players looking to assassinate, infiltrate, or in this case, be a sniper. However, the protection provided is minimal. You don't want to be engaging in a full-on firefight in this suit. And just to reiterate, folks, as well, like great specialized armors like this one and all the ones that you've seen today, you're going to have to put the work in to have these at your disposal. And finally, surround our group, we have that one friend.
Oh, Jesus.
We've all played MMOs, right? We all know that one friend.
Echo, are you in chat? This one's for you, dude.
That friend's me. No. They ignore all the rules and the strategy. They can only play for 30 minutes a week. They might prefer a bit of glint on their sniper scopes. Who knows? Well, here at CIG, we also support that friend, so they're on the roster too. So, we have our group. What do you guys think? Were you fun? All right. All right. So let's see what they face ahead and if they're up for the challenge. And to talk to you about that challenge, please welcome to the stage Senior System Designer, Zach Priest. You've been great. Thank you.
Okay, real quick. This is important because you don't have character customization, although I think they might talk about the skills at some point today. So armor and items are supposed to be what you find to make a difference. And it's good that they're talking more about that, but I expect to see this more in-game applied.
I do a variety of things at CIG, but thank you, the people at the front. I do a variety of things at CIG, but I'm mostly a designer who works with AI and guns. So most of you will be wondering, what could the next part of the presentation be about? Well, let's get stuck in. Star Citizen, at its heart, is about community. From our relationship with players to the big dynamic events that citizens work together to complete. We love group content and missions that allow players to work together to achieve a goal. But for our group specifically, you do have to wonder, well, now our crew is assembled, and in a universe as big as Star Citizen, who knows what trouble they could run into? So let's find out what they're going to face. Now, they're heading to the planet Monarchs, which is in the Pyro system. So without further ado, let's find out what they're up to.
All right. Oh no. Oh God. Why are they doing this? Are they actually showing it in engine? Oh, get wrecked. That'll do it. Give me those crafting materials now. Haha! What the? Oh. Okay. All right. Actually, something you can take from it. I mean, it's something.
Oh, that
It only took 8 years.
Absolute cinema as far as I'm concerned. The teams at CIG have worked so incredibly hard to get to the point where what we just showed you was no tricks, no hacks, just gameplay of the Valakar.
So it's on a planet in Pyro. They moved it from Lear. Well, or it's on both.
I want to give a huge thank you to all the people who put in a lot of work to get to the point where what we just showed you is gameplay. As you can imagine, all of that is work in progress. We have some good polishing to do on it, and we didn't want to hold it off. We just wanted to give you an honest view of where we are. That was from a build last week, so...
Keep building. And,
With that said, monster hunting is coming to Star Citizen.
It's nice to, it's nice to have
The best part,
diverse enemies.
Starting off this epic series of fights with the infamous Valakar, who some of you may remember from 2016. This absolute monster of a creature is 300 meters long and sees your light fighters just as puny little ants. You're going to need to assemble your quickest and most nimble pilots to dodge the Valakar's ranged attacks, as well as your fastest drivers to bait out the Valakar from the surface, as it's the only way to bring this mighty creature out of the ground is by disturbing the surface with a ground vehicle. But how does the Valakar stack up to our crew? Well, unfortunately, the Valakar stats don't really fit on the screen due to being so powerful. But for some context, it's around 150 times harder to kill than an Aegis Avenger Titan. But to be fair, it's most likely to kill you. So how does it do that?
So we need to get 150 Aegis Titans to fly into it.
Ways of killing possible threats. So for a high-level overview of the fight, it regurgitates rock-hard sand that has been compressed inside the Valakar and uses it as a projectile to target foes. But if something's a bit too close for comfort in the sky, it uses its ginormous body to swipe ships out the way. Anything on the ground that it sees as a threat will have to contend with its bite or its deadly slam. So, little bit fun bit of information. As the Valakar becomes more injured, it will retreat back into the planet's surface, and you'll need to make sure that your ground vehicles stay alive or have backups to bait out the creature again, as well as keeping it interested. So, the big question, in a game like ours, how are we going to communicate the health of this creature? Well, things being physicalized is at the heart of Star Citizen, and we know how much of a large fight the Apex Valakar is, and we need to communicate that in a diegetic way.
All right, this is more detailed than I would have expected.
The Valakar's health from 100% to 1%. You'll see its skin getting more battered and bruised as the fight progresses, to give you an idea of where you are and how close you are. So the nice thing about this, it communicates the Valakar's health without needing any UI or health bars and just purely keeps you immersed in the experience. So, number one question, why do you want to kill the Valakar? Well, because it's fun.
Hey, somebody in chat just asked
this. Gamers, so it's got loot, also known as harvestables. The Valakar has two very valuable harvestables. Firstly are its pearls. You'll need to mine growths on a variety of locations of Valakar to reveal these pearls. And once you've destroyed the growth skin, you'll see disgusting squidgy innards. But next is its big apex teeth. These are within its mouth, and you'll need a very strong tractor beam to be able to yank these things out. And these harvestals will not all come out at the same quality. So you'll be able to learn more about that and how harvestals are going to be used tomorrow in crafting your home. So a fun thing here is you'll see the character is standing within the Valakar's mouth as well. So when it dies, it keeps its collision, meaning that you can climb on it, land ships on it, and it's essentially your playground. But this really shows how big it is. But how big is it really? Well, fun bit of information. When we first made the collision for this model, Star Engine actually gave us an error saying, like, no living thing needs to be this big. You've accidentally added an extra 0 onto the size. But to give you an idea of the sheer ridiculous scale of this monster, you'll see here an Idris.
Yeah, I'd love if you could go inside of it.
Knows how big the Idris is. You feel like an ant when you're in the Idris, and this makes the Idris look small. There's also an Aegis Avenger Titan here as well, but if you look even closer, there's actually a Copion in this image. I'll give you a second to try and spot it. There it is. So well done to anyone who spotted it. So it's big. So for some fun numbers, it's 250 Copions long, 47 Aegis Avenger Titans long, and for our American friends, that's about 3.5 football fields.
What kind of football?
But lucky for our Copion friends, the Valakar actually comes in different sizes. So you'll be familiar with the variants we've done before with our quasi-grazers and our Copions. They're in different biomes and they have different aesthetics. But moving on, we want to also introduce different creature sizes. So these sizes will have unique behaviors, animation, audio, and harvestables associated to each size. So for our first size, we have the juvenile. These juveniles will respond to stimulus, such as noisy footsteps and loud mining beams. This will cause them to burst out the ground and attack anyone who's disturbing them. And you'll find these in caves near valuable harvestables and minerals.
Nice.
So for our next size, adults. The adult Valakars know not to pick fights and tend to remain to themselves. However, if you exterminate too many juvenile Valakars, this will cause adults to show up, which are 3 times larger and a lot more angry. Creature sizes are great because they allow us to create varied experiences as well as show you how creatures grow and evolve in the environments they live in and grow up in. Beyond that, we have our Apex, which has the most valuable harvestables and the most deadly attacks.
So this is like a new hazard.
Also the biggest living thing in the verse so far. So, in summary, monster hunting is coming. This is the first in a large series of Apex creatures that you need to gather your crew together to take down this mighty beast. You need a diverse lineup of ships, ground vehicles, loadouts, and skill sets to take out the Apex Valakar. Everyone at CIG is incredibly excited to get the Valakar into your hands, and we hope it shows that we're not only doubling down on creatures, we're also committed to bringing you gameplay experiences that only a game of our scale can provide. But that's all for the Valakar, for this Valakar. Let's take a look at some other fauna. Now, the Valakar is very exciting, but I also want to share
an alligator.
The bigger picture for creatures.
Stargator.
So let's start with some Valakar variants. Variants so far have typically just had alterations to their loot and appearance. However, we want to go further with what variants can be. For example, what if the Valakar evolved and grew in a swamp environment instead of a desert planet? Or if a Valakar never made it to the surface and only lived in drowned caves? These are the kind of questions that make sci-fi one of the best mediums. And I can hear the questions already. What does an adult cave Valakar look like? What does an apex quasi-grazer look like? Well,
an apex
it's these
space
questions
cow?
that get everyone excited that works on creatures to give you a glimpse into the big picture. All of these variances and differences and new creatures make up what we call our fauna matrix. The fauna matrix is basically our creature encyclopedia. So these concepts should show you that we want to get more weird and wonderful with our creatures. We've started off with more traditional animal references like dogs and birds and cows. But now we're in a position to create the things that we love about sci-fi, which is the weird and the unknown. So looking at where we're going, all of our creatures have been defined for the road to 1.0. We've ensured we've got a rich, diverse, distinct roster of creatures to make each of our planets feel special. As well, as considering the unique elements of various planets, ensuring that they're populated with appropriate creatures. We've been designing creatures in mind so that planets' ecosystems influence their behaviors, designs, aesthetics, and harvestables. With that being said, I would like to give you a sneak peek at our fauna matrix. That's all from me. I'm very happy to bring the Valakar to all of our backers. It's really like nothing else you've played before. I'll leave you with this last video. Enjoy the rest of CitizenCon, everybody.
Dude, that thing looks creepy in the bottom right.
We have some amazing creatures, but we also have some even more amazing ships.
All right.
Let's give it up really quick again for that Dress to Kill panel.
So that did not go over character skills, which was my big red hot take for that. I'm actually surprised. I don't know what they're doing with character skills. Interesting. So this panel has good things to say. I don't think it was necessarily said it the best way, but the customization of armor and clothes is good. I really though would like want to see more of it in game. It's actually surprising that they didn't give us any sort of UI for customizing this armor, or rather for identifying the armor and what it adds. I think that's the biggest thing that was missing from this whole panel, is like these types of stats should be showing up in the engine in some way, not on a slide. The idea of specializing armor and equipment is really important. That's one of the things they're doing with the what's it called? The crosshair on the helmet was like their first try at that, but I am distinctly surprised that they didn't offer any other specific examples of that today. The Valakar stuff is good because this is more hazards on planets and in general places in the game, which obviously means more actual activities to get into and things to do. It also means they're finally delivering on like their most famous delayed feature ever, which is the sandworm. But it is just the sandworm, so we'll have to see kind of what sort of fun this offers. But for now, it's still just a single fauna, and it's cool to see that they do have the plans for all of these different fauna. I'm seeing different versions of the space cow here, different Copion, seeing some slightly more, like some of these creatures look actually really good. Some of them look pretty similar to some of the things we saw in concept a long time ago. But this is still generally, you know... Yeah, it only took 8 years. Do I think the worm is in Squadron 42? I don't know. I have no idea. I'm honestly, I'm surprised it came back, though. I'm really surprised they brought it back. I didn't think they were going to do it right now. I thought it would be a while. Yeah, they didn't actually show the armor in game. That is that's a frustrating one. For all the other stuff I've seen so far today, I was pretty understanding that it wasn't quite showing up in game. For the armor though, that definitely felt like something that should have already been at least seeing some kind of teases here. They're not getting ahead of themselves like they did last year, that's for sure. Yeah, I definitely thought that Starware was going to be a tool to actually customize our stuff, and it was not. The Star Cloth again? Nah. Star Cloth is so last year. You were expecting some skill around things like crafting, mineral processing, cooking, and armor stuff, but the physical strength stuff is more in depth and surprising to you. You don't hate it, we'll see. You're intrigued. It's intriguing and it's good stuff. Like, this is stuff the game needs. But as a concept, sort of just slide on a panel, it's not entirely promising. Isn't next panel starting? Not yet. No. Keep an eye on it, but not yet. They're acting like they're Charles Darwin. I don't think they're claiming to have created any of this stuff for the first time ever. I think the combination of some of this stuff is different from other MMOs, but I don't like this is all they're just happy to be putting this into their own game engine. They're not saying they invented it. Next panel is not the last. After that, then we have the redacted section, which is Squadron. Well, which we think is Squadron. Can we talk about the progress on server meshing, planet systems, base building? I don't think they really care about talking about server meshing right now since we're actively playing it. I think that's something that they're just, you know, doing like in real time on the Evocati at this point. Planet systems was the first panel. Base building will be tomorrow. So tomorrow might be a more exciting day for a lot of people. You'd expect more military gear to be more expensive and better stats. That's another thing, is we didn't talk about pricing very much. Charles Darwin didn't invent his animals either. Yes, he did. He created them from scratch. They teased a lot today for panels tomorrow. Yeah, a lot of base, they're building a lot of hype for crafting and base building, so they should have some good in-stuff game there. What do I think the next most likely thing is? Besides Squadron? Dude, I don't even know. I mean, it has UEE branding all over it, so I don't even know what else it would be. All right. So the next, Twitch is telling me that another ad will run in 45 minutes. I don't know if I can run YouTube ads on purpose to get them not to run. I don't think that works on YouTube. Unfortunately. Unreal invented CIG, dude. Next panel is Beyond Pyro. So now we learn about new star systems. And honestly, so judging by how things are going right now, I expect to see Nyx in engine, and then I expect to see a couple of different star system possibilities not in engine, as slides and concept art. But to be honest, the only thing I'm really expecting to see in game at this point outside of Pyro is Nyx. Weird they didn't talk about Soul Singer. I don't think Soul Singer is like actually important, at least not right now. It wasn't really something they actually announced, so I don't know if that's something they really care to talk about. You came in late. Any major gameplay additions? Nothing, like no additions that are coming immediately. They talked about AI ability to react to dynamic cover and how it's shifting with Maelstrom or vehicles on site. They talked about org tools and the chat systems and VoIP. They've talked about armor specialization. They talked about fauna generation and kind of showed their fauna plans up until the, I guess, launch of 1.0. In terms of gameplay, that's mostly it right now. So as for like Star Citizen gameplay, we're kind of done for the day, to be honest, because the next is going to be Star Systems and then Squadron 42. Other than that, gameplay stuff will be mostly tomorrow, it looks like, with the base building things. Not super heavy on the gameplay today, though. Especially not in terms of actually showing off what's going on in the game. Surprised they brought back the sandworm, though. I gotta say, that was their most delayed thing ever. Terra should come later so they can use everything they learned to better refine it into what it should be. Yeah, jungle and forest stuff Gives me Terra vibes. There was no Streamer 4.0 build, from what I know. There was a Evocati patch, which was just for Evocati group, but I did not take part in that. Crafting and or base building doesn't come in the game by the end of year in some capacity. This CitizenCon was a bust. It's not over. Give it a moment. All right, here we go.
Mobility back. You know, when they tell you Chris Roberts isn't ready, go take a run. Don't take it literally. All right, find also, quite frankly, if I may say so, find someone that looks at you the way that Scrap from Bar Citizen International looks at someone doing a CitizenCon interview. That was just so intense the whole time. All right, as they said, as Dan and Sam said, we have one more presentation left. It's a big one. Beyond Pyro. We're looking at what's next beyond our next star system, which just went to PTU, yeah? Evocati, all right. I've been in this world for so long. So please welcome to the stage one of my favorite people at CIG, and I don't say that lightly.
All right, let's see if they can impress with this.
Last name took me 3
Think
years
we can expect Nyx, but what else besides that?
Please welcome to the stage Star Citizen's creative director, Mr. Ian Leyland.
Huh. Ian's moved from art to creative director, but Ian does a lot of art stuff, so we'll see.
Hello, everybody.
We'll see what we see here.
I did.
Yeah,
okay. I did. I still didn't get it.
One day. Thanks, Jared. Hello, everyone. Wonderful to see you all. Thank you for coming out. Did you guys see that worm? Really cool. All right. So right now, it's all hands on deck to make 4.0 the best experience for you. Richer locations, deeper gameplay, better experiences. All with completely new and wonderful music from Pedro, which will create an evocative and emotional backdrop.
Yeah, dude, you just cheer at Pedro's name. That dude does amazing work.
Rich and I have been working directly with Pedro for many months now. Beautiful music awaits. But today, I'm going to talk to you about what's beyond Pyro. So let's strap in and we'll take a look. My name's Ian. I'm the creative director for Star Citizen.
Oh, that's not Stanton.
Let's start by looking up into the stars and saying hello to an old friend.
Are we starting with Delamar? Yeah, that looked a lot different than Delamar used to. That wasn't even like a planet-looking asteroid anymore. Yeah, it's a good-looking gray box.
All right. So this is Nyx system. Nyx was discovered in 2582 by Carl Larry, during the height of the newly formed United Empire of Earth's territorial expansion. Its most defining feature, and the source of its name, is the sprawling black dust cloud that occupies most of the system. The dust cloud severely hampers visibility and can interfere with your ship's scanners. This system does, however, border with Vandal space.
Interesting they're mentioning that.
Visitors are being advised there are Vandal raiding parties hitting locations throughout the system. But despite this, a small community has formed in the system, and this is on an asteroid in the belt between Nix 2 and Nix 3. And this asteroid is called Delamar.
Bringing it back.
And here it is, hidden deep in the Glacium Ring. But actually, Delamar should be, and now is, an actual asteroid. And as it's an asteroid, the space is a zero geolocation, giving a unique identity for a landing zone. So let's take a closer look at the main POI on Delamar.
See these ships docked up here? That's interesting. All right. Awesome, awesome. So, for all that remember, it's awesome to be able to say, welcome back to Levski. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice that it's also zero-G truly now. That changes the vibes of it a
For
lot.
new players, let me tell you why it's a cool place. This used to be an old mining facility, which was mothballed and then abandoned. There is an internal network of abandoned tunnels and mine shafts, and these are now populated with refugees, fugitives, and criminals. This is also the home to the People's Alliance, who you'll be doing some work for. And as Levski was made some time back, it needed to be updated so that it can fit into current gameplay features and systems and mission loops. So let's take a look at the first update, and that is to the hangars and landing services.
Oh, they moved the hangars down into the hole. Is that a Kraken? ICIG.
Release the Kraken! All right, cool. So Levski is still perched over the borehole, but now has a suite of hangars that are arrayed around and inside the borehole. We're also increasing the quantity of hangars. This is to meet the ever-expanding players per server to remove hangar wait times. And this pass will be done for all land-in zones in the game right now. And for players that don't want to store their ship, docking services will be added high up on the cliff walls.
You'll be able to land here with ships that can't land planet-side because it's 0G.
There are other ways to enter the location, which are also getting new updates. Let's take a look.
Yay, landing pads.
All right, awesome. So around the main entrance, there's still gravity plating for on-foot access. And these will lead to open landing pads for quick drop-off and pickup. And we're also adding access to gameplay areas for a variety of local missions and gameplay types. And as you saw in the video, there will be banks of exterior freight elevators. These can be used for quicker gameplay loops without requiring hangar services. Now, as this is a 0G location, it also gives an opportunity for another type of specialist freight services. Let's take a look.
Can we please have this many ships flying around? Exterior freight elevators. Yeah, you can load ships that don't need to land. Yo, that's gonna make some interesting trade routes in and out of Nyx.
All right. So first off, now the borehole goes all the way through the asteroid.
That's pretty
cool. Which is awesome to fly through. And down at the base of the asteroid, there will be banks of exterior zero-G freight elevators. These will be priority access for Hull Series ships. So for all the Hull Series folks, we got you covered. The same functionality is also coming to space stations in both Stanton and Pyro.
Nice.
But wait, there's a little bit more. Let's take a look.
Oh, God, I missed that song.
All right, cool.
Everybody's like, the interior?
So, the external freight elevators will now have direct access to cargo decks to be able to quickly sell or pick up for the next run.
Cargo decks becoming useful?
So that concludes some of the exterior updates coming to Levski. But the interior is also getting some updates.
I hope they redid the bazaar. The bazaar is a cool area, but it was never dense enough to really sell the
These will be spaces like cargo services, as we just saw, for hauling and supplies. And refinement centers, so you don't need to travel far to refine your ore. And we're updating the interior layout to provide better access to gameplay spaces. So to conclude, Nick's system will be the next system after Pyro. Yay.
Dog, if you want 100 systems, find another game. It's not happening.
Delamar is now a physical asteroid with a zero-G play space. All right, not so much.
Yeah, it's...
And we're updating Levski to fit current gameplay mechanics and gameplay loops. And most importantly, we're adding local areas for gameplay content.
Hey, Rain and R-Corp. They said 100 star systems before they made systems explorable, folks. It's not gonna happen, dude. That was so far before planetary
Speaking
tech.
of gameplay in landing zones, let's leave Levski for now. And let's jump to Rainy R-Corp.
Ah, this is what I was wondering if they were gonna show earlier.
Which is missing the most gameplay spaces right now.
Oh, yes!
So we're continuing the building interior initiative.
Oh, I didn't think they were going to say anything about
We're
it.
adding additional districts to landing zones, which are gameplay focused. These gameplay areas will interweave with the landing zone, but ultimately will be independent. So for Area 18, let me introduce you to the Municipal Works.
Oh, God.
And this will be
Thank
split
God.
into two locations. The actual Municipal Works, which will be an open-world sandbox area for all players, and the lower Municipal Works, known locally as the Depths, which will comprise of several instanced levels. So, how do I get to the Municipal Works? The Municipal Works is accessible in multiple places in Area 18. Some will be available to everyone, and some you'll need to unlock with mission progression. As an example, Central. And as I said, there'll be various access points throughout the landing zone, and some will be easier to access than others. These access points will lead to transit systems, taking you deep into the underbelly, eventually reaching the Municipal Works. And the municipal works will have spaces like maintenance, filtration, and the sewer network.
So sewers instead
Which
of
is
full
what we're
building
seeing here.
interiors is what I'm getting.
It's a very exotic place. So down here, it's an open world sandbox for you and other players, very similar to contested zones in pyro stations. It's an area to do local missions, like exploration, repair, or even pest control. But the main purpose is provide access to the depths. And these will be instanced areas. So, what is an instance area? Well, an instance area works in the same way as an instanced hangar. And as the name says, it's a separate space for you and your group. But why do we want to do this? This gives us the ability to create tailored missions that will provide a mixture of content like combat or exploration or puzzle gameplay, and fundamentally allows us to design challenging, meaningful content. All right, so let me illustrate. Going over here, how the depths will be split by levels. Now, stay with me on this. We're going to rattle through it quick. So let's say you're in level B01. You're running a mission, you're having a great time with the curated content I just mentioned. But down here, you'll have to do a variety of content over a period of time and over multiple play sessions. At the end of the mission, you'll find an access point, which will bring you back to the landing zone. And you'll do this loop multiple times with different mission content. After achieving the required amount of progression, your access level will be upgraded. So this time, you head down the access point elevator, and now it takes you all the way down to level B02, and you continue on with your journey.
Kind of theme park design.
Now this is your new area with different mission content, new rewards, and a new access point back to the LZ. The same as B01, you'll do this loop multiple times. And you guessed it, eventually you'll get access to level B03, and we continue deeper. With each level you unlock, you access new areas for new mission loops. You'll access new, more challenging, curated content and access better and better rewards. And this is what will form progression-based content.
I don't know.
So as I just described, was a very condensed version of an actual play sessions. But this still describes the unique gameplay experience. Landing zone areas which will offer long-term gameplay progression. So that concludes this section on gameplay spaces for landing zone. We're excited to show you more. All right.
I like gameplay
So
coming to
we're gonna head
landing
away from our cop
zones.
for now. Let's look again into the stars.
We'll talk about that later.
And now we're going to talk about solar systems.
All right.
All
Who's
right.
after Nyx? Put your guesses in chat. What's
Stanton
coming after
system
Nyx?
Was the primary system in the game. It serves as a lawful system. It's protected by the UEE and will continue to be evolved and updated as we balance it with other systems. Then we have Pyro system, which we've spoken about at length, and this will serve as the primary unlawful system. And it's the perfect contrast.
Lots of
to Stanton.
Magnus and Terra in chat.
Then, as we just saw, we have Nyx system.
All right, who's it going to be?
It's not a totally unsafe system like Pyro, but it depends on where you go, as it borders Vandal space. See that little bit of red? That's Vandal space right there. And the UEE does not protect this system.
And?
But we've got a little bit of space there, haven't we?
What is it gonna be? I feel like if they're only going with these 4 systems, it's got to be Terra. It's got to be something
right.
high security.
I thought you were saying click system then. I'm like, well, I'm not sure about that one. All right. But we've got a bit of room at the bottom, so it would be a shame not to fill it in with something, right? So if we get a big cheer, we'll reveal the system. Are you ready?
That'd be so funny if everybody was just quiet.
Very cool.
Nobody said
Very
anything.
Cool. All right, here it is. Oh, wait.
Dude, get out of here. Oh, is that the redacted segment?
Okay, all right, okay.
Oh my God, that better not be the redacted segment. Just give us the system name.
So, let's take a sneak peek at system number 4. Here it is.
Come on.
Well, it's awesome, right?
Sure. Stop.
All right.
Stop.
Now, in order to reveal the 4th system, let me take you on a little history lesson. And to do that, we're going to load up our old friend, the Galactipedia.
God dang it.
So, we're back in the height of the human-Xi'an Cold War. Tensions were at breaking point. In 2542, Armistead Perry introduced a designation line for a group of 8 planetary systems that marked the borderlands
The Perry line.
between Xi'an and human-controlled space. The United Planets of Earth designated the systems as no-fly zones and utilizing them
are they
as
gonna bring
military
in-
staging grounds. But one system on the Perry line offered a key strategic position
Is that
for
Castra?
a potential invasion into the Xi'an Empire. And that system was Castra.
Going Castra next. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. It's a high security system. They need at least one.
But luckily for us, war was averted, the Perry Pact was signed, which was a peace treaty between the now UEE and the Xi'an Empire, so the Cold War ended. The systems of the Perry Line were divided up between humans and Xi'an, and fast forward back to present day, humans and the Xi'an enjoy a more prosperous relations, and everyone's cool. So, the 4th system will be Castra.
Okay.
History lesson's over, so let's jump in and find out a little bit more. First we have Castra 1. Here it is. Castra 1 is a dead, coreless planet because it's too close to the sun to be terraformed for human habitation. So instead, the UEE Navy used Castra 1 for target practice,
Nice.
giving it the nickname of Bullseye.
No, this isn't the redacted panel.
All the weapon testing throughout the Mesa era has left Bullseye covered in craters. And as you can see, it's super toxic, meaning ground exploration will require high-end environment suits. And as you saw in the weather demo, raging storms will create difficulty of access, giving risk and rewards for adventurers seeking unique minables and other items.
Pretty sure we still have 40 minutes.
Okay.
20 minutes until the
Then we
redacted
have
panel.
Castra 2. The second planet from the sun is called Cascom.
That's where Sherman is.
And this was the location of the military's staging area. Since the system was opened up to non-military settlement, it has since become a center of trade and tourism, but is still considered an Earth-centric traditionalist system,
Ew, gross.
which prizes citizenship above all else. Let's head down to the surface and check it out. Breaking through the clouds, you'll find a landscape full of Great Lakes and lush crimson forests. And as you saw in the CTG presentation, you can see how we're going to make these worlds with the new technology. High up on the mountain range, here at the highest peak, we can just make out the landing zone called Sherman.
Yo, this is going to be a sick landing zone.
Which is fondly known by its residents as the island in the sky. Sherman is currently in pre-production, but I wanted to take the opportunity to show at least a sneak peek. Let's take a look.
Sick. Wonder what the progress on that'll be like.
Awesome. Let me take you through some of the areas of Sherman you just saw. The dominant landmark you see in the center is Spaceport Ulysses, named after the mountain Sherman is sitting on. This is where they staged the bombers that were on active rotation, waiting on any sign of any aggression. But now it's mostly a commercial spaceport. The Navy still has an airbase here, but it's a great place to see some big ships of the UEE. Commercial hangars are located inside the main trench. And even though this is a converted from a naval base, it still has an impressive military flavor. And speaking of military flavor, the original AOV-9s
What's the point
anti-orbital
of
cannons
showing a
are still
place we won't
present
get for years?
around the defensive walls, with
My
most
friend.
of them being decommissioned once it became a civilian city. Over to the left of the spaceport is the Sparrows Industrial Park, home to the sprawling cargo yards and manufacturing plants. The Sparrows has evolved from its days as a military supply and munitions depot into a bustling and modern industrial park. To the right side of the spaceport is Fort Riggs, which originally used to house the Army when Sherman was used as a staging point for a potential ground assault of the Xi'an Empire. Since the area was decommissioned, it has now been turned into a business park and is the governmental center of CASCOM, with the Governor's Council headquarters located here. As this base was built during the Mesa era, as humans were expanding their borders, this introduces a new architectural style.
Henoism.
Between the First Travarian War on one front and the Xi'an Cold War on the other, a new style called Henoism arose, with an emphasis on prefabrication and fortification.
So they're sticking to their architectural roadmap.
Against warfare, and
But that means
harsh
this is going to take longer than something like Nyx or Pyro because they have to create new architecture
all the
for it.
locations we just saw, high up on the upper wall, you can see the commercial district, and specifically the Ansel shopping complex. Situated high above the sprawling main base below, the Ansel area originally served as the command center to Sherman's military operations. Inside this building, you'll find key areas like the Edge of Oblivion Bar, which was converted from the old officers' lounge. You'll also find Eckhart Security Headquarters, and you'll find the Mercenary Guild Headquarters. The other areas in the commercial district include the OPA towers for habitation. That's the building on the left. And on the right, it's the Imperial Sherman Infirmary. There's also the Reeves Military Museum, where you can experience the history of humanity's military and the role that Castra has played in keeping the Empire safe. And finally, we have Overlook Point, which is the name of the vantage point and park situated in front of Central Command, which has the best view overlooking the landing zone. So that's a quick overview of some of the key areas of Sherman. I think it's devastatingly beautiful.
They showed off some aliens earlier in the day.
Unique mood and vibe.
In Shermery.
Awesome. So before I go, I want to thank you all. You are all awesome. All your passion, all your dedication make our lives as devs so much easier. And thanks to the CIG staff, who's the awesome work we're seeing in front of you. So thanks again. You are all amazing, passionate, and enabling us to dream big. Enjoy the rest of your show.
I'll just do that. All right.
That was awkward.
Okay. We're just about at that time. Before we get there, I do have a couple announcements.
Squadron.
Now, this time last year, I did a couple announcements and it made a couple people upset. used this opportunity to call out a couple of people who bothered me. Mostly, I just want to say the ground floor and the first floor can be the same floor.
Oh, Jared.
No, we actually do have some actual honest-to-goodness announcements. Two of our partners, Scan Computer and VKB Joysticks, are doing giveaways for the people here exclusively. Now, there are numbers on the challenge coin that was in your swag bag. I'm getting this data as I'm here, so bear with me. So everybody should pull out your coins. Yeah. And I'm going to call out some numbers. And if your coin matches this number, you're going to find Dan. He's that guy over there with the bouncing thing. There we go. And he's going to give you your prize. So the first prize is for a set of VKB joysticks. The number we're looking for is 2272. 2272. Anybody? All right, well, pass it along if you find 2272 VKB joysticks. A second set of VKB joysticks, 3404. 3404, you can head on over there and pick up your VKB joysticks. And the grand prize is a computer from Scan Computer, they're a vendor here, built into a Kovalex shipping box.
What? That's
so
pretty
I'm
cool.
going to give you 2 more seconds to pull out your challenge coins here. The winner of a Kovalex computer is challenge coin 413.
Yeah, building interiors have taken a step back significantly. That's...
You get it?
They have transitioned from building interiors to what seems to be sort of dungeon sewers.
If you don't claim your coins, hey,
which,
I'm just doing the thing. It just says the thing right there. I'm just reading the thing.
Meh.
All right, guys, it is approximately 5 o'clock. If you check your CitizenCon schedules that were handed to you inside your gift bags, at 5:30 is our special redacted portion of the show. That gives us approximately 30 minutes. So 30 minutes to stretch your legs, to get something to eat, to buy your last piece of swag, to check your challenge coins, and go and collect your swag if you need to. And then at 5:30, I said it before, I'll say it again, don't let any force on this earth stop you from being in these seats. We'll see you at 5:30, everybody.
All right, we'll see, man. You guys got to put on a good Squadron 42 show. So, Castra. Castra is the 4th star system. It's nice to have the line of 4. It's funny to have the line of 4 when we haven't even gotten number 2 yet. But it is nice to also see Nyx and Greybox. They did not give very much look at the interior of Nyx, though. So, Castra's very far away. I don't think that's really that important right now. It's nice to know what the next system is going to be. If they're bringing in Castra as the 4th system, that kind of makes the 5th system very much a toss-up, because doesn't necessarily have to be a high-security system anymore if Castra's in. So we'll have to see. Do we get Nyx with 4.0? Absolutely not. No. Nyx is in Greybox. They didn't even talk about the factions, to be honest. The way they talked about it, I don't even know. It's probably not even a good idea to expect it before next CitizenCon. The way they showed off Nyx was a lot less hands-on than I would have liked to see. So we'll have to see what their plans are for that, but I think we should probably just focus on Pyro as the play space that's coming up. At least that one's in testing, Ivacati. But Nyx seems like it's still a ways off. Not interested in Squadron 42? Sign up on the Kickstarter for the Space Sim MMO RPG. Squadron's wasting their time in your mind. I mean, Squadron was part of the Kickstarter, but I understand not really caring about that. Thanks, by the way, for the super chat, Rycops. Can't wait to become a R-Corp sewer rat. Yeah, let's talk about that. So, this is a bit of a change. This is a change from building interiors. Building interiors were originally going to be basically the transforming cities into play spaces almost kind of through the same system that Crusader has in Orison. This is, in my opinion, dramatically scaling that back and only going with the last part of building interiors. So going back here. Why am I getting a hug? Thanks, Rycops. So if we go back to this demonstration here, they talk about the building interior plans. And they talk about here, underground, subways, sewers, maintenance tunnels.
Through one building, you go down, and it could bring you through to another part of a building. Let's start with rooftops. Now up.
And so what they kind of talked about here was being able to transition between buildings there. I don't even think that's included in this, though.
At the underground. Now what this does, it means we can access a whole area of play space that doesn't need to be contained inside the building. So within a lobby, we want the player to start to traverse down into these spaces, and these could be underground transit networks. They could be abandoned underground transit networks. This then could drive potential racing opportunities. So when we was doing this, we thought, oh, it'd be really cool. Like, what would it look like if there's an underground street race going on there?
Thank you, Rycops.
Also, there could be traversal opportunities. Like I said before, if the player wanted to go into one building, down, and then through, and then up into another building, what would that traversal network be like? Especially if we're thinking about if it's an older part of the underground of a city, maybe it's less used, you know, people have built up. That would instantly inspire a whole bunch of traversal and investigation missions there. Or maybe there's an old aqueduct or an old infrastructure underground. You know, this could be perfect for underground street racing or other racing opportunities. So in a nutshell, what we looked at is...
So I think they took this part of building interiors, the underground, and decided to move forward with that. But I think these sections, you know, maybe we'll still get residential sections at some point, but they're definitely putting that on the back burner more so, it seems, until maybe something later happens. Maybe they just don't have the time to do this part of it anymore, but they're definitely focusing on the sewer section specifically, which, in my opinion, is scaling the content back. Doesn't necessarily mean it won't come at some point, but if this is what they're presenting us with now, then for the foreseeable future, the next 2 to 3 years, I expect that this is what they're going to focus on, and they're not actually going to bring building interiors to the rest of the buildings in these cities other than what goes down underneath it. Obviously, it's good that they've decided on something that can actually work with what they had planned, but I do think that you're missing out on a lot of potential for the game here, especially with the possibility of what they could have done with HABs. I think that was a pretty high potential for monetization for this game. They're also instancing it, which I think takes away a little bit of that sandbox, everything is connected kind of feeling, but does allow for a more theme park kind of approach where you can basically sign into a level in the game and play through that level on your own time, on your own way, without anybody else interacting with you while you're doing it. And that obviously makes it easier for them to run the whole game separately, easily put those places in their own servers, stuff like that. But clearly it's a much different approach than what they were talking about a few years ago. Why focus on residential when they are putting huge work into base building? Feels like the right move to add gameplay through the underground. Generally because I think it's good they stick to their word. And, you know, base building is good. I'm glad to see they're moving forward with base building. All I'm pointing out is that what they were doing with building interiors is no longer what it seems to be is the plan with building interiors. And that is kind of what I was hypothesizing going into this after they hadn't really talked about it much more anymore. And they're moving forward with just doing the sewers under the city rather than doing all the buildings in the city. You could not do instance things in buildings. It's just so underwhelming. Empty ghost city, but we spend all time underground. We'll have to see what they can do with cities in the places that they have right now with NPCs, more NPCs through server meshing. But yeah, this has the potential to make cities a little less exciting to enter and like walk around, and more just lead to people going to a single location in the cities, being that entrance to the sewers. Do I think maybe some of the areas like area 1 through 17 will have those zones? That would be good. That would be nice, but I don't know. I don't know anymore. Building interiors seemed kind of like the way to get different ground locations into ArcCorp, and they could still do that with these sewers, but they didn't say anything about that. PvE, people were asking for non-PvP content. I don't think skipping out on building interiors gets rid of PvP content. I think this can be both PvP, PvE in all scenarios, depending on how they put the missions. I sound depressed? I'm not depressed. I am just saying the way that they're going about it. Obviously, I don't like that building interiors are getting scaled back or getting changed. I've been live for 10 hours, so maybe I'm a little bit tired. The old interiors are kind of a boring idea. The new sewers is actual gameplay. I don't think that the old, like this is the same thing. The sewers are right here. There's been no change of the actual sewer part from this to this. They're just doing this part rather than the entire video right now. What would be the closest analog to SC? GTA 5 Online? I don't know, man. Mixture of GTA and Elite Dangerous without some of the things. They can do both. They can do both building interiors and sewers, but they didn't talk about building interiors here. They just talked about sewers. Is the instance bunkers a change as well? They didn't say anything about that. I assume they'll still be in the game. Distribution centers are still there, but they haven't talked about underground facilities. And it might be the case that those have gone the same way as interior building interiors. What we could be seeing is in the same way that underground facilities kind of turned into distribution centers, and they haven't really talked too much about the underground portion. Building interiors may have turned into these sewer areas. So these could just be a different approach on the locations that they originally conceptualized. When will the new ships be shown off? Tomorrow. Doesn't mean they won't do building interiors. I'm not saying it does. Maybe the whole building has interiors and not in an instance. Maybe only the basement is instanced. I would not assume they're doing anything more than what they've said in this panel. The higher municipal works will be more open. It sounds like yes. Hello, Anno. How you doing? Good to see you. Should I just get rid of my camera, or are you guys going to keep talking about my facial expressions? They can make whatever. We got Monster Hunter gameplay coming. Honestly, I'm excited to see how the fauna will end up growing, because some of the fauna designs they showed there were pretty cool. Why do I say they're getting scaled back or changed? It seems like they're not... I don't know how else to describe it. Okay, here, let me pull this up real quick. Let's go into the library of footage. You've been awake 24 hours? Jesus, dude. I'm holding up all right, Skippy. How you doing? How's the show going? They closed down the merch lanes to force everyone in the main hall. Get in there. Look at Squadron. All right, now I actually have to find this footage. Oh. It takes forever to populate. They're bringing in new gameplay possibilities for an area that was neglected for a while. That's different from all the other planets. Agreed, they are. Planet tech stuff is enough for you, mostly interested in flying around and exploring and adventuring. Yeah, I think if I say anything close to negative, people think I'm saying that everything is bad, folks. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that they are pivoting from doing the entire buildings and they're focusing on the sewers. Other parts of the buildings may come in sooner, but what they're showing now is not what they were showing before, which means they're probably not working on what they were showing before. They're working on this now. And I'm trying to find the stuff that they were showing before that they're working on. Hey, Keltron. How you doing so far? Favorite part of the show? The org stuff. I'm very excited to get more ability to organize multiplayer gameplay. Man, where the heck is that? Wondering if they're going to give Siege of Orison the same treatment but enforce it for much larger parties. The instance thing? Maybe. We'll see. So here's what they were working on in terms of building interiors before. Basically, you land on top of a ship, or on top of a city. You would go into the elevator of the city. There'd be a little lobby. You drop down through the elevator, and then from there you would go into the central area of the building. And then there would be this. If you don't think they're pivoting, then what happened to this? What's going on with this? Like, it is okay, guys. It is okay to admit that they might not be doing the thing that they said last year. It's not admitting defeat. It's not being a hater. It's not being a negative Nancy. It's just acknowledging that there's something different happening now compared to what might have been happening before. Just because it's not being shown doesn't mean it's not worked on. I guess then they're doing everything they ever talked about. It's all right, that's fine. We can disagree with that. You guys keep believing that they're doing all of the building interiors. I think that they're focusing on the sewers, and that's where they're putting their development time into. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it just shows the direction of the development. And honestly, that's what I'm focused on. What is the direction of the development? It looks like it's mainly focused on creating these dungeon locations at the bottoms of cities rather than filling out all the buildings. Honestly, I think it's better for them to focus on something that is more in line with a specific goal than to create a generalized area that then can be designed for multiple things, especially if they don't necessarily have all of those multiple things ready to go and they are more understanding of what they want to do with the underground segments of it. But I don't think, I really think it is dangerous to assume that this stuff is still going on if we haven't been told this is still going on, because that's how expectations just continue. It's better to consider that they aren't doing it and then be surprised by them doing it later than to consider they are doing it and then in 2 years be like, where is it still? So you're free to decide what you want. Again, it's not like they said they're not doing building interiors, but they had white box work to show us a year ago, and now they don't. And I think that's at least indicative that they've decided to work on something a little bit different. Distribution centers are the same kind of thing. Underground facilities were being worked on, and they had some work going with it. And then they have delivered the distribution centers, and the team working on that has now clearly moved on to the building interior stuff they want to keep doing. So it might still be something that they plan, but I don't think it's the kind of thing that they have in mind, at least for like their Star Citizen 1.0 kind of thing. Curious where those various access points exit back into the city. That might be how they connect to different buildings. Again, something they talked about right here.
Transit networks, they could be abandoned underground transit networks. This then could drive potential racing opportunities. So when we was doing this, we thought, oh, it'd be really cool. Like, what would it look like if there's
It may be dangerous to call it clearly when we don't really know. Exactly. And calling it that they are probably doing it while we don't see it is the most dangerous reality you can choose when you are considering the developments of a video game. I would say this is better confirmation than we've had at this point that building interiors have been focused on the sewers rather than the entirety of the buildings in the cities. Why does this keep loading? There we go. But yeah, now they're talking about multiple access points across these areas, so that could go up into different buildings as well. Was last year's at ArcCorp? If not, they might have different types of interiors for each planet. Last year's? No, that was New Babbage. What's the deal with this? Sorry, guys.
Municipal works, which will be an open world sandbox area for all players.
Think it's a shift in focus to pump out easier content. Instances are easier to pump out than stuff that will cause massive lag. Honestly, I figured like server meshing would allow them to avoid instancing the areas below ground like that.
How do I get to the municipal works?
My E moment. Org tools.
Multiple places in Area 18.
I love them.
Some will be available to everyone, and some you'll need to unlock with mission progression. As an example, here's a map of Area 18.
Yeah, they could be the back alleys that we see in ArcCorp already.
As I said, there'll be various access points throughout the landing zone, and some will be easier to access than others. These access points will lead to transit systems, taking you deep into the underbelly.
I think they're just mentioning the new stuff. They're not mentioning any of the old features. This is the sewers. This is it.
Street race going on there.
These are the sewers.
Inside the whole area of play space that doesn't need to be contained inside the building.
This is what they're talking about right here.
Now, this is level design. Now, finally, we're going to talk about the underground now. This is, I think, one of the coolest spaces. So rather than just focusing on the positive axis of the building, we're going to look at the underground. Now, what this does
sounds kind of like raids. Yeah,
we can access a whole.
It's instanced. You work through it multiple times in different play sessions. You come back, you go in, you do something. You come back, you go in, you do something. These are instanced raids. And yeah, look at this. This is like the back alleys and stuff. This is where they could be having the access to these locations. But these are the sewers that they literally talked about during the building interior segment before.
So, how do I get to the municipal works? The municipal works is accessible in multiple places in Area 18. Some will be available to everyone, and some you'll need to unlock with mission progression.
instance meshing is server meshing, but do you think then that other people will be able to join it, or will you be locked off from the general public?
And as I said, there'll be various access points throughout the landing zone. And
I don't know if housing is above. They didn't talk about it. So that's what I'm saying. I think that that kind of stuff is put away for now, and this is what they're focusing on right now.
Eventually reaching the municipal works.
Obviously, we have like the stuff that we already know of in the game. You got the hospital, you've got the habitation stuff, the stores, Astro Armada, Dumpers Depot, but what they're not showing here is other parts of the building. This is the Area 18 landing zone. And then he's saying you have access points from this down into the sewer. They're not saying that there's more to the city coming in with building interiors. They're saying we are focusing on these kinds of areas.
And the sewer network, which is what we're seeing here. It's a very exotic place. So down here, it's an open world sandbox for you and other players, very similar to contested zones in pyro stations. It's an area to do local missions, like exploration, repair, or even pest control. But the main purpose is provide access to the depths.
The keynote major part is today instead of tomorrow.
areas.
I think the Star Citizen 1.0.
So, what is
I think that's
an
the big
instance
one,
area?
the big panel.
Well, an instance area works in the same way as an instanced hangar. And as the name says, it's a separate space for you and your group. But why do we want to do this? This gives us the ability to create tailored missions that will provide a mixture of content like combat or exploration or puzzle gameplay, and fundamentally allows us to design challenging, meaningful content.
Yeah, Squadra is going to be pretty important. I think Squadra is the more important panel, but Star Citizen 1.0 does seem like a keynote kind of opportunity. But they're both probably pretty equal.
So let
in
me illustrate.
presentation.
Going over here. How the depths will be split by levels. Now, stay with me on this. We're going to rattle through it quick. So let's say you're in level B01. You're running a mission, you're having a great time with the curated content I just mentioned. But down here, you'll have to do a variety of content over a period of time and over multiple play sessions. At the end of the mission, you'll find an access point, which will bring you back to the landing zone. And you'll do this loop multiple times with different mission content. After achieving the required amount of progression, your access level will be upgraded. So this time, you head down.
No, I don't think this.
access point elevator.
I don't think
now
funding
it
is
takes
in
you
a
all the way
dire
down
state.
to level B02.
Funding this year has been the same as it has been
with your
basically every year after 2020.
Now this is your new area with different mission
Show the
content,
first slide.
new rewards, and a new access point. These are continuing the
This one.
Building Interior Initiative. We're
So yeah, I think the fact that they say they're continuing the building interior thing, but they don't actually mention the rest of the building interiors is also kind of a sign that this is the place they're focusing on. This is where things are headed.
Continuing the Building Interior Initiative. We're adding additional districts to landing zones, which are gameplay focused. These gameplay areas will interweave with the landing zone, but ultimately will be independent. So for Area 18, let me introduce you to the Municipal Works.
And then yeah, they have two locations split out there. The other interesting bit here was Sherman, which is the Henoistic. I got a picture here that'll show kind of their ideas for their architecture. So this is nice to see. See, now here's something where they've said it in the past, a while ago. In fact, we can go back to, I think it was CitizenCon 2019. And we look at building. No, not building. I think it's this one. I think. Here we go. So you can actually see
and also, like
their
I said, for the
ideas
narrative,
for architecture here.
It's very appropriate with need.
See, this is one of those things. They specifically said, we're doing this and we have Henoism in mind. And then they showed that and they mentioned it. And it gives the idea that they are sticking with what they said as opposed to the building interiors. They didn't really go into detail again with the stuff they presented. But here's Henoism. Conveys security, bunker-ish, defensive. I can't tell what that says there. Austere design.
Internal architectural style document.
And that's what Sherman is.
For Star Citizen, we don't want a kind of a bland game.
And just like back here where they talked about how Messer is born in 2546 and then Henoism began in 2580 shortly after he got into power, you can hear them talk about it here.
As this base was built during the Messer era, as humans were expanding their borders, this introduces a new architectural style for humans. Between the First Travarian War on one front and the Xi'an Cold War on the other, a new style called Henoism arose.
And you can go all the way back to 2019 where they talk about this very thing. So I think that when they sit on something and they know where they're going with it and it fits into their plans well, they are able to stick with that, and it tends to show in their future plans as well as whatever they're doing. But when things are needing to be reprioritized, generally they iterate on it and make it something that's more capable of being done at that time. And I think that's what they're doing with building interiors right now. I don't think there's going to be a release date for Squadron. Maybe a release window. Why do we need building interiors? We don't. They had reasons for wanting them, and clearly they think that there are other ways to do what they wanted to do with them. All right. Be right back before we get started on this. Red Monster, how you doing, dude? Good to see you in chat. Hope you're being treated well out there on the floor. Be back in 30 seconds. Oh, are they on time? Nice.
This is an SSN news flash, delivering the news you need. A statement issued by the UEE Naval High Command Office has revealed that a Vandal incursion
Oh, they're getting straight into it.
been stopped. News flash. More coverage.
Oh. Okay. I couldn't have guessed this would be it, but wow, look, it's Squadron 42.
Hey, I hope you like what you've seen so far in day one. Thank you very much. Anyway, so I hope you have liked what you've seen so far on day one of CitizenCon 2954. I think the future of Star Citizen is incredibly bright. We have a few more things to show and tell you about tomorrow. But let's talk about the Hornet in the room. Last year, we announced that Squadron 42 is feature complete. So what has the team been doing since?
All right, he's talking about
Given the
it.
scale and ambition of Squadron, our teams have been focused on polishing and optimizing to ensure the game meets the high standards that I have, the team has, and you guys have. This level of quality does take time, and we're committed to delivering an experience worthy of the journey. So I'm not sure if we've officially talked about gameplay time, but the story on a regular playthrough is anywhere to 30 to 40 hours in length, which is not inconsequential.
Oh, is that a start screen?
So what does that look like? To show you, we thought it would be best to boot up the game and start at the beginning.
Okay.
Now, quite a few people want us to play a pre-recorded video where we played it safely offline.
You never do that.
That's not our style.
They literally never do, and then it crashes on stage.
We are going to play this live. I've played it through many times, flawlessly sorry. Occasionally, we've had a few, so if something happens, it happens. But fingers crossed. But what you're about to see is the prologue of Squadron 42's and you, the player's origin story. And you can think of it sort of like the opening of Gladiator, but even more epic.
All right, we get to finally see what if they can make a good game experience.
What you're about to see in here is still work in progress and will continue to be improved. But I hope you agree it is shaping up to be something special. So to take us on this live journey, I would like to bring Richard Tyra, Senior Game Director, to the stage to play the game.
Huh? Where's Glenn?
Okay.
Bring back Glenn.
It's in your hands.
Absolutely. Hello, CitizenCon. So, my name's Rich Tyra, and I'm the Senior Game Director for Squadron 42 in Star Citizen. And I think we've got a little bit to play, so who wants to start? Should we go?
It's going mouse and keyboard, dude. There you go, man. Good call. All right.
So as Chris says, this is going to be playing it as a natural playthrough with, hopefully we don't run into any issues, but we'll go from there. And this, what you're seeing here, is the combat pilot training application form that we're going to submit for your application. But once we get into the game, I'll kind of be quiet and just let the game speak for itself.
It is not about piloting the most cutting-edge ships.
What the heck? What ship is that?
Flying to protect their own loved ones, or even learning what they're truly capable of. Those are just the parts. I'm Commander Ryan Wright. I fly Navy.
The Witcher. Yeah, wait, what ship is that? Oh, that's the F8. Okay. Wait, is that the F8? Nah.
So should we go rookie? No, Legatus? Which one?
He's gonna go with Ace. Oh, he's going Legatus. Gross. Earth? Little baby Chris.
So you will be able to fully customize your character further into the game. But in the prologue, this is how you select it.
I assumed you talk to all rookies that way.
I assumed you talk to all the rookies that way.
Should we go?
Nah, dude, just quit out here. Dude, what if they were just like, you know what? We'll show you this tomorrow. This part. Oh, they reworked this a little bit. Yeah, there's a lot of subtle changes in this. Bagpipes! Okay, so we've seen most of this already, but I do like the slight reworks and stuff that's going on. It looks different. Like the rendering overall looks a little more clear than last year. I think the color's different too.
I know I just wrote you, but a couple of hours ago, proximity sensors on the other side of the jump got twigged and went dark. The word is it might be that clan that we've been battling with.
He's sending it to
Guess that
Chris.
last fight didn't scare them off quite like we all hoped it would. Honestly, we've been out here so long, I don't know what to pull for anymore. I just wanted to let you know. I'll write as soon as I can. Stay safe.
Oh, supposed to say Rich. So much screen tearing going on. Yeah, lip sync was a little off.
Never gets old, does it?
Sir.
Eddies. I used to do the same thing when I was first coming up. Post up to the flight deck whenever I could to watch the launches. Have you seen the F-8s up close?
No, sir.
The thing's a beast. Nimble, too.
12 maneuvering thrusters and 3 mains. It sure sounds like it. Sir.
Captain McLaren to the bridge. Captain McLaren to the bridge.
Who's that?
I saw you apply to the Flight Academy again.
Yes, sir.
Keep your head up. Took me a couple times before I got in.
Thank you, sir.
Here we go. This is finally where the new footage starts.
All gunners, getting gear before G-turn. All gunners return.
And before we move on, yes, this is a live demo, and no, it won't crash.
Don't even say that, dude.
Well, we hope so.
Yeah.
Hawkins and logistics, and he said the recon team was wiped out.
Really? Then why are we sitting here? Vandal aren't stupid. If they know we know, they would have hit us by now.
Hey,
Oh.
they'll take as much time as they want. The longer they wait, more of a chance for 42s to get there.
Well, they can hit whenever.
Hey, there you are.
Hey,
Where's your helmet?
can't gun without it.
Come on.
Rookie mistake.
They're already talking about Van Duel?
I gotta get to my turret. Got to go up.
Jacobs told me the Vandal tried 4 chips, and I haven't been able to sleep since.
I heard we aren't getting any reinforcements.
Right? We've been getting tuned up for weeks.
It's this Polo Initiative horse shit. High Command's been freaking out about having to make cuts, so everybody's taking hits. Winslow and the Banshee told me they got denied on extra ammo for their main gun.
Almost like the suits on Earth 1 an attack.
Damn, should have lied, shouldn't have. Let a couple of bombers slip off.
You heard about this show, Lost Squad?
Are they seriously doing another show about the fall of Caliban?
Supposedly out next year.
Okay? Take him to Lake Perrin. He's old enough. And teach him what I taught you. And do me a favor. Hug your mom.
It's what we need in the game in Star Citizen right here.
Hey. All set? Hey, you get any sleep last night? Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, it's a squadron.
Oh, bad news. I heard Goofy was assigned to your rig for his last shift, so brace yourself. Your controls are gonna be screwed.
This is Captain McLaren. Sitcon upgraded to orange. All reserve personnel get to your stations.
Looks like this could be it. Hey, good luck. I'll see you up there.
You got it.
Thank God the inner thought's better. It used to be so bad.
God damn it, Goofy, get the hell out of there! So glad you could join us. I want you calibrated and ready to fire in 5, here?
Whee!
don't know how the hell Goofy uses this thing with those settings. I'm just gonna do a full reset so you can get operational. Just follow the on-screen instructions for the calibration program. Stand by. We'll start with tracking. Since we're out here hunting a Vandal clan, I'll load up one of their ships for you to follow.
Would you like to invert your controls, Gunner?
Should be all set for controlling your turret. Next up, we'll test your firing mechanics. The system projects simulated rounds, so don't worry about friendly fire. I'll load up a larger Vandal ship for you to practice targeting specific parts of the enemy.
This is the kind of tutorial stuff we need in Star Citizen too. I guess that's why Squadron exists.
Okay, your targeting is tracking solid, so that should do it. Checking the other gunners, and they seem to be up as well. Everyone up? Marcus, test your tilt. System says it's sticky.
Moving now, sir. Seems fine to me.
Good. All right, people. Eyes open, mouths shut.
Any idea what's happening, sir?
You covering your sector and staying off comms. At least that's what should be happening.
My money's still on the drill.
What'd I just say?
Sorry, sir.
Oops.
About time.
Shut.
Attention, Second Fleet. This is Admiral Bishop. For 6 months now, we have faced an elusive enemy determined to see the Empire burn and every human with it. There have been battles. There have been losses. Each and every one of you has proven yourself time and again, but today I must ask for more. Today, we fight one last battle. Advanced recon indicates the entire Vandal fleet has just entered the system. This means a King ship is headed our way.
Live demo.
Now, some of you will not survive today, but there will be no time for sorrow. We will have to grieve for them later. Because 2 billion souls in this system hang in the balance. There should be no illusions about what we were up against. In the history of the UEE, a kingship has entered human space a handful of times. Battle of Orion, Siege of Tiber, the fall of Caliban. But we are the Second Fleet. History will remember us differently. We will not have to worry about it being kind, because today we will define ourselves through our actions. We will not lose the system. We will not fall back. We will win because we have to. We fight today. So in 40 years from now, when you're surrounded by everything and everyone you hold dear, and they ask, what did you do in the Battle of Vega? You can look them in the eye and say, I held the line.
He said the thing.
Men and women of the Second Fleet, I am proud to stand with you today. Good luck.
I feel like we need a strong side, left side kind of statement here.
Nice speech.
Yeah, not bad, dude.
Any word from the recon team?
Not yet.
Let's get into position.
Honestly, I think they're doing a pretty good job of building tension. Yeah, they're screwed. Give me them BSG vibes. Dude, I'm feeling the energy.
Fleet, hold fire until my mark.
Holmes, this music. Dude.
Strip safeties from the Goliath. We'll have to hit him close. I want him live on launch.
Hey, baby.
What are they waiting for?
Holmes, you need a retribution. You are not ready for this.
I thought it would be bigger.
So did I.
That's Andy Serkis, yeah.
Ship's locked, sir. Fleet's ready.
Stand by.
I get mad silent energy from that. Holy. Server meshing.
Got one! I got one!
Oh man, imagine if they were that easy in Star Citizen.
Come on, people, keep up the pressure. Other way. Yeah, I see it.
That works.
Bogies incoming. Yep. Yep. Oh, you see that? I'm signing autographs out there. Good job, all. Stay focused. Tracking enemy sides. Light him up. On. Woo! Target down. Good kill. Good job, people. Slow speed. Gauntlet, I've got bogies I can't shake. I need a brush off. We got your pilot. All right, gunners. Protect our fighters.
AI is a little static, but it looks entertaining. Being just a turret on a big ship like this, you don't. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no.
There we go.
Yikes. Oof. 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 Oof.
It's alright. We're gonna keep going.
I was about to say, being on a big ship like that, you don't feel like you're in a ton of danger, so the tension's not super high. You feel like you're just kind of playing target practice. But I do think that it looks like a decent experience in the turret. But ouch, man. Ouch with the crash.
Those are just the parts.
Hey.
I'm Commander.
All right, Henry, we've heard this before.
Go to
Use those dev tools, Rich.
back in the game.
F's in chat. Aye. Gonna need a little while longer, it sounds like. It was expected. We did say it was gonna crash. I don't know why Rich went and jinxed it like that.
Target down. Good kill.
Yeah, they're doing it live.
Good job. Gauntlet, I've got bogeys I can't shake. I need a brush off. You got your pilot. All right, gunners, protect our fighters. Tracking's on.
What I want to know, if you don't do it fast enough, will they blow up the fighter? That's the kind of stuff I'm looking for.
Thanks for the help, Conker. You got it. Get back in there.
It'll do.
August, shift your position back and drift 8 degrees off x-axis. That should bring that Moiler into your field of fire. Corvers, redirect to fill the gap and take those gunboats off integrity.
Oh shoot, that's a different type of javelin.
Scimitar, your turn to play bait. Push forward, let's see how strong that line is. Raiden, you're their support.
Oh, got him in the eyeball.
Multiple impacts, sir. Could have been capital ship fire.
No, it's too focused. It's more like heavy fighters. Do we have a line on them?
Turrets have been taken out, sir.
Gauntlet, come in. We need you to sweep up some fighters on us.
On it, sir. Get us in close.
Aye, sir.
You're up, turret gunners. We're guarding Bishop here. Make me proud.
Hope those transitions end up being a little smoother.
You heard the captain? I want those dull ships fried and crispy. Copy?
Aye, Captain.
Copy that.
On it, sir.
Okay, so they do have a health bar on the ship you're protecting. So there's a fail state.
Good kill. Those fighters knocked out Gary's shields. Enemy bombers are incoming.
Been telling y'all, this is going to be a very cinematic game. It's going to be a lot of cutscenes. Set your expectations correctly. They should not just make a movie. What would be the point of making a movie when you can make a game?
More Vandal bombers trying to get the Gary again. Let's focus up and keep them out.
There, got one.
Outstanding.
Dude, this looks beautiful.
Thank you, sir. Good job. Ready up. More incoming. I'm picking up Glaives. Take him out.
Here we go. Target down.
Oh, that ship's not doing well.
Did you see that?
Oh, God.
Whoa, you're shooting through the debris field. What if there are people floating out there?
Gotta take out that hunter's small turrets.
Got another turret.
Focus, people. We got heavy fighters incoming.
This is freaking hectic.
Wisdom.
Oh, shoot.
Take out that main turret.
One of my guns is down.
All gunners, take out that turret. It's your only target right now. We won't survive another hit.
Turret down!
Tracking multiple inbound boarding spikes. Target and eliminate. We should get the hell out of here.
I need help. I need help.
This is looking not. This is looking a little dire. Dude, your ship is not doing well.
More vandals slip past. Made planetfall. Copy. Forward inventors onto the ground forces.
We've got your pad, Argus.
Appreciate it. Could really just doing some fire cleanup. We're taking multiple hits.
335. Break engagement and support.
Sir, briefing now. Charging main guns. Prepping for full spread.
Yikes, dude.
Any effect on target?
Countdown. Hostile captured. Bearing down on us. Copy that. Radius inbound.
Firing again! Getting a weird power spike from the King ship.
Break, Argus, break!
Argus is down. Repeat. Argus is down.
Need help. Critical structural damage. Multiple deaths.
Flight ops. Scramble any available support ships to pick up survivors. This thing is chewing us up, sir.
I'm sure attacking first would have saved them from that.
A line for a run on the King ship.
Weapons. I'm gonna need you to cook up a firing solution on that King ship. Hit him with everything we got.
So, all of our weapons even focused?
Have to do something. Right, Mr. Kraus? The Van Duel aren't gonna blow themselves up.
Yes, sir.
Wait, next time we take a hit, drop our shields an extra 30%.
Hear that, Shields?
Sir.
Navigation.
Sir.
Adjust heading. 10 degrees port.
Aye, sir.
Let's get their attention.
crap!
Second shield generator is down, sir. Starboard 4 exposed. Sir.
Hit them again.
Waiting on you, Mr. Krause.
They're gonna kill us.
Brah, shoot the guns.
Getting power spikes. And charging up the main gun. I guess you got their attention.
Go.
Hey!
5 seconds out to the fray. Warm up, Cal. You got point.
Copy that. Tally's on me.
Flight. Echo flight. Prep for boost.
Our player's still passed out on the ground. Freaking loser.
Let's say hi.
Full copy. Shots at the ready. Stand by for lock.
Ready up, people. Enemy vectors inbound.
Copy, Doug. You can cover. I can make a run at that shield, Jenny.
Copy. Penny, Broker, take Charlie and Delta and screen up those fighters. Natal, Mug, you're in main. Then you run a double switchback.
Copy that. Tally's maintain vector. I'll clear you a shot.
Got it. All echoes. Stay on the ball.
Light 'em up.
Look out.
No! Oh, dude.
Wow. You don't want that.
When they say feature complete, was one of the features crashing?
Also.
Oh man, this is one of the best space movies I've ever watched. It's very entertaining, but I wish it would just, you know, play all the way through.
I don't know, I skipped past it. Do you want me to go to the error?
No, but what was the crash?
I just skipped past it, because I just went
I
straight in.
just want to know, there's something wrong with this computer.
Ah.
It's literally, I literally played this last night full. Our QA played it, like 10 QA today.
It's the lag, guys. Okay, I didn't get headshotted. It's the lag they're viewbotting. All right, it's wall hacks.
Should we go to?
We
finale?
need to
We
play the
mid-battle again?
replay the battle again. You gotta
No,
play
I'm
it.
just making a joke because it is a lot of cutscenes. But honestly, this makes sense for cutscene area because you're watching a battle play out. If you were doing everything in the battle, it wouldn't make sense. I expect the game to be, you know, you're doing more of your own stuff. I actually kind of like it because they're setting it up as you're not getting to do the part of the battle you want to do. And I assume throughout the game, you're going to work your way up to being a pilot who's then in one of these battles and you're flying the ships instead of being a gunner. I like that kind of setup. I do hope, though, that we get to see some more of the gameplay that's not, you know, just this segment.
More Vandals slip fast. Made planetfall. Copy. Forward inventors onto the ground forces.
We've got your pad target.
Appreciate it. Could really just doing some fire cleanup. We're taking multiple hits.
335, break engagements and support.
Sir, running now. Charging main guns, prepping for full spread. Any effect on target?
Countdown. Multiple hostile captured, bearing down on us. Copy that. Radius inbound.
Firing again!
Dude, we're gonna have to watch them die twice? That's not fair.
Getting a weird power spike from the King ship.
Break, Argus, break!
Argus is down. Repeat.
Dude, is that a freaking bangle just cut in half? Are you kidding me?
Flight ops. Scramble any available support ships to pick up survivors. This thing is chewing us up, sir.
Break engagement with this destroyer. Align for a run on the King ship.
Weapons. I'm gonna need you to cook up a firing solution on that King ship. Hit him with everything we got.
So, all of our weapons even focused?
Have to do something. Right, Mr. Krause? The Van Duel aren't gonna blow themselves up.
Yes, sir.
Wait, next time we take a hit, drop our shields an extra 30%.
Hear that, Shields?
Sir.
Navigation.
Sir.
Adjust heading. 10 degrees port.
Aye, sir.
Let's get their attention.
Jesus, it's just a bang. Leon, thanks for the super chat.
Generator's down, sir. Starboard 4 exposed. Sir.
Hit them again.
Waiting on you, Mr. Krause.
They're gonna kill us.
Dude, do they save their budget by killing off all of these people in the first scene?
Getting power spikes. And charging up the main gun. Guess you got their attention.
5 seconds out till the fray. Warm up, Cal. You got point.
Copy that.
Dude, that Hornet looks
Tali's on me.
nice.
Flight. Echo flight. Prep for boost.
Ah, it's hype. Yeah, it was Henry Cavill.
Let's say hi.
All copy. Shots at the ready. Stand by for lock.
Ready up, people. Enemy vectors inbound.
Copy, Doug. You can cover, I can make a run at that shield, Jenny.
Copy. Penny, Rover.
Come on, push through, push through.
Spiders. Beetle, Bug, you're at me. If you run a double switchback.
Copy that. Carly's maintain vector. I'll clear you a shot.
Got it. All echoes. Stay on the ball.
Light 'em up.
Look out.
Cal, I don't think your ship's got the firepower to take that emitter out.
You might be right. Shield's opened up.
Shields up!
Whee!
Report!
Shields are holding. Barely. That shot took out our main thrusters.
No, not us, them.
The Kingship shields are down.
Yes! We don't celebrate until they're dead.
Hit him. Hit him.
Woo! Retaliators are useful! What you say, boy? Oh, is he fleeing the ship? Oh, shoot, they're gonna lose? He's leaving. Oh. No, he's fighting. Okay. No, he's leaving. Bro, he's going down with the ship.
Sir, King ship's headed right for us.
Can we evade?
Shot took out the main thruster, sir. I'm trying to get the auxiliaries online.
I'm getting a rapid increase in the King ship's energy signature. Looks like they're trying to go critical.
Even if we dodge, we won't get clear of the blast range on auxiliary alone. Attention fleet. This is Admiral Bishop. You are ordered to immediately withdraw. I repeat, withdraw. All non-essential personnel are dismissed to abandon ship. If you want to volunteer to stay, we could sure use your help. All right. Tell the gunners to concentrate all the power they've got. Maybe we can take out this King ship before it hits us.
Yes, sir. Logistics. I want every ounce of juice pumped into those guns. If we don't need it to breathe or shoot, I don't want it.
Bro, they're about to kill Gary Oldman. Get up, dude! Just been sleeping through the whole battle. Bro, you've never played a Final Fantasy game if you think this is the longest cutscene.
Hey, hold the door!
Freaking run then! Oh, dude. Oh.
Should have waited.
Okay.
find another way out of here.
All personnel evacuate ship.
Oh, come on, man. We all saw the scan. You'd think they'd have some kind of, like, collecting tags mechanic in this for dead people. Oh, is this a little bit of hacking gameplay? Maybe a tiny smidgen? No, no hacking. They remind me of Elites, kind of. That was a little easy. I think this difficulty is very much balanced for the demo and not really for the actual difficulty they had. That's appreciated. This guy can't catch a break. That looks so good. Oh my gosh.
Back in the game.
Ooh, take that thing. Oh.
Breach detected. Depressurizing.
Oh. That seems not good.
Ceiling sealed.
Oh, that's nice. Dude. Things are not going well. Oh, we've been waiting for this. So no EVA thrusters, you gotta push and pull yourself away. No tractor beam, no EVA. And it looks like the stuff actually reacts to your weight too. That's kind of cool. Holy shit. Look at this set piece. It's like that Mass Effect 2 intro, but like on steroids. Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of Halo Infinite too. A lot of different space games start out similar to this.
If you didn't already realize, I don't have an EVA pack.
This is... It's getting better with time. The handholds is a nice touch. Oh, just jump on there. Maybe not. That's probably gonna blow up. My boy's getting tired.
Warning, oxygen low.
He's about to say, you're getting a little low there. Oh, it just recharged.
Pressurizing. Pressurized. Gravity online.
Hey!
Thought I was the only one left.
So did I.
Look, I need your help with something. Follow me. We're running low on power, so I have to reroute our energy from our shields to our thrusters to change direction.
Dude, look at the freaking scene.
Take a seat.
Ah!
I need you to steer the ship.
Fly a javelin?
Time for your first piloting lesson.
Don't mind.
We're setting a new course. For that. Ready?
Shields
Go.
offline. Maneuvering systems online.
Javelin officially flown in game for the first time.
Good. Good. Hold that. Shifting power back to shields.
Shields.
Now she shoots him. You've been of great use.
Corvus! I ordered you to fall back!
Can't do that. You're dead in the water and we can help.
The situation's under control. You are to reverse.
You can't kill it. Not before it takes you out. We are boarded and burning. This is the only way.
Well, off your course. Get off that thing. Both of you, clear?
Aye, aye.
Rachel.
I will.
Oh man, I don't want this to end.
Damn it.
No, do not end it here.
We're about to have company. I've got to try and divert as much energy as I can to the engines. So I'm gonna need you to hold them off. Go now.
Whoa, lady, you okay?
sir.
It's the Matrix. Yo, I like the quick loot. That's nice. Being able to just grab some ammo without going into any menu.
Safety's on the reactor to give some extra juice. Here they come!
Aren't they coming from behind you, dude? Oh, okay.
Another breach!
I like how fast they are, but they're a little weak.